allow me to get the stream started up. We were up late last night. We are up early this morning. But you know what we got to do? Roll the intro.
Hold on. Wait a second. That's it. That's it? Yeah, that's the melody to Funky Town.
You heard the little towel, ladies and gentlemen. That's it. That's the melody of Funky Town. Look at me. I'm a towel. Hello. It is sentencing day in the Brian Kohberger hearing. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. Thanks very much for being with me. I'm going to start the day off because all of today is about these 4 of these precious lives lost at the hands of a brutal human being, Brian Kohberger. And we are going to start with a tribute video. So give me 1 second. And I did not put this together, but this was sent in, I believe, by Vic Towel. Could have been by Havidyah Towel. Oh, wait a minute. We're going to check in with Anjanette Levy. Hold on. Hold on. 1 second. Anjanette Levy is live outside the courthouse, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to check in with that, and I believe they're going to start with a tribute video too. So 1 second.
Think.
Hold tight, please.
Boy, that plea. Yes. The sentencing hearing for Brian Kohberger. Today, the man who killed 4 University of Idaho students on November 13th, 2022, will officially be sentenced to life in prison as part of a plea deal. That plea deal took the death penalty off the table, so no firing squad, no lethal injection. We'll have live coverage for the next hour before the start of this hearing in Boise, Idaho at 9 a.m. Mountain Time. That's 11 a.m. Eastern. And we have a great panel of experts who will be joining us this morning to help break down what we can expect. But first, I want to go live to Boise outside the courthouse, and that's where we find our Anjanette Levy, the host of Crime Fix, here on Law and Crime. Anjanette, you have covered this case from the very beginning. I'm sure there's a lot of emotions for you today as well. There's so much interest in this hearing and what's going to happen inside the courthouse. What is the scene there this morning?
Well, good morning to you, Chris. There is a lot of emotion surrounding this case. A lot of people thought this case would indeed go to trial, but it didn't. Brian Kohberger, as you mentioned, entered into that plea agreement, pleading guilty to the horrific, brutal murders of those 4 beautiful University of Idaho students, Maddie Mogan, Kayla Gonsalves, Ethan Chapin, and Xana Kernodle. Some of the families...
That's an audio issue on their end. Hold on. That is an audio issue with Law and Crime.
There is
a
great deal of interest in this case. People actually started lining up around 5 o'clock Mountain Time last evening, hoping to get one of those coveted seats inside the courtroom to watch Brian Kohberger be sentenced to those 4 consecutive life sentences. And there is no doubt that that will be the sentence that he receives. That is the sentence that's been agreed upon between both the defense and the prosecution in this case. Judge Hippler could give a lesser sentence. He is not going to do that. I'm going to tell you that right now. He will go along with those 4 consecutive life sentences. He cannot go above that, of course. And as you mentioned, the death penalty has been taken off the table in exchange for Brian Kohberger's guilty plea. And it's been somewhat controversial. A lot of people thought that the prosecution should not agree to this plea agreement. They thought that the case was strong enough that they should take it to trial and that Brian Kohberger would have likely been sentenced to death. So this has been controversial because this has been such a brutal crime, and there's been so much heartache surrounding this crime. And the fact that these were 4 purely innocent, truly innocent victims killed as they were in their beds, just doing what college kids do after a night of partying. So, Chris, it's been an emotional roller coaster for the families and for the people of the state of Idaho.
And I just think back, Anjanette, and I mean, you were there in Moscow when all of this happened and the search that went on for weeks, looking for the person who would have done this. And then we learn about Brian Kohberger, and you think of the years it took to get to this point, and he will go to prison for the rest of his life. today is going to be a very emotional day when you think of all of that and you think of the opportunity that these families are going to have to address Bryan Kohberger and then move on with their lives as he goes to prison, which is where he's going to die one day. What can we expect from this hearing today as it begins now less than an hour from now?
Well, I think you can expect a lot of emotional victim impact statements. The families, this is their chance to let Bryan Kohberger know the pain that he has caused them. And this is their chance to let the public know the pain that they have endured. And I think that it's important to reiterate and to let people know that that a lot of these families have been very quiet and they've grieved silently. Only recently have we heard from Maddie Mogen's mother in the Prime docuseries, where she poured her heart out about losing her one and only child. Maddie was her only daughter. So if she chooses to speak, we will hear the absolute just pain and horror that she has been through. Now, with that said, Bryan Kohberger, I can tell you, is somebody who does not show any emotion whatsoever. We have seen no emotion from him throughout these entire court proceedings. So this may have no impact on him whatsoever. And he is somebody who on social media as a teenager wrote about feeling nothing and being able to do things without feeling any remorse whatsoever. So this is somebody who may lack empathy and may lack the ability to feel emotions. So this is going to be for the families to share their grief, their loss, how the loss of their loved ones has impacted them. And it will be for the court to hear this. But what impact that has on Bryan Kohberger, it may have no impact on him. And he seemed very matter of fact when he entered those guilty pleas back in court on July 2nd. There was no hesitation, no emotion whatsoever. And his attorneys will say, well, that's because he has autism spectrum disorder. He's level 1 autism spectrum. But I'm not sure I believe that's the reason why. He's just not somebody who shows any emotion. And I do want to touch on one thing, Chris, that you mentioned about covering this in Moscow. I cannot overstate.
Yeah, and let me say something here. Okay, so I am on the spectrum. Okay, I've explained this before. I have emotions. People on the spectrum, even very intense autism disorder, have emotions. What the problem is that they're not like appropriate emotions for the circumstance. They're like misaligned, or they're like not socially like contextualized. I don't know. They're very raw. They're very real emotions. They're just not always like appropriate. It's like a misfire. I don't know how to explain it. Like the emotion is there. It's an authentic emotion, but it misfires. What she's talking about, what I think he has, and what I think a lot of people who pretend to be autistic but are actually sociopaths have, is no emotion at all, but the ability to mimic emotion so that it mimics autism. But it's not really autism. It's sociopathy or psychopathy. It's no emotion at all. You have artificial emotion that you learn, apparently, but it's not like it misfires like someone on the spectrum. That's why I get so upset about people who do talk about this, not Anjanette. I mean, people who are sociopaths but say, oh, I'm just on the spectrum. No. Like, it's very hard to be on the spectrum because the emotions are so authentic and so raw that it actually destabilizes one's cognition. That's the other way around. A sociopath has such strong cognition that they can master their own emotions to the point where even if they don't have them, they can mimic them because they learn them from others. It's scary. It's very scary. And I think Anjanette's right that this man, it's not that he's on the spectrum. He's a sociopath.
The fear, the absolute fear and terror that people in the city of Moscow felt after these crimes were committed. This tore a wound into the soul of that city. The people in that city were terrified. The students were terrified. They left the city. They chose to complete their courses at home. They went home to their parents and did their coursework, completed the semester online. That is how terrifying this was. This is a little college town that sees no crime. The biggest crime you see there is basically underage drinking on the college campus. and somebody, a monster, came into a house in the middle of the night and stabbed 4 people, stole their lives. And it really robbed the city of Moscow of its innocence. And so there's a lot of healing that needs to begin, and hopefully that can begin today. Hopefully that's already begun with the arrest of Brian Kohberger, but now he will be put away for the rest of his life, as you mentioned. I talked about how he shows no emotion. There's literally no emotion. And we've seen none of it from him throughout this proceeding, or throughout the proceedings, throughout this whole process. So let's take a look back, if we will. When Brian Kohberger entered those guilty pleas back on July 2nd, we were here for that, and everybody watched it here on Law and Crime. But let's watch as he enters those guilty pleas, and we can talk about it.
Listen, she is such a good journalist. Can I just take a moment? I talk about how great Julie Grant and Anjanette Levy are. I've talked about this before. But can we just take a moment to highlight how good of a journalist Anjanette Levy is? This is incredible. I learn so much by analyzing her coverage. And I just want to say thank you to her for, first of all, being a colleague, second of all, being a mentor, and third of all, just being an excellent journalist. These are very hard cases to cover. I find myself kind of in the abyss sometimes because I'm like, how do I do this? Like, this is so emotionally intense. This is such like overwhelming heartbreak. How do I cover this like in a way that does like honor to what's happened? But if you watch Anjanette Levy, I mean, no nonsense, no fluff, no hyperbole, just straight to this is why it's a big deal. This is the emotional impact. This is what's going on. Here's why this person is so concerning. And here's how it impacted a community and the victims' families. This is how you do true crime journalism. If everyone did this, true crime would be a lot better as a genre. If everybody was Anjanette Levy and just followed the model that she's trying to show us how to do, everything would be better, okay? She is, like, this is responsible true crime journalism at its very best.
On the other side.
Glory, how do you plead, Mr. Kohberger, guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
As to count 2, murder in the first degree as it relates to the murder of Madison Mogan, how do you plead, guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
As to count 3, as it relates to murder in the first degree for the murder of Kaylee Gonsalves, how do you plead, guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
As to count 4, the first degree murder of Xana Kernodle, a human being, how do you plead, guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
As to count 5, the first degree murder of Ethan Chapin, a human being, how do you plead, guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
Before I start asking you questions today, have you consumed substantive questions? Let me ask you, have you consumed any alcohol, drug, or other intoxicating substance that would impair your ability to understand or exercise reasonable judgment?
No.
You feel like you are thinking clearly today?
Yes.
The plea agreement that I talked about today, do you agree with that plea agreement?
Yes.
And do you understand the nature of the charges that you've been charged with that I understand you're going to plead guilty today to?
Yes.
As I indicated, I'm not bound by the plea agreement, but the plea agreement is for the maximum on each count. Do you understand that I'm not bound by the plea agreement?
Yes.
Has anyone promised you that I would be lenient or easy on you if you pled guilty?
No.
Has anyone threatened you or anyone close to you to get you to plead guilty?
No.
Has anyone other than the state's agreements with respect to the plea agreement, has anyone promised you anything in exchange for your plea agreement?
No.
Has anyone told you to be untruthful in answering my questions today?
No.
Has anyone offered you a reward of any kind other than the plea agreement in order to get you to plead guilty today?
No.
Are you pleading guilty because you are guilty?
Yes.
And counsel, obviously there have been a number of motions filed to suppress evidence in this case. Other than those filed, are there any other motions that you felt were available with respect to Rule 12?
No, Your Honor.
And Mr. Kohberger, you understand that by entering the guilty plea in this case, you would be giving up your right to appeal any decision this court made, as well as your sentence.
Yes.
So as you heard, Judge Hippler was asking if Brian Kohberger was basically on board with entering into this plea agreement. He said yes. And you heard that was a very matter-of-fact back-and-forth conversation.
Pause. Just want to take a second. Listen, it's early in the morning. We are going to have a long day. This is going to be a long day, but you know what? The families have waited for this day. It's going to be a long day for them. And we are all going to be like this super towel emoji from Allie and Rue. You see Allie and Rue towel? Hello, Allie and Rue towel. You see the super towel emoji? He's going to be able to do it. He's got a headband on. It's a towel. He's got his weights. He's ready to start the day. Now, look at Rue. Are you in Super Towel Mama Allie getting your exercises in? Have you done your calisthenics? That's a Super Towel emoji. He's doing the calisthenics. All right? See the little Super Towel emoji? Give him the Super Towel head pats. Oh, Super Towel head pats. Look at the little Super Towel emoji. He's Super Towel emoji. Thank you very much, Allie Towel. You are Super Towel. That was amazing, Allie. I needed that Super Towel emoji. Now, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to pause Ann Jeanette's coverage for a second because I want to watch this video that was sent over by LS Towel, and I believe Vicky Towel may have sent it at one point as well. All right, so we're going to watch this. It's a quick video, and I believe it's Surviving the Survivor, taking a tour of the prison that Kohberger is going to go to. Thank you for Surviving the Survivor for going out and doing this. I'm going to comment on it. It is a short video. This was sent in by the Super Towel LS and I believe the Super Towel Vicky Moore. We're going to go ahead and watch this. It's about 8 minutes. Then we're going to go back to watching Ann Jeanette because she is one of the best journalists in true crime and she's outside the courthouse. And then we're going to watch the sentencing hearing at 11 a.m. Eastern, just 42 minutes from now. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. It's coming up on 10:20 a.m. here in Boston, Massachusetts. It's going to be a hot one today, folks. Already approaching 30 degrees Celsius, which is close to 80 degrees Fahrenheit for those of you in America. Towel loves America. Taterbug loves America. Towel hates commies. But you know what? Other people who are not commies use Celsius. So we can do Fahrenheit and Celsius. It's about 8:20 a.m. local time in Idaho, where the hearing is going to take place at 9 a.m. local time, so 11 a.m. Eastern time. That's 4 p.m. Greenwich Mean Time, I believe, today. All right, let's take a look inside the prison that Brian Kohberger is going to be going to.
There's hard time, and then there's really, really hard time. And that is what convicted four-time killer Brian Kohberger is going to be doing here at the Idaho Maximum Security Institution, otherwise known as IMSI. And today, we got a first-hand look at just how rough it's going to be. Just 10 miles south of Boise, but feeling more like 10 million miles away, hidden in the high desert, sits Brian Kohberger's forever home. Built in 1989, it's Idaho's only maximum security prison, housing 8 death row inmates, something this bushy-eyed beast will avoid. The reason most believe he took a last-minute plea deal in exchange for 4 life sentences without the possibility of parole or appeal. The quadruple killer's final destination is the most secure facility among 6 that house a veritable campus of criminals. The drive into IMSI is as eerie as you might imagine. The walk up to the front entrance even scarier as you travel through a canopy of razor-wire fence. Illegal contraband is low on the list of most people's worries walking in, knowing the inmates on the inside have done so much worse. In Brian Kohberger's case, admitting to one of the most depraved acts of violence in recent times, savagely and brutally slashing and murdering 4 University of Idaho students, Kaylee Gonzalez, Madison Mogan, Xana Kernodle, and triplet Ethan Chapin. They never saw the prime of their lives, just the eyes of a deranged killer, as cold as the austere hallways inside IMSI. This sick, twisted killer will now undoubtedly be watched closely himself by the hardened criminals here. Cell Block B looks empty, but it's not. This is the longtime restrictive housing unit where inmates spend 23 hours a day inside their cramped quarters because they're either a risk to others or others are a risk to them, which could very likely be the case for Brian Kohberger. These inmates are checked on every 30 minutes. Just last year, the Security Journal Americas did a check of its own on America's prisons, and the results for IMSI were particularly bad. Ranked among the 15 worst prisons in the country, IMSI was cited for overcrowding, dirty and unsafe conditions, excessive use of solitary confinement, lack of mental health services, and even allegedly abusive guards. But on our tour, Surviving the Survivor was greeted by a warm, kind, relatively new warden, Randy Valley, who seemed to have a sincere interest in making IMSI a better facility, even working on a prison plan to have inmates train service and emotional dogs, just like Doug, for veterans in need. But still, some inmates claim conditions inside are for the dogs, actually much worse, with feces-covered cages, biohazard-level ventilation systems, and small chain-link exercise cages like these. We found the staff remarkably kind, full of apparent integrity, doing the right thing, and we saw cell blocks that were clean and orderly. Staff warned us the smell in C block used to be insufferable, but no more. C is the acute mental health unit, requiring fencing even on the second tier after a series of deadly jumps. This, the only nature these inmates are likely to see, a lone mural in an even lonelier place. Every once in a while, there's a glimpse of the sun warming the hopes of some. The new warden is also launching mentorship programs, and he helped cut suicide watch by 50%. No small feat, where the isolation can break even those with the coldest hearts. IMSI can house 535 inmates, but right now only 518 of those beds are taken. If Brian Kohberger winds up here, he will no doubt be the most notorious inmate inside these cold, dark, dank walls. He'll likely never see another infamous inmate, Chad Daybell, who remains separated from everyone but 7 others on death row. Kohberger's life, though, may often feel worse than death. For the foreseeable future, only allowed an hour of caged rec time a few times a week, 3 showers per week. His new home, these bare concrete cells with only a thin mattress, toilet, and sink, the only contact he's likely to have from these surveillance cameras keeping watch, shackled to the hilt every time he moves, if only for a few feet. And while others will greet visitors here, Kohberger's family is across the country, and it's doubtful he'll have any friends at all, except maybe some of these library books. One thing's for sure, no superhero is coming to save him. Stuck here forever, like a caged animal with nowhere to hide, surrounded by predators who all know just how evil he really is. I survived a day at IMSI. It is Idaho's most secure prison facility. And I got to tell you, when I was in there, my anxiety levels spiked. I can hear Carm yelling at me not to share that, but it really did. It is terrifying in there. The only thing that kind of kept me stable and relatively calm internally, despite it all, was the fact that I knew at the end of the day, I was going to be able to drive down Darrington Road, out the gates of the IMSI. But guess who is not ever going to be able to do that? Brian Kohberger. He's going to live within the confines of these walls for the remainder of his life. I got to tell you, it's a hot day here. There is no AC inside that prison. They only have swamp coolers, and on days where it gets super hot like today, it is upwards of 100 degrees. And in the winter, the exact opposite, freezing cold. And while I understand the Gonzalez's concerns, and there's no way to put your feet in other people's proverbial shoes, and they want him, the Gonzalez's want Brian Kohberger to face a firing squad, I've got to tell you, in some ways, to me, that's a gift over having to spend every single minute of the rest of my life. And Brian Kohberger's only 30 years old. But to think that he's going to spend every moment in a jail cell in this notorious prison likely with only 1 hour of yard time a few times a week. That to me is a fate worse than hell, and maybe a fate worse than even the firing squad. But that is.
And, you know, I'm sympathetic. I love, this was great coverage. I want to really extend a collegial moment of laudation to Surviving the Survivor. That was a great video. You go there, you obviously, I think it's important, like the prison system wants people to know, like, okay, we're not like inhumane, but like coming here is not pleasant. You know, they want to show people that like this is not, it's not that Mr. Gonsalves is wrong, like it is better, it's not death, okay, in that prison, but it's bad. It's real. And that was as clean as they could get it for the cameras. And they want people to know that it's bad. And yeah, okay, maybe they have some programs or whatever, but it's bad. And they want people to know it's bad. Now, I will say, listen, no, Peggy, I do not doubt for 1 second, and I've said this before, that there's something much bigger going on here. I don't know what it is. I don't want to know. Kohberger already was predisposed, if you have listened to some of the interviews, and we'll listen. You know what? Let's listen to the Mr. Gonsalves interview with Ashley Banfield. Peggy, I think, you know, my analysis of this is that Brian Kohberger was predisposed to kill. Like, he was someone who would kill, okay? And what happened was that Brian Kohberger was probably approached by someone who knew that he was willing to kill. Brian Kohberger was an incel who loved, like, this crazy man named Papa Rogers. So you got to understand, Brian Kohberger's psychology was that he, like, wanted to honor this crazy man named Elliot Rogers, who killed a bunch of women because he thought he was some kind of, like, alpha incel. I don't freaking know. Like, they hate women, all right? So he's already predisposed to hate women. There's no doubt in my mind that he was probably talking to people about, like, his hatred for women, and then he got contracted to kill people. That doesn't mean that, like, he didn't have his own reasons for wanting to take part in this. Like, when we listen to Mr. Gonsalves' interview, you're going to hear Kaylee's dad basically say this man had a sick, twisted sexual fetish, like, and he looked up things on his phone about sexual fetishes, gagging, like, passed out girls. Like, he was an incel. He was really fucked in the head, Brian Kohberger, and whether he, like, got the impetus to do this as, like, an homage to Papa Rogers, whatever the fuck his username was, he called himself Papa Rogers online, like an homage to the guy he looked at as a hero, or whether someone, like, knew he wanted to do that and was like, well, all right, you know, I want you to do this. It doesn't matter, okay? That part is not as relevant to the fact that this man is a sick, sadistic murderer. Like, he did it. He confessed. We know he did it. The question is, why did he do it? All right, we know there was some sexual motive involved. We know that in terms of, like, his, like, profiling of Kaylee or Maddie, or both of them. We know that Maddie's window had an M on it, okay, so he was able to observe it multiple times from the road across the street. Like, we know that this was very targeted. That doesn't mean that it was his impetus. We don't know. No one's ever said why he just decided to do this. It could have been that he wanted to do this and someone else wanted him to do it for two different reasons, and they both coalesced together, and that's how it got done. We don't know. I'm not saying he had someone with him, but it's very possible. You are like a sick, twisted person. Somebody else, like, wants something done. Okay, you're like a sick, twisted person. That's what a hitman is. The other person comes along and is like, all right, that person's crazy and they want to, like, kill women. Why don't we just send them to go do this? Okay, that you know what I'm saying? That is what could have happened. But that doesn't absolve Brian Kohberger of responsibility. If you kill someone, regardless as to whether you, like, were twisted and demented or because someone else was like, I want these people dead, it doesn't matter. You are a murderer. You don't have an alibi. You don't have, like, you don't get exonerated because someone else hired you to kill someone. It just means that you're both responsible. That means that what I think's likely with Kohberger, I think people are misreading it. I don't think he's going in there to be a federal informant about the jail. Are you kidding me? He's useless to them. Bro, I think he, like, knew whatever was going on with whoever. I think he had, like, knowledge that was useful. That's just how I feel. I don't know. They'll never tell us. But, like, it just seems like there was something bigger to the impetus for the killing beyond just his sick, twisted, sadistic behavior. There's no doubt that played into it. 80% of it, the substance of the killing, how this was all done, comes directly down to Brian Kohberger's like pathology, which is he's a demented, sick, twisted fuck. All right? But that doesn't mean that that was the impetus for why he chose these targets. We don't know. No one has ever told us, even the interviews we've heard so far with some of the family members, we don't know. And I think that's the most frustration. President Trump himself said it. We can look at the statement from President Trump. If you have President Trump, Tao loves President Trump. It doesn't mean I agree with him on everything. But if you have President Trump, who's like, if you actually know President Trump, I haven't met him for a long time, but if you know him, he's like a very caring person, especially about like vulnerable people, okay? He has his own like life, he does his own stuff, but you tell him like firefighters are like being attacked or like women or children, he's going to be like, what the fuck? That's like, he just doesn't like it. I know it. I know he doesn't like it. So when you look at this statement from President Trump, like President Trump doesn't do anything by accident, okay? He's like a very calculated politician, one of the most unique we've had in a long time. He knows what he's doing. So when President Trump puts out a statement like this, like right before sentencing, I promise you it's not an accident. President Trump had something to say. And so if you haven't read President Trump's statement, I know Tatabug's going to get all excited. Tatabug loves America. So if you haven't read President Trump's statement, let's read it right here. Let me just take down the Surviving the Survivor video for a second. So this is President Trump's statement. We got a live view outside the courthouse down there as well. President Trump the other day said, Brian Kohberger, who was responsible in Idaho for the deaths of 4 wonderful young souls, has made a plea bargain deal in order to avoid the death penalty. These were vicious murders with so many questions left unanswered. While life imprisonment is tough, it's certainly better than receiving the death penalty. But before sentencing, I hope the judge makes Kohberger, at a minimum, explain why he did these horrible murders. There are no explanations. There is no nothing. People were shocked that he was able to plea bargain, but the judge should make him explain what happened. Thank you for your attention to this matter. I love how President Trump does that sometimes. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Thank you, President Trump, for highlighting this question. And so, therefore, I think there's no doubt in my mind, I feel President Trump is spot on the money here. Brian Kohberger, this is our president. He knows more than all of us about intel. You know what I'm saying? So if he's saying he did it, he knows Kohberger did it. But President Trump also knows like how to talk to his base. So if he's saying like there are more questions than answers here, that means President Trump was briefed on this. He can't talk about it, but he knows that like whatever the hell is here, like we need the why. And the why is probably bigger than we know. And I bet that's why Mr. Gonsalves is so frustrated. No, absolutely, folks. So I just want to let folks know every single person can come to their own conclusions. I don't want, unless you're trolling, unless you're being discriminatory, derogatory, sea lioning, or rage baiting, you are entitled to your own opinion. We have people here who have different opinions on different cases. As long as you're being friendly, as long as you're disagreeing without being disagreeable, you are entitled to believe whatever you want. I just encourage you to just think about every piece of information you're being presented. And so what I also want to do, though, is I want to watch this interview with Mr. Gonsalves. This is what we're going to watch heading into the sentencing. Why? Because I think Mr. Gonsalves is extremely well-spoken, and even though he had to do the interview with Ashley Banfield, who was a little bit, you know, I'd say she was a little bit, like, intense with her questioning, I liked it. I liked how Mr. Gonsalves talked. He's a really smart guy. I want to interview him, actually. I might reach out to him after sentencing. Like, he's so well-spoken. He's so passionate. Like, and you can tell he's, like, grateful to Conclave. So, Goncalves. Goncalves. All right? And you can tell he's very sort of, like, he knows there's something here. Like, clearly President Trump didn't just make a statement about this. I think probably Mr. Gonsalves or someone who's close to President Trump or someone who knows President Trump dropped a line to him, because you don't just like bring this up out of nowhere. You know what I'm saying? Like, President Trump clearly got a message, and then he clearly looked into it with his intel people. He can just call the CIA, or he can just do during his presidential daily brief, he can just be like, brief me on this and tell me, 1 second. He can just brief me on this and just tell me what actually happened. So if I'm telling you, President Trump made a statement about this because there's If it was just like they were covering up some sexual motive to make him safer in prison so he could be a rat, President Trump wouldn't comment on it, in my opinion. But President Trump commented on it because what Mr. Gonsalves is saying in this interview, I think, is hinting at something bigger. So 25 minutes until sentencing. Let's listen. 1 second.
But the motions won't be unsealed.
Hold on. I want to see the full interview. So we're going to start back just a little bit. 1 second.
And I'm still completely astounded by how Steve and his family have been treated. I don't know about the other families. If they've been treated differently, I don't know. But I had this conversation with Steve Gonsalves, and I wanted to share everything about it with you now. Steve, what was your reaction to the decision today that the gag order will be lifted, but the motions won't be unsealed? Not yet, anyway.
You know, we requested for basically Kaylee, what happened to Kaylee. So I know her sisters want to do a victim statement and address the exacts, some of the things that happened to her. And they basically wouldn't share any information with us on, what happened to her. So I'm pretty used to how ridiculous, not just the gag order, but sealing something that has nothing to do with the victim's rights. It's all about hate to say it, but it is a lot to do with the media and people being put on cameras and not knowing what to say, or things coming out that they didn't mean to say, or just didn't have a good explanation of what was going on. So they wrap this seal thing around trying to pretend like they're, trying to protect people and doing all that. But they gave out people's initials at the very beginning. So it's just a dog and pony show that we're supposed to pretend like, like there's top secret information inside these docs. It's pretty gross, and we're fed up with it, and we're glad that it's over. And we just, you only got one time to be able to be a victim's advocate and say what you need to say and to address the courtroom and everyone in Idaho. And they're not gonna let us know exactly what happened. So it's just terrible. You're going to go in there, we're going to make statements, and we're like, we don't want to say anything inaccurate. We want to make sure everything we say is exactly truthful. And, it's one of those times where they could bend the rules, but they don't.
I seem to recall there was some discussion that the judge was going to meet with families and tell you privately things that were going to be released in the gag order. Is that still a possibility, or is there no discussion of that?
There's no discussion of that. We just, Shannon just sent me an email and just said, are you really going to make my clients go through 3 different agencies to get this information that they want to see, like go through Freedom of Information Acts for the state of Idaho, for the county of Latah, and then, there's federal ones as well. There's even other states. So it's like they could make it happen, but clearly the willpower isn't there. I don't think they really want anyone talking to the media and questioning. Remember, these people said that it was a crime of passion, it was targeted, and it was an isolated event. All this language, and then they even said, you're gonna have to trust us. You're just gonna have to wait and trust us. And now we've waited, and it's like, no. Well, there was no connection whatsoever that we could establish. So how do you get isolated? How do you get targeted? So I think it's more about covering up some of the mistakes that they made. They don't want to talk about destroying the crime scene and how questionable that was. So they just say, well, we're gagged. And now that the gag's over, you guys aren't going to know exactly what we were talking about during the last 2.5 years.
I can't imagine the frustration that you and Christy and the kids and everybody else who's been directly affected as victims of Brian Kohberger's hideous, horrific actions. I can't imagine what it's like. I do know that the prosecutor sent you an email leading up to the decision to offer this plea deal. Now that the gag order is lifted, are you able to share what was in that email? Yeah,
we kept it. But yeah, we could forward it to you guys, and then you guys could share it to your audience. It is what it is, man. You got to put yourself in the position of a parent, read that email and wonder if that's what you thought was going to happen. And that kind of language doesn't really sound like it's a negotiation. It basically just tells us that it's over, it's done with, and just get on board. Get on board.
No solicitation for your thoughts, your opinions, to weigh in on the possibility of a plea agreement being offered?
No, it was just basically paperwork. We were asked if we had ever been offered a plea deal or gave one. We said no. He was like, Judge Hippler said, well, you probably should at least, look into that. And what's that look like for you guys? And we said, we're not in it. We're in it for the death penalty. The choice is he could be fired at, or he could take a shot. Those are the two options that we would agree to. And then we did, we would have, if it would have got to negotiations, we would have negotiated a lot better than Thompson. Thompson negotiated like a 5-year-old kid. He didn't force him to say that he did it solo by himself. Didn't force him to prove that he was wearing the suit or show us where the sheath, the knife is to the sheath. There's a right way to do things, and then there's just, I want it over with because I want my summer back and I want to go retire. So that's what we got. We got a pitiful effort from an old man who's retiring and doesn't believe in the death penalty, and really had no right to even be in that room. And it's a shame that we didn't have any other choices that we could have pushed for. We tried. I mean, I tried to even hire a prosecutor. I would have paid to have my daughter in a separate case with our own prosecutor that we paid for, and not even made Idaho pay one penny. And it would have turned out differently.
Which leads me to another question. There are still civil avenues open to you, a wrongful death suit against Brian Kohberger. Do you and your attorney, Shannon Gray, plan to mount any kind of action after this, or are you done?
I think a lot of their strategy for this sealing and gagging was because they were afraid of the civil actions. But those are mostly have to be brought up within 2 years. And it's hard to bring something up that you're not been able to even look at. Like, we don't even know who made the decision and what was all done. So I think this was a strategy for them to cover up their tails and the university's ass. And, there's 2 huge universities there. One, they literally sent the students back saying it was an isolated, targeted event. And literally the murder was hired by one of the universities and was literally in a position of power who had already harassed girls. And they hadn't even taken those investigations seriously. So, yeah, there was a lot. People need to look back when he was fired. He was fired on the 19th. That's the exact same day that the police said that the FBI told them that Brian was a suspect. It's kind of more than suspicious that, WSU fired him that exact same day while he was out on the, back in Pennsylvania. They fired him. So obviously they heard about what was going on, and it was cover their tails. And that's why we have all this sealed stuff, and we're still fighting for the information to come out when it's just 4 kids that got killed in their bed. There's no top secret information here. There's no national security. It's literally people thinking that they don't work for us anymore, guys. They think that we are lucky to be in that courtroom, and they're like a form of royal bloodlines, and they sit there in that courtroom and they tell us how it goes, and how dare us question them, and how dare us know what's going on and question what they're doing. And I appreciate the media because it's one thing an angry dad saying that. It's a different thing for ex-prosecutors to get on your guys' station and say this is questionable, why'd they tear the house down. There's literally the 1112 video is referencing sounds in that house. So it could easily be that a jury wanted to reproduce what those sounds would have sounded like on that camera, and they couldn't do that once the house was torn down.
Was there any contact made or any overture at all from the prosecutor's office, the victim's rights advocate that's supposed to be associated with you, about the process going forward now in order to find out more information? Have they at least guided you? Will you have a better shot at getting information than someone like me?
No, they don't like us. They don't like the fact that we question their authority. They don't like the fact that we talk to you guys right now. So I don't think they'll help us at all. They'll try to make it as most difficult as possible because we bring a huge spotlight. You know, if we're gonna read it, we're gonna explain it to people how we understand it, and I don't think they want that attention. And that's probably why most of them have already retired. So. Yeah, I don't think we're going to get any help. We don't have a victim's advocate. She's bound by the rules of that court. So if the judge tells her to shut her mouth and don't talk about it, there's an open investigation of the leak, and she's a part of that team. She can't talk to us. We brought up the leak in court January 13th. Gray accused that office of leaking the information, and ever since then, we've been able to prove that we knew about the sheath and the DNA, CODIS hit, all that stuff before. And you think if there's an investigation, why hasn't anyone ever called us and asked us where we heard it? You know, so there is no investigation going on. They're lying to Hitler if they're telling him there's an investigation. There's no investigation going on because the first person who told you that there was leaks and proved to you by telling you what they've heard, that eventually becomes part of your case. You know, the sheep, we knew about the sheep before it was. We knew about the white car before they released it. They never came and asked us who told us that information. They didn't even try. So
who was it?
Oh, I would never. I'm not going to give that information out. You know, I really respect the people that actually reached out and tried to help us. They're awesome mothers and fathers, and they cared about their community, and they wanted to make sure that this was done the right way. And so, yeah, we did know some stuff, but I respect all those people, and I would never give out their information. They're all safe. Every person I've ever talked to.
It makes perfect sense. You got a loyalty to those who loved you and cared for you throughout this horrible process. In the interim, I kept thinking along the way there would be things that you know that we don't know, and that you were sworn to secrecy because of the gag order or any other reasons. Is there information you know now that I haven't known and the rest of us haven't known up until today?
Most of the information we found out were just people calling up. I've had other officers call us up and just say, I don't know what just happened in the court today, but I don't support it. People so angry at what was happening in that courtroom that they would literally pick up their phone and call us and say, this is what's on Brian's phone. This is what he was searching. This individual was sexually motivated. I don't care what Thompson said. They've got a plan for him. They've got a job role for that man. And it's not every day that you get somebody who wants to be a police officer, is dying to be a police officer, is literally talking to them every single day about how he was going to be a police officer. It's not every day you get a master's degree in criminology that is going to go into prison. And they're going to leverage that. That's what they're interested in. They're not interested in him being locked up in 23 hours of, solitaire where he's not going to be able to have any influence. They want him to go in there and actually have influence and work with them.
And be a resource for crime fighting in the future?
Yeah. His fantasy was to be an officer, or the earliest one was like a Green Beret or something like that, a Ranger. So this guy's had like these grandeur visions of himself since he was just a little kid. And I think one of the first things he told the officers when they arrested him in Pennsylvania was like, let's get a cup of coffee. I'm working on my criminology PhD, and I'd like to interview you. It's like, this guy wants to be a cop or wants to be somebody of importance. He always has been. And that was part of the reason why we were trying to get them to take that into account and not plead with him. Don't give him the position of power. Basically dictate the terms to him and say we're not going to accept this unless you prove who you are.
Still fascinated by the comment he made upon arrest. Have you arrested anyone else? Thinking, is he throwing a red herring in? Is he really curious about other possible suspects? But I'm very curious about what you just mentioned, that coming out of hearings, there would be people who would call you and say, I don't like what's happening in that courtroom. I know what's on his phone. I know. What did you learn from those phone calls without divulging who it was who called?
Just weird porn fetishes, but two of the fetishes were in that room. Drunk, passed out girls and gagging girls. And those are two things that were part of that crime scene. For Thompson to say that there was no sexual assault, of course there wasn't. He didn't have enough time. Somebody came up there. But why are you defending somebody who just killed 4 people? You know, why are you not even making him stand in the courtroom and admit that he killed 4 people? I mean, it's upside down world sometimes when you go in those court systems and they're literally, oh, you've been so respectful. You can sit down when you plead guilty, you know, with a yes and no answer. So we're just glad to be done with it. We're glad to move on.
When you said drunk, passed out girls, gagging girls, was there something that happened at the crime scene involving gagging that you heard?
Yeah. That's what we've heard. That's why we want to get all these facts straight. So we don't want to have a statement that isn't accurate. But when you have a prosecution that just is okay with covering everything up and not telling you what's going on, it's hard to be accurate. And they've criticized us for not being accurate on certain things. And it's because we're not getting the facts. Parents shouldn't have to beg to know what happened to their kid the last 24 hours of their life. We figured out everything that we could. You know, we got the grub truck video before they did. We got the white car. We got the 112 surveillance even before they got it. We were the ones that tell them to go to these cameras and pull them off. I'm sure they already were going to do that anyway, but we got it before they did. So they were just concerned that, you know, they weren't in control and we knew too much stuff. And
did someone with the investigation describe that Kaylee or Maddie was gagged during this horrible crime?
I was told that by somebody in I can give that out. That was Babbitt. That was Babbitt who gave that information.
What did she say?
There was some damage to her. There was some damage around her mouth, right here. Like somebody had, like, pressed in and like tried to keep her quiet. You know, she'd been hit multiple times in her head, and her skull was damaged. We gotta go. So, all right, they're telling me I gotta go. So we gotta fly. We gotta fly out of here.
Understandable. And just for our viewers, Kathy Babbitt is the coroner, so she has spoken with you about these details. Steve, I'm so sorry that you're going through this. I say it every time, and I mean it every time. I wish you and Christy and the kids peace, and I'm very appreciative that you took this time to speak with us. So obviously, I had.
All right. So, first of all, Mr. Gonsalves is very, very informed. Not just informed, but so to be able to speak about such a intense, personal thing on that platform. And Ashley Banfield is not exactly the most friendly interviewer. I'm not being mean. It's just she wants gruesome details, like she has an angle. And I get it. She can have an angle and want to give Mr. Gonsalves a platform. But I'll tell you right now, Mr. Gonsalves, he's very well spoken. And he knows how to be gentle and diplomatic. And he did there what I thought was very important, which is he gave this information to Ashley Banfield, and he did it in a way that no one could deny. He did it in a way that was informed. He did it in a way that was sensitive to the very serious situation going on. And then I think he started talking about things that his family didn't want him talking about. And I believe what he was doing there was, I don't know exactly what Kohberger gave up, but I think Mr. Gonsalves was saying, okay, you want him to be useful to you? Well, what's the one way to make him not useful? I'm going to leak what I know to be the evidence. Remember, Mr. Gonsalves clearly has the evidence. We don't. So I don't care how well you know this case, how much you've researched. He is a victim's family member. He has more evidence than us. And I'm telling you, he's basically saying there, okay, you want him to be useful in prison? No, I'm going to get him marked to Chomo, bro. Like that's why Mr. Gonsalves is hard. Like, that's hard as fuck. To be like, all right, I'm going to get him marked to Chomo. I'm telling you this was sexual. That's, like, good for him. Good for Mr. Gonsalves, because he fucked up whatever deal the state thought they were going to run. All right? So we're a few minutes away from the start of sentencing hearing. People have been lining up for this hearing for days, and we're going to watch it. All right? We're not doing any trivia. We're not doing anything else today. We're going to watch this short tribute video about the victims, and then at 11, we are going right to sentencing. Okay, so let me bring up this short tribute video for you here. 1 second. 1 second, little towels. All right, the court session should be coming in any second now. So we are going to watch it as soon as it goes live. We're going to take it. We're not going to miss a minute of it. I have 2 feeds up. I have the Reuters feed. I have the Long Crime feed. Whatever has better audio, we're going to take. I'm going to sit here. We are taking this wall to wall. All right. There will be nothing but wall to wall coverage on this channel today. Everything the victim's saying are going to be highlighted. And also, here are the 5 rules of towel chat. Please abide by them today. No being discriminatory, no being derogatory, no sea lioning, so don't ask the same question over and over and over again, just move on. And no rage baiting, okay? So please do not rage bait. Don't induce people to get upset. There's a difference between expressing your opinion and rage baiting. Third, no discussing I normally don't do this, but I'm imposing this today. No discussing other chat members during sentencing. This is about the victims' families. This is about what happened in this case. I'm putting a blanket prohibition on discussing other chat members during sentencing. Okay, so if you do it, I'm going to see it, and you won't be here for sentencing. You can come back tomorrow. No discussing other chat members. If you didn't hear this warning, and I know you weren't in the chat, I'll give you a warning. But otherwise, no discussing other chat members during sentencing. We're going to watch this 2-minute tribute, remembering Xana, Ethan, Kaylee, and Maddie.
Anyone who knew Kaylee would tell you the same thing. To know her was to love her. Her love for life and everyone in it was so inspiring. She made it a priority to make everyone feel so important and so loved.
There was never a day that she didn't want to race her brother because she was just determined that girls were faster than boys, or that she didn't want to go bug her little sisters.
Favorite memory for me was watching the game with her. And every time the Steelers scored, I'd pick her up, and I'd hold her high in the air.
I didn't really realize that I was in love with Maddie until the summer of 2020. We went to McCall and spent a lot of time on the water. We floated the river and just hung out every chance we got.
They went to other countries together. Karen took them to Hawaii together. We took them to Mexico together. They went to college together. They went to high school together. They lived in their own apartment together. They were sisters.
She was so positive and lighthearted and understood the gift of life more than anyone I know. I remember her getting so mad at me for caring about the little things that didn't matter. She would always tell me she wouldn't know what to do without me, and now I have to live this life without her.
And she taught me a lot of stuff. She taught me how to be a dad. And I didn't know that until she was gone, you know?
Xana, you will not be forgotten. You have impacted so many lives and have given people so much love. I hope I can make you proud and try to leave an impact on this world and on people like you did.
He had such an infectious smile and a charismatic personality. And if you knew anything about Xana as well, they were very similar in how they acted together.
They were always so happy, and the way she would talk and smile about him was something I've never seen her do before. She truly loved him so much, and I know he had so much love for her.
We are eternally grateful that we spent so much time with him. And I want to remind you that that's the most important message that we have for you and your families, is to make sure that you spend as much time as possible with those people, because time is precious and it's something you can't get back.
Thank you for watching. Go to newsnationnow.com.
What a touching tribute. Ladies and gentlemen, what a touching tribute. I think that's the kind of thing that should have been at the center of these discussions the whole time, which it was in some places. And ladies and gentlemen, this Brian Kohberger sentencing is scheduled to begin in just 2 minutes. It should start now. Okay? I'm looking for the coverage to start. As you can see, the coverage has not yet started. As soon as it goes live, we're going to take, I think we're going to take Reuters, because Reuters might have a little bit better audio. So as you can see here, we do not yet have the Kohberger sentencing. As soon as it goes live, we will be ready, ladies and gentlemen. That was a very touching tribute video. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. As soon as this goes live, we are going to take the coverage. we are going to take the coverage. That was a very sad tribute video, but it was an important tribute video for us to watch. The human impact of this case should not be ignored, and we are going to take wall-to-wall coverage. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. As you can see, folks, we are just waiting for the court to come into session. As soon as the court does come into session, you will see it on your screen, and then we will begin. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. Thank you again for joining me today. Brian Kohberger, scheduled to be sentenced in the Idaho 4 case. We will hear victim impact statements, and I hope and I believe we have the best quality audio that I was able to locate. So my name is Grant Smith Ellis. We are going to watch this together. It is expected to start up within the next few minutes. We are just waiting. There are the cameras of the world turning their attention to the Ada County Courthouse in Idaho today as we wait for the sentencing to begin of Brian Kohberger. People have been lined up since 5 p.m. yesterday. They slept through the night outside the courthouse, ladies and gentlemen. All right, here we go. I'm turning us over. Oh, wait, not yet. Not yet. Not yet. Just waiting, folks. Just waiting for the court to come into session. I'm not going to start anything else right now. The court is already a few minutes late, and we are going to... All right, here we go.
Be seated. Thank you. Need 5 minutes?
5 minutes. They need about 5 minutes, folks. Stay with us. We are live. There's Kohberger. We need 5 minutes. Judge, as you can hear there, folks, judge says we need about 5 minutes. So the sentencing hearing will begin in 5 minutes. The Kohberger is seated. He is in jail clothes. He is in orange, ladies and gentlemen. We are now expecting the start of the Brian Kohberger hearing in the next 5 minutes. Now, here's what I'm going to do. I am going to set up a new screen for us, all right? I'm going to take this. I'm going to get us the best quality coverage I can. Oh, no. Hold your towel, friends. We're in the void. Listen, I'm still here. Hold your towel, friends. Hold your towel, friends' hands. Find your towel buddy. Everyone find a towel buddy. It is okay. All right, there we go. Folks, there we go. Now, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to set up a Kohberger cam, all right? I'm going to set up a Kohberger cam, ladies and gentlemen, so we're going to go back and forth a little bit. Oh, no, you're going to see the towel video. Jew drops, you're going to, don't get too excited.
Wait a second.
No, we're going back to the other screen. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we need, Judge Hippler has announced that the parties need about 5 minutes here. 5 minutes, I repeat. 5 minutes. So what I'm going to do in that 5 minutes is I'm going to prepare our Kohberger cam for sentencing. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. Thank you very much for being with me today. All right, so we are going to use this one. Thank you very much. We're going to grab that. All right, so we're going to do a little preparation here for our Kohberger cam. Thank you for your patience, little towels. Our Kohberger cam should be live in just 5 minutes. I'm just preparing the various elements of the screen for our coverage of the Brian Kohberger sentencing. I'm going to do my best to make these camera angles as good as possible. I will be with you for the entire hearing, but realize once this starts, we're not going to stop. We're going to take wall-to-wall coverage of this, so this is just the prep. All right, here we go.
All right, thank you. All right, this is CR 0124316665, State of Idaho versus Brian Kohberger. Defendant is present in custody with counsel, Ms. Taylor, Ms. Massoff, Ms. Barlow. The state is represented by Mr. Thompson, Ms. Jennings, Mr. Hurwitz, Mr. Nye, and Ms. Allen. This is the time set for sentencing in this case. The defendant previously entered a plea of guilty to 4 counts of first-degree murder and 1 count of felony burglary. In exchange, the parties stipulated to recommend a sentence consisting of, on burglary, 10 years fixed, on each of the 4 counts of first-degree murder, life fixed. the parties waived pre-sentence investigation. To my understanding, neither party submitted a sentencing memorandum or other materials for the court. Court is familiar with the file and the evidence submitted previously by the parties as it has reviewed them throughout the case and in anticipation of trial. Is there any legal cause why sentence should not be imposed at this time?
No, Your Honor.
Does the state, before impact statements and arguments, wish to present evidence today?
Your Honor, the state does not intend to present evidence in a documentary sense. We have provided the court through the clerk with photographs that we would like to use during the course of our sentencing argument.
Sure. All right.
Thank you.
But no testimony other than impact statements?
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right, so with that, let's start with then impact statements.
Ms. Jennings will be introducing the
And my understanding, just so I'm clear, I indicated through the trial court administrator that we needed to see if any of the victims wish to have the camera not running in audio only. And my understanding is all of them indicated they are fine with the video. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor, that's correct.
All right, very well. Go ahead, Ms. Jennings.
Your Honor, the first, and we're taking these in the order, victim impact statements in the order that the charges were listed in the indictment. The first charge being burglary. So we will have Bethany Funka's statement, and she has asked that her friend Emily Allant read that statement.
All right, any objection to that? All right, very well.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'll be speaking on behalf of Bethany, and so, yeah, here it reads. My name is Bethany Funk, and I was roommates with Maddie, Kaylee, Xana, and Ethan. I not only lost some of my best friends, but I also lost a sister. Never in a million years would I have thought that something like this would have happened to my closest friends. I thought that we were going to wake up and go upstairs, see them and tell them how they had scared us and that they were going to tease us about how we are constantly scaredy cats. And make jokes about it as we would go to Taco Bell like always. But sadly, that is not what happened and what turned out to be my worst nightmare. When I first woke up that morning, I had no idea what happened. I woke up around 7 with a terrible toothache. So I called my dad, who is a dentist, and he asked what I should do. He told me to take Advil, so I did, and I went back to sleep. I was still out of it and still didn't know what happened. If I had known, I of course would have called 911 right away. I still carry so much regret and guilt for not knowing what had happened and not calling right away, even though I understand it wouldn't have changed anything, not even if the paramedics had been right outside the door. I was so frantic that morning and scared to death, not knowing what had happened. And when I made the 911 call, I couldn't even get out the words. And from then on, I don't remember a thing. It was like my brain wiped that whole memory. That was the worst day of my life. And I know it always will be. While I was still in shock, trying to process the fact that my friends were truly gone, I had been attacked by the public. I was grieving, numb, and unsure of what had happened was even real. And at the same time, I was getting flooded with death threats and hateful messages from people who did not know me at all or know the dynamic of our friendship. Social media made it so much worse, and strangers made up stories to entertain themselves. The media harassed not just me, but also my family. People showed up at our house. They called my phone, my parents' phones, other family members' phones, and we were chased while I was still trying to survive emotionally and grieve the loss of my friends. I hated and still hate that they are gone, but for some reason, I am still here and I got to live. I still think about this every day. Why me? Why did I get to live and not them? For the longest time, I could not even look at their families without feeling sick with guilt. I did not know what to say or what to do. I was terrified that my presence just made their pain worse. And I was still here when their kid, their siblings and their friends, their loved ones should have been here instead. After everything happened, I was afraid to go into my own backyard or alone in my house. I was scared that the person who did this would come for me next. I was always scared that the media would try to catch me at any moment of any day, even when I was just walking around my house. I made my parents close all the blinds during the day so no one could see me even in the slightest chance. I barely left the house, and when I did, I made sure I was never alone. I slept in my parents' room for almost a year. I made them double lock every door, set an alarm, and still check everywhere in the room just in case someone was hiding. And I still check my room every night before, and I double lock it. I have not slept through a single night since this happened. I constantly wake up in panics, terrified. Someone is breaking in, or someone is here to hurt me, or I'm about to lose someone else that I love. The fear never really leaves. For a long time, I could barely get out of bed, but one day I realized I have to live for them. They did not get the chance to keep living, but I do, and I will not take that for granted. So now every day I remind myself to live for them, and everything I do it with them in mind. I am still scared to go out in public, but I force myself to do things because I know that they would want me to keep living my life to the fullest. I am beyond blessed to still be here, and I refuse to take that for granted when they did not get a chance. Our house was not just a house, it was a home. It was where we laughed till we couldn't breathe, make meals, did crafts, binge watch reality shows, played games, and spent lazy days on the couch. It was movie nights, wine nights, morning debriefs, pranks, hot chocolate, cookies, and warmth. I would cherish those memories forever, and I will not let what happened erase how special our home was or how much those memories meant to me. Now I would like to share some bits and pieces of who they were as people and some of the memories that we shared. One of my favorite memories was Halloween, and we all went to Sigma Chi. But instead of partying, we just sat in an apartment, talking and laughing all night long. I do not think I've ever laughed that hard in my life. We did not care about the party, we were just happy to be with each other. Xana was 1 in a million. She was the life of the party. But she was also the kindest and funniest person I knew. Everyone loved her because she made everyone feel so loved. She was just someone you always wanted to be around, no matter the circumstance. One of my favorite days with Xana was when we laid on the couch together all day, watching movies and snacking. Or when she, Maddie, and I would go and get margaritas, chips, and salsa. She would also light up a room with her presence alone. Kaylee had the most beautiful, radiant smile. And she was so kind, but also one of the funniest people I've ever known. She loved playing little pranks. She always had us laughing so hard that we could not breathe. She was so full of energy and life. I really believed that she could have ruled the world if she wanted to, and she would have been America's sweetheart. Ethan was the sweetest, most genuine guy. He was always smiling and always making other people smile too. Ethan was the kind of person you wanted around. He was so kind and easy to talk to, and just so fun. And the way he cared for Xana was truly something to admire. And really was proof that storybook love and true romances really do exist. It was not only obvious to me, but everyone that was around Ethan and Xana that they were absolute soulmates. Maddie was not only one of my best friends, but she was the older sister I would have always wanted. There was no one I looked up to or admired more than Maddie. She was truly a ray of sunshine, and everyone was drawn to her. She was so kind, loving, funny, fun, and passionate. She had the sweetest soul and wanted nothing but the best for everyone, and to love and show love to everyone. She took me under her wing and always made me feel so safe and included, and above all, loved and valued. She never failed to make me laugh or put a smile on my face. Still to this day, I am beyond grateful that she chose me to be her sorority little, and I thank God every day that I not only got to know her, but had her as one of my best friends. Honestly, I cannot pinpoint one favorite memory with Maddie because I have so many, and this would be a very long read if I did. But if some little memories with her that I cherish is when the two of us made a nice dinner and split some wine, or when we would binge watch Jersey Shore or Summer House. When we came up with a whole dance routine on Halloween and danced and sang all night, like no one was watching. All the late night walks home from going out, and just little shopping trips and so much more. I am beyond blessed that I had the chance to know each and every one of them. They changed my life in ways I would have never put into words. I hope that they are remembered for who they are and not what happened to them, because who they are were so beautiful, and they deserve to be remembered in the highest way. My heart breaks every time I go to text one of them or how badly I wish I could see and hang out with them. And then I remember I cannot. I will never be able to again. But I still talk to them in my prayers every single night, and I always will. I wish more than anything I could hug them one last time. And I wish I could tell them how much I love them. And even though I cannot, I still tell them every night. I will keep living for them as long as I am lucky enough to still be here. And they were all truly one of a kind, and they will be in our hearts forever and always.
Thank you, and please convey to Bethany my appreciation for her courage, and I hope that she heals.
Next is Dylan Mortensen. We're asking for some accommodations for Miss Mortensen, and that she be allowed to sit in my seat.
Sure. Dylan, just take your time, all right?
Thank you, Your Honor. What happened that night changed everything. Because of him, 4 beautiful, genuine, compassionate people were taken from this world for no reason. He didn't just take their lives. He took the light they carried it into every room. He took away how they made everyone feel safe, loved, and full of joy. He took away the ability for me to tell them that I love them and that I'm so proud of them. He took away who they were becoming and the futures they were going to have. He took away birthdays, graduations, celebrations, and all the memories that we were supposed to make. All of it is gone. And all the people who loved them are just left to carry that weight forever. He didn't just take them from the world. He took them from me, my friends, my people who felt like my home, the people I looked up to and adored more than anyone. He took away my ability to trust the world around me. What he did shattered me in places I didn't know could break. I was barely 19 when he did this. We had just celebrated my birthday at the end of September. I should have been figuring out who I was. I should have been having the college experience and starting to establish my future. Instead, I was forced to learn how to survive the unimaginable. I couldn't be alone. I had to sleep in my mom's bed because I was too terrified to close my eyes. Terrified that if I blinked, someone might be there. I made escape plans everywhere I went. If something happens, how do I get out? What can I use to defend myself? Who can help? Then there are the panic attacks. The kind that slam into me like a tsunami out of nowhere. I can't breathe. I can't think. I can't stop shaking. All I can do is scream because the emotional pain and the grief is too much to handle. My chest feels like it's caving in. Sometimes I drop to the floor with my heart racing, convinced something is very wrong. It's far beyond anxiety. It's my body reliving everything over and over again. My nervous system never got the message that it is over, and it won't let me forget what he did to them. People call me strong. They say I'm a survivor, but they don't see what my new reality looks like. They don't see the panic attacks, the hypervigilance, the exhaustion, the way I scan every room I enter, the way I flinch at sudden sounds. They don't know how heavy it is to carry so much pain and still be expected to keep going, and that's because of him. He stole parts of me I may never get back. He took the version of me who didn't constantly ask, what if it happens again? What if next time I don't survive? He may have shattered parts of me, but I'm still putting myself back together. Piece by piece, I'm learning how to live in this new version of life. It is not easy. It hurts, but I'm still trying. Still trying, and I'm not trying just for me. I'm trying for them, my friends. About a year ago, I had a dream about them. I got to say goodbye. I told them I won't be able to see you again, so I need to tell you goodbye. They all kept asking why, and all I could say was, I can't tell you, but I have to. When I woke up, I felt shattered and heartbroken, but also strangely grateful. Like maybe in some way that dream gave us the goodbye we never got. Still, no dream can replace them, and no goodbye will ever feel finished. He is a hollow vessel, something less than human. A body without empathy, without remorse. He chose destruction. He chose evil. He feels nothing. He tried to take everything from me. My friends, my safety, my identity, my future. He took their lives, but I will continue trying to be like them, to make them proud. Living is how I honor them. Speaking today is to help me find some sort of justice for them. And I will never let him take that from me. He may have taken so much from me, but he will never get to take my voice. He will never take the memories I had with them. He will never erase the love we shared, the laughs we had, or the way they made me feel seen and whole. Those things are mine. They are sacred, and he will never touch them. I get to feel sadness. I get to feel rage. I get to feel joy even when it's hard. I get to feel love even when it hurts. I get to live. And while I will still live with this pain, at least I get to live my life. He will stay here, empty, forgotten, and powerless.
Jill, thank you so much for your courage. I appreciate it.
Next, we have members from the Madison Mogan family. First would be Scott Laramie, Madison Mogan's stepfather. Standing by him is Karen Laramie, Madison's mother.
Thank you, Your Honor. My name is Scott Laramie. I'm Maddie Mogan's stepfather and the husband of Maddie's mother, Karen Laramie. I will read this victim impact statement on behalf of Karen and myself. Maddie was our gift of life, our purpose, and our hope. Maddie quickly became Karen's joy, identity, and purpose in life. I joined Maddie's life when she was 2.5 years old. The experience transformed me into a life of joy, love, and family. Maddie was bright, beautiful, kind, empathic. She listened carefully to others and was observant, seeing and caring about the hearts and the minds of all she encountered. She loved music and music festivals. She had a wonderful sense of humor. She excelled in school. She was an easy child to raise, almost never requiring discipline, and almost always giving us parental joy. One time Karen remembers disciplining Maddie as a little girl. Maddie responded, "You broke my heart," which of course melted ours. She had a keen wit, even at that young age. As she transitioned into teenage years, she prioritized us and extended family over many of the distractions that capture teenagers. She showered us with her presence and love at family events, barbecues, picnics, birthdays, holidays, and others. She spent countless hours with her papa, her Uncle David, Aunt Nadine, and her other close family and friends. This world was a better place with her in it. As she reached adulthood, Maddie applied her studies to be a marketing professional, entering into an internship at Payne West, and started planning her professional future. As with all things, she involved Karen and myself in the joy of her journey. As she transitioned into womanhood, Karen and I continued to be astounded at this wonderful and accomplished person we had created. All parents dream of their children accomplishing more than them. We realized this dream, all we had not become, she was becoming. Karen and I are ordinary people, but we lived extraordinary lives because we had Maddie. Maddie was taken senselessly and brutally in a sudden act of evil. She was taken along with the young, promising, and bright lives of Kaylee, Xana, and Ethan. First, we felt disbelief. Next, we felt disorientation. Then we felt grief overcome us. Our grief is compounded even more for the Goncalves, Kernodle, and Chapin families. We speak of hope and healing, and we do have hope and some healing. But the vast emotional wound will never fully heal. Since Maddie's loss, there's emptiness in our hearts, home, and family, an endless void. After losing her mother in a car crash, Karen took years to grieve and recover. The feeling that her life with Maddie and Abe was perfect helped her to start to heal. Now, this is no longer perfect. After Maddie's loss, Karen felt like she was spinning out, emotionally collapsing into anxiety and depression. She sometimes asks, how am I supposed to go on when I've lost my favorite person in the world? I felt the same, and we continue to struggle. The loss of Maddie has impacted so many beyond our family. Her second family is her sorority sisters who grieve alongside us. We will continue to be her loss will continue to be felt by the Vandal community, including Vandal Solutions on campus, where she volunteered her time for others. It helps us to know Maddie is in heaven now, freed from the trials of this earth. We, however, continue to live on without the grace and support of her presence. We will grow old without our only child, our bright, beautiful friend and daughter. In the end, there are no words that can accurately capture the devastation of losing Maddie. We will not let our grief consume us. For Maddie, we will continue to love and care for our family and friends, including the families of Kaylee, Santa, and Ethan. We will remain united with them. We can only hope that others out there suffering similar losses can look to us and see that we can overcome hatred, darkness, and evil. We know the law allows us to comment on the defendant and his sentence. As for his sentence, we support the plea agreement. Society needs to be protected against this evil. As for the defendant, we will not waste the words, nor will we fall into hatred and bitterness. Evil has many faces, and we now know this, but evil does not deserve our time and attention. We are done being victims. We are taking back our lives. We will turn our time, talents, and attention to hope, healing, and helping others, and to the future. We invite all those who have suffered with us on this to join us in our journey. We can make this world a better place. We can move on from tragedy. Adversity will visit us, evil will visit us, but we will overcome. We can and will endure. Karen and I express our gratitude to Your Honor and to the prosecution team for allowing us the opportunity to make this statement. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your courage, and I am so sorry for your loss. God bless
Your Honor.
Your Honor, this is Leander James. He's the attorney for the Mogan family and victim advocate. He'll be reading a statement for Karen Laramie.
May it please the court, counsel. My name is Leander James. I am the pro bono counsel for Karen and Scott Laramie. Karen has asked me to read the statement into the record. I thank my husband, Scott, for his statement, his courage, and his unending love and support during this dark time. While words are inadequate to capture the impact of this horrific crime on our family, he expressed it as best anyone could. For Maddie's sake, I will add my supplement statement that incorporates additional impact in the context of my extended family. I am grateful to Maddie's great uncle, Brian Caulfield, for assisting me with the difficult task of putting our pain into words. For me and my extended family, Maddie was our hope and our light. Her beauty, both outside and in, shone its light upon everyone with whom she came in contact. Her beauty, she carried that hope and light into the future for our entire family. We have memories of our Maddie and grief and pain at her being taken from our presence. Any one of us would have given our own light to have been outshone by hers. We now look to our Creator to know that her light continues where we look to see her in His presence. Those who commit evil for their own twisted gains and purposes truly defile the efforts and sacrifices of mothers, fathers, families, teachers, clergy, public servants, service members, and all those who commit themselves to the greater good, freedoms, and the future light of our nation. Condemnation falls heavily upon those who squandered the lives of our future hopes and dreams. Some may offer forgiveness for what the defendant has done. However, we cannot at this time, or perhaps ever, nor will we ask for mercy for what he has done. His acts are too heinous, the agony and grief he has caused too great. But we will waste no further words or thoughts on him. For Maddie's sake, we will move on. We will do our best to carry Maddie's light into this world and make it a better place. I thank the court and the prosecution for allowing me the opportunity to make my statement, and I thank all those who have and will support my family and the families of Kaylee, Xana, and Ethan. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Larmy. Appreciate it.
Next is Ben Mogan, the father of Maddie Mogan. Of course. Actually, Your Honor, it'll be Kim Cheeley, the grandmother of Maddie Mogan.
My name is Kim Cheeley. I was Maddie Mogan's paternal grandmother, as Ben Mogan, her father, is my son. I'm here today with my sister Lori Cheeley, Maddie's great aunt, and my son Ben Mogan, and my daughter-in-law Corey Hatrock. I'd like to begin by thanking a number of people involved in bringing this case to closure. In my daughter's words, the plea deal the prosecution team reached this month is one that punishes the perpetrator of this horrendous crime, protects the public from further harm, and allows all of us who knew and loved these kids the time to grieve without the anxiety of the long and gruesome trial, the years of appeals, and potential for mistrials along the way. My family and I are so grateful to Bill Thompson and his prosecution team for their dedication and painstaking work that forced the perpetrator to admit his guilt. We want to thank the Idaho State Police, the Moscow Police Department, the FBI, and Judge Hippler. We'd also like to thank the University of Idaho officials who have treated the families of the victims with such dignity and kindness, and who have honored the 4 victims beautifully. Maddie was my first grandchild, so when she was born, all her grandparents had the distinct pleasure of deciding what we'd like to be called. I chose Nana, pretty original. But when Maddie was about a year and a half old, her papa, Ben's dad, and I were planning to visit the new little family in Oregon. Maddie didn't have an extensive vocabulary at the time, but for some unknown reason, she called bananas ba-deedle-deedles. When Karen and Ben told her Nana was coming to visit, she figured, I say deedle-deedle for that word. So I became Deedle-Deedle, shortened to Deedle when she was about 6 or 7, and I was Deedle all her life. I don't think her stepdad, Scotty, ever knew my given name was Kim. Maddie's and my birthdays were one day apart, and a couple years before she was killed, she gave me this necklace with Deedle and Maddie engraved on it, and I added an angel wing, and it's one of my treasured possessions. I also got an angel wing tattoo, never thought I'd see the day, but along with many members of our family, replicating the one that Maddie and her sorority sisters had. I wanted mine where I could see and touch it often. From preschool through grade school, I stopped teaching piano lessons early on Wednesdays and picked Maddie up for bubble baths, brownies, and books. It was our special time together, and she went home those nights in her jammies with a pan of warm brownies for her family. Although Karen and Scotty raised Maddie and did such a lovely job of parenting, we Mogans were lucky to have her for holidays and many other family gatherings. We'll always have our treasured memories of Maddie growing up in our big, extended, cooperative family, and I thank Karen and Scotty Laramie for being so generous and open and sharing Maddie with her Mogan side of the family. When the 4 kids were murdered, the foundation fell out of our world. Initially, the fear was truly debilitating. The first 6 weeks were excruciating. Despite the vigils, memorials, candlelight gatherings of students, friends, family, community members. After the arrest in the past 2.5 years, my family has lived with grief, with the effects of traumatic grief, of which I was blissfully unaware before all of this. I now have a stack of books on grief. I've attended grief classes at hospice. I've tried EMDR, a technique that helps replace disturbing visions with something more comforting. My son Ben, his 2 sisters, Maddie's aunts, and I have all experienced depression and anxiety and sleep disturbance, requiring medical intervention at times. We've all sought counseling off and on. The struggle with media attention was extremely difficult, especially for Ben. No one should live through the violent murder of one's child. Some days it's beyond me how the parents of these kids are still upright. I'm thankful for the strong families and communities that are supporting the survivors. At the time, I could think of only 2 blessings surrounding the horrific murders. One was that Ben was living with my partner Tom and me at the time, and that we could support each other emotionally through it all. Sadly, Tom died a year ago of a rare brain cancer, and he won't be here to see justice served. He was our family's rock, and we all miss him every day. A second blessing is that my mother died of COVID several months before the kids were killed, and she didn't have to live through the horror. It was difficult to identify blessings. So we've all lost our dear child and a future with her. I ache for the loss of the dreams that she and her true love, Jake, held. And my heart goes out to Karen and Scotty and your side of Maddie's family. You've had more than your share of loss. My heart aches for the kids' roommates and the families of the other victims, and also the family of the perpetrator. Going forward, we Mogans are choosing to put our energy and focus into honoring Maddie's too short life and sweet spirit by celebrating Maddie May Day, which my two daughters established. On May 25th each year, Maddie's birthday, we encourage folks to do random acts of kindness in Maddie's name. In my daughter Katie's words, may we all protect our peace in whatever way possible, unite in community, and focus on joy. Please do an act in kindness in Maddie's honor during this week, so a glimmer of Maddie's light may live on. Thank you.
Thank you, and I appreciate your courage, and bless you and your family.
Thank you.
Now is Ben Mogan, Maddie Mogan's father.
I'm Benjamin Mogan. I'm Maddie's dad. And first I just want to say thanks to all the people that helped bring this all to a close. I know it's not the resolution that everyone wanted, but I think that that everyone worked so hard, and we really appreciate all their efforts. It was such a hard thing to go through for everybody. Maddie was my only child that I ever had. She's the only great thing I ever really did, and the only thing I was really ever proud of. And I thought we would have the rest of our lives together to be together and to know each other, and I took for granted the times she was in college, and I thought, oh well, we'll have the rest of our lives to do all the stuff that we're supposed to do, and she was just about done. She actually earned all of her credits for college degree, and Karen and Scotty and I got to go and get her diploma that she actually earned, and she deserved every bit of that. And but I thought that was going to be just the beginning of a long life together, and we never got that. Karen and Scotty did such a great job raising her after Karen and I split up, and I'm so thankful for Scotty and the role that he played in her life when I wasn't able to. But we got to spend a lot of great times together, Maddie and I. She was my favorite person to go to a concert with. We got to see some fun shows together, and I told her, if there's ever a show that you want to go to, let me know, and I'll get you tickets for you and friend, or if we want to go together, we'll make it happen. And my favorite memory with her was when the Mac Miller show sold out here in Spokane, and everyone wanted tickets, no one could get them, and on the last day before the show, they did a radio thing, and I got 4 meet and greet tickets for Maddie and her friends and me to go and see the show, and that was her favorite artist at the time, was Mac Miller, and he's gone now too, and my little cousin Zach drove us all there that night, and he's gone too, tragically, and anyway, the last thing that she ever wrote to me was this Father's Day card, and I'm so glad I still have it. I'm just gonna read what she said. It says, "Happy Father's Day. I hope you have the best day. I can't wait till we can hang out again soon. I'll be in Coeur d'Alene, 624 to 74. Hopefully we can find a time then. I loved your birthday card that you sent me, by the way. Maybe we can see a concert sometime soon. I'd love to see the gorge when it's not so smoky out. I hope you're doing well. I'm proud of how far you've come. Thank you for always encouraging me to do my best. Love you lots and lots. Love, Maddie May." She did encourage me to not just to do my best, but to live on. I went through a lot of issues with addiction and with substance abuse, and when I wasn't wanting to live anymore, she was what would keep me from just not caring anymore, and knowing that she was out there and that she was just such a beautiful person kept me alive a lot of rough moments, and I'm so glad that she was able to meet Jake. He was the only one that actually ever got to take her to the gorge. They went and saw Watershed together, and they had a heck of a time. I'm so glad she got to. That's a really special place for me, and she always wanted to work out there with me in the summer sometime. She never got to, but at least she got to see it once with Jake. He was such a great guy. He is such a great guy. And I really wanted to see what a future with them would have looked like. I'll never be able to replace her. I wrote a bunch of stuff. I just don't know what to say right now. I just miss her so much, and I just love her more than anything. And this shouldn't have happened. And a death sentence is one thing. You know when it's going to happen, and it's going to be all gentle and stuff. But life without parole, with a building full of people that all just want you to not be around anymore, winking at every morning, not knowing if that's the day they're going to pull your card. I mean, it's not a very nice sentence either. So, I don't know. I just love you, Maddie, and I wish you were still here.
Thank you so much.
Your Honor, next would be members from the Kaylee Gonsalves family. First will be her father, Steve Gonsalves.
Today, we are here to finish what you started. Today, You've lost control. Today we are here to prove to the world that you picked the wrong families. The wrong state, the wrong police officers, the wrong community. You tried to break our community apart. You tried to plant fear. You tried to divide us. You failed. Instead, your actions have united everyone in their disgust for you. I just learned from these lead investigators, to their shock, they worked in an investigation and actually worked with the Pennsylvania police officers and the federal FBI. You united everyone. Everyone was united after you. None of us are divided. We are united in our disgust and our love for these children. Today you have no name. Because when this all started, we all came together and we said, let's stop even talking about his name and just use initials. So even the media just calls you BK. That's all you are. Looking back when the police officers knocked on my door, told me what happened to my child, told me what happened to Maddie Mae, I don't think he was even out of the driveway before my kids turned around, looked at me and said, what do we do, Dad? I told them, you get to work. You get your ass to work. And we started calling, we started texting, we started emailing. And you know what? Within hours, we had your white car on camera. We knew from the very beginning we had you. Police officers tell us within minutes they had your DNA, like a calling card. You were that careless, that foolish, that stupid. Master degree, you're a joke, complete joke. But we took this disaster and we did what we could. We put everything online. We took our kids, we took our images, we took everything that they did, their videos, their photos, the girls' pranks, Ethan singing. We put it out there, we shared it with the world. And the world united. And all they ended up, when they talked about this case, is they talked about Kaylee Jade, Maddie Mae, Xana, and Ethan. Everything what these people meant to us, a father, a mother, a brother, a sister, we shared that with our community. Then we shared it with our state. We shared it with the country, and eventually we shared it with the world. The world's watching because of the kids, not because of you. Nobody cares about you. You're not worth the time, the effort to be remembered. In time, you will be nothing but two initials forgotten to the wind. No visitors, nothing more than initials on an otherwise unmarked tombstone. From this moment, we've all started. From this moment, we will forget you. We want to all leave in closing one last thing. You picked the wrong family, and we're laughing at you on your trip to Penn. That will be today or tomorrow. I'll close with, God bless all the men and women that worked on this case and all the hard work that you guys did. You guys allowed us to grieve and allowed us to get through this. The amount of work that you guys put together and the way that you guys put it together was beautiful. There was hard times to be expected, but thank you all. God bless.
Thank you.
Your Honor, next is Stephen Gonsalves, Kaylee's brother. Stephen's actually gonna pass. I'm gonna go. Okay. Olivia Gonsalves, Kaylee's sister.
Hello, I'd like to start by thanking the court for allowing me the time and opportunity to speak today. My name is Olivia, and I'm the big sister of Kaylee Gonzalez, and I was blessed to love Madison Mogen as a sister too. I'm not here today to speak in grief, I'm here to speak in truth. Because the truth is, my sister Kaylee and her best friend Maddie were not yours to take. They were not yours to study, to stalk, or to silence. They were two pieces of a whole, the perfect yin and yang. They are everything that you could never be. Loved, accepted, vibrant, accomplished, brave, and powerful. Because the truth about Kaylee and Maddie is they would have been kind to you. If you had approached them in their everyday lives, they would have given you directions, thanked you for the compliment, or awkwardly giggled to make your own words less uncomfortable for you. In a world that rejected you, they would have shown mercy. Because the truth is, I'm angry. Every day I'm angry. I'm left shouting at the inside of my own head everything I wish I could say to you. The truth about me is when I heard the news, I didn't cry. I listened for them. I promised them I would, that I would fight for them, that I would show up no matter what it cost me. I swore I'd never let them feel alone. Because you see, I've always been their heavyweight. I've always been the one to fight the battles they didn't feel ready to fight themselves. All it ever took was a call, and they knew I would handle it for them, no matter the time, no matter the cost. They could wave their white flag because they knew I would never back down, not for them, and not even death could change that. Somewhere along the line, I started to think about what I would say to them if I was given just one last chance. If I could gather enough heartbreak or love or sacrifice or whatever it took to get just one message across, what would I say? Throughout this entire process, I've written my feelings down at every moment, my wishes, my love, my denial, my anger. And as one final act of love, I'd planned to read these thoughts, even jarring and discombobulating and not even making sense. Because for me, that was true love. As bare and as naked as it could be, not laced in pretty words or dressed for the occasion, but written through bleary eyes at 2 a.m. with clenched fists, angry at this reality. My true final act of love was to continue on without them, for them. That dream to read aloud my love to them, to bring meaning through pain, was the latest blow in realizing you don't deserve it. And Kaylee and Maddie don't need it. Kaylee and Maddie have always known my love, and they would never ask me to prove it by further victimizing myself to a defendant who has shown no guilt, no remorse, no apprehension. They would say to me, why would you give the satisfaction of showing vulnerability now? You promised you would never back down. And for that clarity, I'm thankful. I won't stand here and give you what you want. I won't offer you tears. I won't offer you trembling. Disappointments like you thrive on pain, on fear, and on the illusion of power. And I won't feed your beast. Instead, I will call you what you are. Sociopath, psychopath, murderer. I will ask the questions that reverberate violently in my own head, so loudly that I can't think straight most any day. Some of these might be familiar, so sit up straight when I talk to you. How was your life right before you murdered my sisters? Did you prepare for the crime before leaving your apartment? Please detail what you were thinking and feeling at this time. Why did you choose my sisters? Before making your move, did you approach my sisters? Detail what you were thinking and feeling. Before leaving their home, is there anything else you did? How does it feel to know the only thing you failed more miserably at than being a murderer is trying to be a rapper. Did you recently start shaving or manually pulling out your eyebrows? Why November 13th? Did you truly think your Amazon purchase was untraceable because you used a gift card? How do you find it enjoyable to stargaze with such a severe case of visual snow? Where is the murder weapon? The clothes you wore that night? What did you bring into the house with you? What was the second weapon you used on Kaylee? What were Kaylee's last words? Please describe in detail the level of anxiety you must have felt when you heard the Bearcat pull up to your family home on December 30th, 2022. Which do you regret more? Returning to the crime scene 5 hours later, or never, ever going back to Moscow, not even once, after stalking them there for months? If you were really smart, do you think you'd be here right now? What's it like needing this much attention just to feel real? You're terrified of being ordinary, aren't you? Do you feel anything at all? Or are you exactly what you always feared? Nothing. If you're so powerful, then why are you still hiding, defendant? You see, I'm here today as me. But who are you? Let's try to take off your mask and see. You didn't create devastation. You revealed it in yourself. And that darkness you carry, that emptiness, you'll sit with it long after this is over. That is your sentence. And it was written on the wall long before you ever pled guilty. You didn't win. You just exposed yourself as the coward you are. You're a delusional, pathetic, hypochondriac loser who thought you were so much smarter than everybody else. Constantly scolding, turning your nose up to grammar mistakes, nitpicking and criticizing others. You wanted so badly to be different, to be special, to be better, to be deep, to be mysterious. You found yourself thinking you were better than everyone else, and you thought you could figure out the human psyche and see through it, all while tweaked out on heroin. Lurking in the shadows made you feel great on a paper. You thought you were elite because your online IQ test from 2010 told you so. All of that effort just to seem important. It's desperate. There is a name for your condition, though. Your inflated ego just didn't allow you to see it. Wannabe. You act like no one could ever understand your mind, but the truth is you're basic. You're a textbook case of insecurity disguised as control. Your patterns are predictable. Your motives are shallow. You are not profound. You're pathetic. You aren't special or deep, not mysterious or exceptional. Don't ever get it twisted again. No one is scared of you today. No one is intimidated by you. No one is impressed by you. No one thinks that you are important. You orchestrated this like you thought you were God. Now look at you, begging a courtroom for scraps. You spent months preparing, and still all it took was my sister in a sheath. You work so hard to seem dangerous, but real control doesn't have to prove itself. The truth is, the scariest part about you is how painfully average you turned out to be. The truth is, you're as dumb as they come. Stupid, clumsy, slow, sloppy, weak, dirty. Let me be very clear. Don't ever try to convince yourself you mattered just because someone finally said your name out loud. I see through you. You want the truth? Here's the one you'll hate the most. If you hadn't attacked them in their sleep, in the middle of the night, like a pedophile, Kaylee would have kicked your fucking ass. Thank you.
Yeah.
Next is Christy Gonzalez, Kaylee Gonzalez's mother.
Thank you, Your Honor. I never imagined having to speak to someone so devoid of humanity. For a long time, I didn't think I'd find the words low enough to meet you where you are. But now I realize this isn't about you. It's about what you've done to me, and I need you to hear it. When you murdered my daughter, Kaylee Jade Gonzalez, you didn't just take her life, you shattered others. You attacked what you could never be, and in doing so, you left a trail of devastation far beyond that house. You stole my peace. You've altered my every waking moment, every sleepless night, the way I view the world, people, safety, trust. It's all been changed by your cruelty. I no longer recognize parts of myself. Joy is harder to find. Laughter feels foreign. The world moves forward, but I'm suspended in a place of sorrow and rage. You've taken from me something that can never be restored. The grief sits with me every day, some days quietly, and other days so loud it drowns out everything else. The emotional toll you've inflicted on me is immeasurable. I live with a constant ache, with birthdays that are now memorials, with holidays that feel hollow, with empty chairs that scream, you're not that good. In fact, you're not that good at anything. You couldn't secure a job. You couldn't get along with others. You couldn't even get a female to look in your direction, all because you are pathetic. Now you're a joke in this courtroom. I wish I could crown you with a jester hat to complete your orange jumpsuit clown look. A dead killer doesn't kill again. So while I'm disappointed the firing squad won't get to take their shots at you, I'm confident that the men in prison will have their way with you in more ways than one. You will finally get what you wanted, physical touch. Just probably not how you were expecting it. See, you haven't beat the system. You've simply entered a new one, where the rules are cruel and the consequences will never end. You are entering a place where no one will care who you are and no one will ever respect you. You will be forgotten, discarded, used, and erased. You will always be remembered as a loser, an absolute failure. And when those prison doors slam shut behind you, I hope that sound echoes in your heart for the rest of your meaningless days. I hope it reminds you of what we all already know. You're nothing. May you continue to live your life in misery. You are officially the property of the state of Idaho, where your fellow inmates are anxiously awaiting your arrival. But it's okay, because they're there to help you. Hell will be waiting. Quick message from our youngest daughter. Aubrey wanted to say, you may have received A's in high school and college, but you're going to be getting big D's in prison.
Oh my dear God. Bro.
Do we have more from the Gonzalez family, or are you?
Yes. Next would be Shannon Gray, the Gonzalez family attorney. He'll be reading statements from Kaylee Gonzalez's grandmothers.
Morning, Your Honor. Shannon Gray, the attorney for the Gonzalez family. I actually have 3 statements, one from her aunt and 2 from her grandparents. This is from her aunt, Tammy Butts. You, in the cloak of darkness, made a decision to turn our whole family's world upside down forever. You, in the cloak of darkness, took our Kaylee J. Gonzalez away from us all without hesitation. Never have you shown any remorse or regret. We just get creepy, non-expressive stares as you have your team of women defend you. Kaylee was a strong, kind, fun-loving, caring person, and she will greatly be missed by all her family and friends for the rest of our lives. She had goals in life that you took from her and us. We lose on watching her enjoying her life, working hard and building the future she wanted. She was ready to start that after college life. You, in the cloak of darkness, took it all away. You left us without her future wedding, her future children that she would have added to our family. No more talking to her on the phone, going for a coffee, celebrating holidays. It's all gone. You, in the cloak of darkness, gave each and every one of Kaylee's family members their own lifetime sentence. You, in the cloak of darkness, also took our Maddie Mae from all of us. She was so genuine, caring, polite. She was part of our family. You came in, harmed our children that were younger women than you in their own beds. You're nothing, you're a coward. It's not right that you have received life. I pray that you meet your end in the cloak of darkness, burn in hell. I have two other statements, Your Honor. This is Linda Lucan's statement. This is Kaylee's grandmother. I really don't know how to address something so inhumane, but I will try. Nothing in the past 2.5 years has made any sense. All I get is you cowardly went into a home at night, filled with what I'm sure you thought was all sleeping girls, and went on a vicious killing spree for no other reason but to appease your demonic urges. You took my granddaughter Kaylee from us, plus 3 other beautiful lives. You took my granddaughter Kaylee, beautiful, sweet-souled, doll-faced Kaylee, who was getting ready to start her amazing life, who had such a bright future, who was loved by so many, who you were so envious of. She had a life you could never have. You are so beyond human. You're definitely a demon from hell. I truly wish your punishment would be the same death you inflicted on our kids. But I think you will meet some new friends in prison who will be there just to help you. Thumbs up. And I have one last statement, Your Honor. This is from Cheryl Gonzalez, Kaylee's other grandmother. John 1:5 says, light shines in the darkness, and the darkness overcomes it not. Somewhere in your life, some jealousy, envy, ego, something went dark. It pushed out all light until you became dark and evil. And when you saw my granddaughter and her friends, their light, because they have such a light, you couldn't stand it. Because the darkness in you could not stand the light in them. And so you decided to destroy it. Cowardly, you walked into their rooms in the dark and took their lives, hoping to get rid of your darkness. But you didn't. You failed. Because you know what was once a light shown only to their friends, families, and loved ones is now all over the world. Everyone sees it. Their smile, their beauty, their plans, everything they were and had. And you think you put a close to it, even that, but you didn't. Because they still exist. They are still light. They are still beautiful. You can never take that away. They will always be in the light of all eternity. And you will be in the darkness because you could not overcome it. You failed. I want you to be gone, more than gone. I want you to be cast out. cast out from my life, from my family, from this earth. I will not allow your hatred to penetrate into my own soul. You did not get that power. You are evil, and in the end, evil is eradicated. You didn't take Kaylee's light, you spread it into the world. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right. Are you moving to a different family now? All right, why don't we take a 10-minute recess?
10-minute recess. Ladies and gentlemen, 10-minute recess. My name is Grant Smith-Ellis. We are in a 10-minute recess in the Brian Kohberger sentencing. Why don't we just listen to Mr. Conclave's statement in full, ladies and gentlemen? Why don't we listen to Mr. Conclave's statement in full? So I believe I have that. And we will also, during this 10-minute recess, again, I think that the statement from Mr. Conclaves during the 10-minute recess is the most appropriate thing to listen to. And if we can listen to some of the other statements from the Conclaves family, we will do that as well. As you can imagine, that was an incredibly, incredibly powerful series of statements from the Conclaves family. And we are going to listen to them during the break. So give me about 1 second here. We can only go back about 10 minutes, so let's begin now. All right. And 1 second. My name is Grant Smith-Ellis, and we're going to just listen to a replay. The court is on break. Here's the statement from Steve Conclaves. We didn't know if he was going to speak today, and we're going to watch it now. Court is on recess. This is a replay.
Today, we are here to finish what you started. Today, you've lost control. Today we are here to prove to the world that you picked the wrong families. The wrong state, the wrong police officers, the wrong community. You tried to break our community apart. You tried to plant fear. You tried to divide us. You failed. Instead, your actions have united everyone in their disgust for you. I just learned from these lead investigators, to their shock, they worked in an investigation and actually worked with Pennsylvania police officers and the federal FBI. You united everyone. Everyone was united after you. None of us are divided. We are united in our disgust and our love for these children. Today you have no name. Because when this all started, we all came together and we said, let's stop even talking about his name and just use initials. So even the media just calls you BK. That's all you are. Looking back when the police officers knocked on my door, told me what happened to my child, told me what happened to Maddie Mae, I don't think he was even out of the driveway before my kids turned around and looked at me and said, what do we do, Dad? I told them, you get to work. You get your ass to work. And we started calling, we started texting, we started emailing. And you know what? Within hours, we had your white car on the camera. We knew from the very beginning we had you. Police officers tell us within minutes they had your DNA, like a calling card. You were that careless, that foolish, that stupid. Master degree, you're a joke, complete joke. But we took this disaster and we did what we could. We put everything online. We took our kids, we took our images, we took everything that they did, their videos, their photos, the girls' pranks, Ethan singing. We put it out there, we shared it with the world. And the world united. And all they ended up, when they talked about this case, is they talked about Kaylee Jade, Maddie Mae, Xana, and Ethan. Everything what these people meant to us, a father, a mother, a brother, a sister, we shared that with our community. Then we shared it with our state. We shared it with the country, and eventually we shared it with the world. The world's watching because of the kids, not because of you. Nobody cares about you. You're not worth the time, the effort to be remembered. In time, you will be nothing but two initials forgotten to the wind. No visitors, nothing more than initials on an otherwise unmarked tombstone. From this moment, we've all started. From this moment, we will forget you. We want to all leave in closing. One last thing. You picked the wrong family, and we're laughing at you on your trip to the pen. That will be today or tomorrow. I'll close with, God bless all the men and women that worked on this case and all the hard work that you guys did. You guys allowed us to grieve and allowed us to get through this. The amount of work that you guys put together and the way that you guys put it together was beautiful. There was hard times to be expected, but thank you all. God bless.
Thank you.
This next one is good.
Your Honor, next is Stephen Gonzalez, Kaylee's brother.
And the next,
Olivia Gonzalez, Kaylee's sister.
Hello, I'd like to start by thanking the of Madison Mogen as a sister too. I'm not here today to speak in grief, I'm here to speak in truth. Because the truth is, my sister Kaylee and her best friend Maddie were not yours to take. They were not yours to study, to stalk, or to silence. They were two pieces of a whole, the perfect yin and yang. They are everything that you could never be. Loved, accepted, vibrant, accomplished, brave, and powerful. Because the truth about Kaylee and Maddie is they would have been kind to you. If you had approached them in their everyday lives, they would have given you directions, thanked you for the compliment, or awkwardly giggled to make your own words less uncomfortable for you. In a world that rejected you, they would have shown mercy. Because the truth is, I'm angry. Every day I'm angry. I'm left shouting at the inside of my own head everything I wish I could say to you. The truth about me is when I heard the news, I didn't cry. I listened for them. I promised them I would, that I would fight for them, that I would show up no matter what it cost me. I swore I'd never let them feel alone. Because you see, I've always been their heavyweight. I've always been the one to fight the battles they didn't feel ready to fight themselves. All it ever took was a call, and they knew I would handle it for them, no matter the time, no matter the cost. They could wave their white flag because they knew I would never back down, not for them, and not even death could change that. Somewhere along the line, I started to think about what I would say to them if I was given just one last chance. If I could gather enough heartbreak or love or sacrifice or whatever it took to get just one message across, what would I say? Throughout this entire process, I've written my feelings down at every moment, my wishes, my love, my denial, my anger. And as one final act of love, I'd planned to read these thoughts, even jarring and discombobulating and not even making sense. Because for me, that was true love. As bare and as naked as it could be, not laced in pretty words or dressed for the occasion, but written through bleary eyes at 2 a.m. with clenched fists, angry at this reality. My true final act of love was to continue on without them, for them. That dream to read to read aloud my love to them, to bring meaning through pain, was the latest blow in realizing you don't deserve it. And Kaylee and Maddie don't need it. Kaylee and Maddie have always known my love, and they would never ask me to prove it by further victimizing myself to a defendant who has shown no guilt, no remorse, no apprehension. They would say to me, "Why would you give the satisfaction of showing vulnerability now? You promised you would never back down." And for that clarity, I'm thankful. I won't stand here and give you what you want. I won't offer you tears. I won't offer you trembling. Disappointments like you thrive on pain, on fear, and on the illusion of power. And I won't feed your beast. Instead, I will call you what you are: sociopath, psychopath, murderer. I will ask the questions that reverberate violently in my own head, so loudly that I can't think straight most any day. Some of these might be familiar, so sit up straight when I talk to you. How was your life right before you murdered my sisters? Did you prepare for the crime before leaving your apartment? Please detail what you were thinking and feeling at this time. Why did you choose my sisters? Before making your move, did you approach my sisters? Detail what you were thinking and feeling. Before leaving their home, is there anything else you did? How does it feel to know the only thing you failed more miserably at than being a murderer is trying to be a rapper? Did you recently start shaving or manually pulling out your eyebrows? Why November 13th? Did you truly think your Amazon purchase was untraceable because you used a gift card? How do you find it enjoyable to stargaze with such a severe case of visual snow? Where is the murder weapon, the clothes you wore that night? What did you bring into the house with you? What was the second weapon you used on Kaylee? What were Kaylee's last words? Please describe in detail the level of anxiety you must have felt when you heard the Bearcat pull up to your family home on December 30th, 2022. Which do you regret more? Returning to the crime scene 5 hours later, or never, ever going back to Moscow, not even once, after stalking them there for months? If you were really smart, do you think you'd be here right now? What's it like needing this much attention just to feel real? You're terrified of being ordinary, aren't you? Do you feel anything at all? Or are you exactly what you always feared? Nothing. If you're so powerful, then why are you still hiding, defendant? You see, I'm here today as me. But who are you? Let's try to take off your mask and see. You didn't create devastation. You revealed it in yourself. And that darkness you carry, that emptiness, you'll sit with it long after this is over. That is your sentence. And it was written on the wall long before you ever pled guilty. You didn't win. You just exposed yourself as the coward you are. You're a delusional, pathetic, hypochondriac loser who thought you were so much smarter than everybody else. Constantly scolding, turning your nose up to grammar mistakes, nitpicking and criticizing others. You wanted so badly to be different, to be special, to be better, to be deep, to be mysterious. You found yourself thinking you were better than everyone else, and you thought you could figure out the human psyche and see through it, all while tweaked out on heroin. Lurking in the shadows made you feel powerful because no one ever paid you any attention in the light. You thought you were exceptional, all because of a grade on a paper. You thought you were elite because your online IQ test from 2010 told you so. All of that effort just to seem important. It's desperate. There is a name for your condition, though. Your inflated ego just didn't allow you to see it. Wannabe. You act like no one could ever understand your mind, but the truth is you're basic. You're a textbook case of insecurity disguised as control. Your patterns are predictable. Your motives are shallow. You are not profound. You're pathetic. You aren't special or deep, not mysterious or exceptional. Don't ever get it twisted again. No one is scared of you today. No one is intimidated by you. No one is impressed by you. No one thinks that you are important. You orchestrated this like you thought you were God. Now look at you, begging a courtroom for scraps. You spent months preparing, and still all it took was my sister in a sheath. You work so hard to seem dangerous, but real control doesn't have to prove itself. The truth is, the scariest part about you is how painfully average you turned out to be. The truth is, you're as dumb as they come. Stupid, clumsy, slow, sloppy, weak, dirty. Let me be very clear. Don't ever try to convince yourself you mattered just because someone finally said your name out loud. I see through you. You want the truth? Here's the one you'll hate the most. If you hadn't attacked them in their sleep, in the middle of the night, like a pedophile, Kaylee would have kicked your fucking ass. Thank you.
Thank you.
Court is still on recess, folks. We're watching a replay.
Next is Christy Gonzalez, Kaylee Gonzalez's mother.
Thank you, Your Honor. I never imagined having to speak to someone so devoid of humanity. For a long time, I didn't think I'd find the words low enough to meet you where you are. But now I realize
we're jumping
this isn't
live,
about you.
folks. We're jumping live.
It's about what you've done to me, and I need you to hear it.
We are jumping live. This is live.
For all the hard work and dedication you guys have put into this, I just want to thank everyone for the support and just my family and friends who've been around through this time. I went back and forth on whether to speak today because the truth is, you don't deserve power over my feelings, my words, or me.
Thank you. In the end, I realized this moment isn't about you. It's about justice for Xana, Ethan, Kaylee, and Maddie. It's about honoring the beautiful people they were and still are in God's eyes. On November 13th, 2022, a piece of my heart was ripped away. There's no way to ever fully describe the weight of losing my sister, my best friend. No sentence or punishment will ever come close to the justice Xana, Ethan, Kaylee, and Maddie deserve. Xana was everyone's best friend. She was kind, she was funny, She was a gift to each person she was able to make an impact on. Xana was someone I turned to when I needed direction or advice. Although I am her older sister, I often found myself looking up to her. She had a radiant energy that everyone loved, and she always knew the right way to approach a problem. She knew how precious and special life was, and she truly did live every day to the fullest. Yet her story was cut short by an act of evil. I believe in a God whose justice is not bound by this courtroom. I find peace knowing that judgment ultimately belongs to him. For your sake, I hope one day you feel the full weight of what you did. I hope you take accountability. I hope you truly experience the guilt and you surrender yourself to Jesus Christ. Because no punishment on this earth can ever compare to the isolation and pain of eternal separation from God. Xana deserved more. They all did. But I come here to say this. I am strong. I am brave. I'm a fighter, just like Xana. And you don't get to control how I move forward or what I believe. I walk with the comfort of knowing I will see my sister again. Xana didn't get the future she deserved. She won't be the maid of honor at my wedding, the cool aunt to my future children. I'll never hear her laugh or see her light up a room ever again. But I will carry her with me for the rest of my life. I will live in her honor, fight to be the best kind of woman and someone she's proud of, to make sure the world never forgets who she was. Xana's story doesn't end with what was taken from her. It lives through the love she gave, the people she touched, and the legacy our family will protect. Her light still shines, and her voice will echo louder than this pain. You didn't take that from us, and you never will.
Thank you.
I just want to say before I start, I'm Xana's dad, Jeff Kernodle. It's been a hard road down, because she's gone. And I want to thank everybody, other their families that's speaking so far, spoke about things. I agree with everything they have to say. It all comes back to a lot of the same things that I've had to deal with and we as a family have had to deal with. And that brings me, basis of what I'm talking about a little bit is on my way up here, flying up here in the plane, and about halfway through the flight, this little girl is calling out for her dad. Hey, dad, and then in my mind, I was kind of half asleep. It's dark on the plane. I heard Xana calling out for me like she did, back when she was little, 5 years old, and those times were hard. It was chaotic, but we always had something to work toward that was in a positive direction, compared to right now, which is necessarily not as positive as that for sure. And I know I miss Xana a lot. My life's been changed, and Xana had a great impact on me, and the impact was when she was gone. I realized how important she was, and what she really did for me, influenced me, was way beyond what I ever thought. She'd call me up on the weekends, check on me, see who's with me. She's like accountability to your youngest daughter. And that really made a big difference. It made me really think about things and what it's all about, That's the things that I miss the most, is those calls on the weekends, the calls at 11 at night. What's going on? You want to meet my friend? Whoever she's with, a couple of her friends, I can meet them, talk to them. And she always did that. And it's pretty cool. I really miss that. And she made a big impact on me on other people, her family, but the impact that she made is so extensive on what happened here. And it goes so far. People from everywhere in the world, are following things, and Xana has made a difference in their lives. So, countless people told me that. They might not even know her. They never knew anything about her. It's what they see, and they just love her and say how they wish she could have been their friend. Could have been their friend, could have hung out, and it's like, this is a blessing, this is the little kid was, and definitely was a big blessing in my life, and so is Jasmine, and basically, we worked hard to do the things we did, through the times they were growing up, and through those times, I realized that I wanted both of them to graduate college, and that'd be the ultimate thing for them to do to prepare for the world. Then it came back to me, Xana didn't get to finish college. He had it all figured out. And this all just came back to me when I was there, and that little girl was on the plane doing that. It's like where I was going, what I was going here for. And then I just realized and thought to myself about the wonderful life that she had and we had together. And I still get to have with Jasmine, but that's the part that really counted. It's the part that really counted, is those memories. And those are what I have left, the memories with her and the ones I can make with her, and the life that I can go on with now, which is what she wants. And I say that in present tense because that's what she wants, because I've been told that, I've been countless ways that she's out there and has a way to communicate, which I'm very grateful for. That goes to say that the impact of what happened to them, all 4 kids, goes so much further than just not me, the parents, the families, the community. It goes so far because a lot of kids, in the colleges, just for an example, they locked their doors now. The door wasn't locked in the back. At Penn State or wherever it was, all the colleges I know that I've heard, they all lock their doors now. So maybe the impact that it's going to make is going to help out and maybe protect some people. Having this outreach and having the influence of what happened to these kids did, all I know is I was 7 miles away when it happened, and she wasn't feeling that good. It was 11:30. And I almost went over to Susanna's to say, and I would have been sitting right there in that couch, and you had to deal with me. So they would have had a chance. And I regret that, and I regret not going. But the reason why I didn't is because Susanna said, don't be drinking and driving. You got the rental car, don't be drinking and driving, the week before that. So she was, she would have been mad at me to do that. But I really wish I would have drunk and drove, because they would have had a chance, all 4 of them. At this point, I just have to go on. We're going to go on with everything and make things better in my life, because that's what it's all about. If I have closure in things, and the part that we miss is Xana, her influence, her smile, the things that she did, and we have the memories left, the great memories, and she just wants us to make more memories and not be sad or upset or shocked or taken for that, and that's what we're gonna do. We just have to. That's all I got.
Thank you for your words and your courage, and bless your family.
Next, Kim Kernodle would like to address the court.
Thank you, Your Honor. My name is Kim Kernodle. I am Xana's aunt. I was very blessed to have her in my life, in our family. And I thought I had everything in my head, what I wanted to say, but it kind of went out. And I'm always looking for the positive thing, because evil, hate, can destroy people. And that's what it started doing with our family. It created anger with our family members. And then I had to look, because Xana was everything that the media, her friends said. She was that fun, loving, high-spirited, beautiful person. And I no longer get to get my nails done with her, have lunch with her. Sorry. But how I look at it now is this tragedy, this horrible tragedy on all of the 4 children, has brought us closer. You united us with your actions. We're united now, and we're stronger than ever. We have family and friends now that we never knew we had. And, you know, this is probably going to bother everybody, but Brian, I'm here today to tell you I have forgiven you, because I no longer could live with that hate in my heart. And for me to become a better person, I have forgiven you. And anytime you want to talk and tell me what happened, get my number. I'm here, no judgment, because I do have answers or questions that I want you to answer. And I'm here. I'll be that one that'll listen to you, okay? Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you very much.
My name is Stratton Kernodle, and I'm Xana's uncle, Jeff's brother. Sitting here today listening to the stories and feelings and feeling the pain from everybody is a pretty powerful thing. It's each time a statement was read, it sort of would tug into my center core as I felt everybody's anguish. And Xana meant a lot to us, and we loved her very much. But I started thinking about, instead of rehashing everything that everybody else has talked about, I wanted to direct it another direction toward Brian and what he's done to his family, his parents, his siblings, his friends, his universe. He has contaminated, tainted their family name, and pretty much made a horrible, miserable thing to be ever related to him. And I know that that's what he has to live with, and that has to be his pain. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Next, Your Honor, I believe Randy Davis, stepfather to Xana Kernodle, would like to address the court.
Hi, my name's Randy, stepdad of Xana. I just feel the same way we all do. All of us are united because of something that happened, and I am grateful to know and have met some new family because of this awful event. But this is probably the last time we're all gonna be in the same room together, let's be real. So I can say, I love you all, and I feel your pain, and just God bless us all, you know? Just get through it. I had stuff wrote up, it was probably best I didn't read it out. Probably get kicked out of here, so. You know, I'll share one thing to you guys, not to you, with Xana. So I was working in North Dakota and came home, and Jazzy and Xana had taken our son Elijah and put him in a dress, makeup, and it was awful, you know. I was like, I don't know. She was funny. I told her she'd be in the movies and be somebody great one day like that. And now she is just above us as an angel with all the other beautiful kids. So let's hold that to our hearts, because this evil thing is not going to take nothing from us. You, man, I don't know what my limits are here, but I'm really struggling, dude. I am struggling. So I want to just be out in the woods with you just so I can teach you about loss and pain. I love God. I wouldn't take your life. That's up to him. But I guarantee you, you are weak. God, I would just give a moment, man, 5 minutes out in the woods. Oh, man. Ooh. You're going to go to hell. I know people believe in other stuff. You're evil. There's no place for you in heaven. You took our children. You are gonna suffer, man. I'm shaking because I want to reach out to you, but I hope you feel my energy, okay? Go to hell.
Next is Kara Northington, Xana's mother.
I'm Kara Northington. I am Xana Kernodle's mother. This letter is to you, really. But it's for my daughter, who was murdered by you. Today I stand before you, the man who is responsible for murdering my beautiful daughter, Xana Kernodle. My daughter was beautiful both inside and out. She possessed love for those around her and had a light so bright it will live on forever in our hearts. She brought joy and laughter to her friends, her family, and anyone in her presence. Our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, now has her in his loving arms in heaven, where she can never be harmed ever again for eternity. Because of her, I came to know my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Because of her, many will come to Christ. It is Christ who lives in me that has given me the strength to forgive you. It was of no power of my own. In return, the Lord has filled me with joy, hope, and peace that surpasses all understanding. Jesus has allowed me to forgive you for murdering my daughter without you even being sorry or asking for this. This is only possible because he who lives in me is greater than any evil in this world. For God hath not given us the spirit of fear, but of power and of love and of a sound mind. I do not fear you or even let you rent space in my head anymore. This forgiveness has released me from any and all evil you have inflicted on me and my family. It has allowed me to let our Lord deal with you. You have accepted a deal that will prevent you from receiving the death penalty. Nothing man can do to you can ever compare to the wrath of God. Inevitably, you will stand before our Lord and will have to answer to him over the sins you have committed in murdering our children. I pray you come to the end of yourself before that day. Whether you like it or not, heaven is for real, and so is hell. The innocent life of Xana that you stole from myself and my family, and the destruction of this, and the destruction it has caused. I am washing my hands of you and turning you over to my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, whom vengeance belongs to. In closing, I want to read a passage from the Bible, Ephesians 6, King James Version. Finally, my brethren, be strong in the Lord and then in the power of his might. Put on the whole armor of God, that ye may be able to withstand the wiles of the devil. For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of the darkness of this world, against spiritual wickedness in high places. Wherefore, take unto you the whole armor of God, that ye may be able to withstand in the evil day, that ye may be able to stand in the evil day. I'm not going to share memories of Xana or any more of the goodness of her with you, because I do not want that to be in your head. I don't want it to be in your head. You don't deserve that. You don't deserve our good memories that we have. I do pray for you. I pray that you come to the end of yourself. I pray that before this life is over, that you ask our Lord and Savior in your heart and to forgive you. I do pray for that. But after today, I wash my hands of you, and you are no longer a thing. Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't believe the state has any other victim impact statements.
Okay. Right, state can argue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just as a housekeeping matter to start, there will be the issue of restitution. That is, the documentation is being gathered, and we ask the court would defer that for 30 days so we can present it in an orderly fashion and make sure it's comprehensive for everyone.
Any objection to leaving restitution open in 60 days? All right.
Thank you, Your Honor. I think it's necessary and appropriate to share for everyone here, including the court, the background that brings us in front of Your Honor today for these proceedings. As the record reflects, and as everybody in this courtroom knows, the defendant has pleaded guilty to all 5 counts charged in the indictment. Under oath before Your Honor, he has admitted that the charges against him are true. He has reassured the court that He has not been coerced or threatened to make those admissions. And Your Honor did an extraordinary job in taking the pleas back on July 2nd. We appreciate the court's discipline and insight. The defendant has also waived appeal on the multitude of rulings from this court and Your Honor's predecessor in Latah County on dozens, literally dozens of motions seeking to dismiss the case, seeking to control or limit evidence, seeking to offer evidence that would not be appropriate. And we appreciate the court's consistent rulings based on the law, based on the facts. As Your Honor will recall, on June 18th, it's just really not that long ago, we appeared before this court for arguments on what became the defendant's final motions to this court. Motion where they wanted to offer evidence suggesting that other people were responsible for the defendant's actions, and the motion seeking essentially an indefinite continuance of the trial. It was readily apparent to all of us in the courtroom from Your Honor's comments that those motions were not going to be granted. So we returned to Moscow and continued with what we had been working on for months in preparation for trial. We had no qualms about going to trial if trial was what was necessary and appropriate. The following week, after we were in court, we were approached by the defense with an inquiry about a possible plea. And I can tell the court this is the first suggestion ever that there was any consideration, because indeed, the defense had maintained from the beginning that Mr. Kohberger, the defendant, was factually innocent. It's clear that the reality of the evidence and the case that had been investigated and prepared and that we were ready to present in court became a reality. Our reaction, among other things, was to reach out to all the families. And in fact, later that week, on Thursday and Friday of that last week of June, we met with representatives by teams, virtual meetings, with representatives of all the families. And we talked about the status of the case and the upcoming trial and things that related to the trial. And we also let them know that there had been an inquiry about whether there might be an offer for a plea. And we asked the family members for their thoughts and feelings. And they were candid. And they have been candid since, and we respect that. And we understand, recognize, and acknowledge that there was a difference of opinion among representatives of the different families. We understand that. One of the challenges of this case, one of the unique things about this case is we have multiple victims, each unique unto themselves, their families and friends unique unto themselves, and all of them entitled to their opinions, all of them entitled to their thoughts. Over the following weekend, our prosecution team, very skilled attorneys who were personally as well as professionally deeply invested in this case, met. And we talked, and the decision was reached. Well, to start with, were there to be any sort of plea offer or discussion, there's only one possibility. And that would be for the defendant to plead guilty straight up to all charges. There would be no bargaining about counts. There would be no bargaining about reduced sentences. And so we made the proposal to the defense that if the defendant was willing to plead guilty up front to all 5 counts as charged and waive appeal of the court's myriad decisions during the past 2.5+ years on all of these motions that would have consumed years, if not decades, of time in the future. By the end of the weekend, we were notified the defendant was prepared to plead guilty as charged and factually acknowledge his responsibility in court for these horrible crimes. Obviously, those discussions and negotiations were confidential. And as Your Honor noted, I believe that was necessarily so, because if the defendant had decided not to plead guilty, it would have been devastating to our jury pool for there to be public information that there had been consideration by either party to a plea resolution. And protecting the prospective integrity of a trial after so many years was paramount. So, the end of the weekend came. We notified the victims' families of what had occurred. I recognize and acknowledge personally, and I respect the fact that of these fine, suffering people here, not everybody agreed with the decision we make. I accept that. It's my responsibility in the end. I recognize that that's the duty of the office that I hold. So now, it is time for the judicial system to impose final judgment and close the door on this chapter of these tragedies. As the court is aware, by the agreement of the parties, it is the state's prayer. Perhaps have the Elmo police turned on. Thank you. That on count one, the felony burglary, that the court sentenced the defendant to the maximum period of 10 years fixed in the custody of the Idaho Department of Correction. Then on count two, that the court sentenced the defendant to fixed life for the murder of Maddie Mogen. On count three, that the court sentenced the defendant to fixed life for the murder of Kaylee Gonzalez. On count four, that the court sentenced the defendant to fixed life for the murder of Xana Kernodle. On count five, that the court sentenced the defendant to fixed life for the murder of Ethan Chapin. And the state further prays that these sentences be ordered to run consecutively, back to back, not at the same time, to recognize and respect the unique individuality of each of these beautiful young people whose lives were taken brutally and for no reason. And hopefully now, as we have heard earlier this morning, it is time to afford the families and the friends and the community and the state of Idaho and the nation and the world to move forward. We can't undo, and we can never undo, the horror of what occurred on the early morning hours of November 13th, 2022 at 1122 King Street in Moscow, Idaho. For a long time, the presiding district judge in Latah County was John Stegner, who eventually became a member and a justice of the Idaho Supreme Court. And Justice Stegner often observed that even God cannot change the past. But everyone in this room has the ability to take themselves forward. And we want the judicial system to afford them the opportunity today to do that. From today forward, our memories should be focused on these innocent victims whose lives were taken, on their families, on their friends, on the community. The court has heard discussion, talk today, reminiscences today about a special family that our victims shared, not just their natural, legal, and biological families, not just their university family within their sororities, for example. But this family. This is the picture taken on November 12th, 2022, of the special family of 1122 King Road. And you can see all 6 of these dynamic, vibrant, loving, special, innocent faces taken together just across the street from their residence, and barely 12 hours before 4 of them would be brutally murdered in their sleep. They've been described consistently as being bright, caring, vivacious, with futures we can only imagine now. But they were, and they remain, a special family that I think we should all recognize and appreciate. So it's time to move forward. There have been a number of statements directed specifically at the defendant today. I have one last thought. After Your Honor imposes judgment and sentences the defendant to spend the rest of his life in prison, in other words, sentence the defendant to die in prison, he's going to stand up in the belly chains and leg irons that he's wearing today, and he's going to be escorted into the custody of the Idaho Department of Correction. And the door will close behind him forever. That is the closure that we seek, that all of these people, these loving friends and family deserve, so that we can move forward. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, does the defense have evidence to present today?
No evidence.
All right. Does defense wish to make argument today?
Runner, we do not wish to make arguments. Mr. Kohberger, along with his legal team, is prepared for the court to enter judgment.
All right, Mr. Kohberger, you have an opportunity to make a statement if you wish to. I take it you are declining.
I respectfully decline.
Well. Please. All right, let me start this morning by word of their loved ones, and I appreciate your courage and your strength. And I hope that you are able to move on as best as possible. Thank counsel for the professionalism that they've exhibited throughout this case. It has been my great honor to preside in this case and to help bring, to the extent possible, some resolution and hopefully justice to this case. During the quiet morning hours of November 13, 2022, a faceless coward breached the tranquility of 6 beautiful young people and senselessly slaughtered them, 4 of them. Who committed this unspeakable evil was unknown for several weeks, but due to the killer's incompetence and outstanding police work by numerous local, state, and federal law enforcement agencies, the person that slithered through that sliding glass door at 1122 King Road now stands before the world and this court unmasked. This unfathomable and senseless act of evil has caused immeasurable pain and loss. No parent should ever have to bury their child. This is the greatest tragedy that can be inflicted upon a person. Parents who took their children to college in a truck filled with moving boxes had to bring them home in hearses lined with coffins. The loss this killer inflicted was not just the death of these people's children, siblings, grandchildren, as we've heard today. It has ripped a hole in their soul, destroying a special part of their very essence. Any person who is a parent defines themselves foremost as such. It is their existence and purpose of being. And it has been stolen from these parents. None of us have experienced the loss these victims have in the unspeakable way that they have. And therefore, none of us can, nor should we, question the way in which they have handled their loss. Whether that be in private mourning, removed as far as possible from this media circus, or in front of a camera demanding retribution with the loudest megaphone. I've listened intently to the stories and pain that have been shared today, with great awe at the courage and resilience of the surviving family members of those wonderful children. I've listened also to the surviving roommates, both in person and through their friends. And I can't think of how, frankly, courageous they have been despite the hell that they have faced by uncaring people who have come up with all kinds of crazy theories about 2 kids simply being kids. The parents, siblings, and other family members who have spoken today are designated as victims in our legal system. But going forward, I hope that they can shed that label, as it gives too much power to the evil that condemned them to that role. They are and should be known as survivors, fighters, and foremost as witnesses to the tremendous lives of value and unbounded promise of these 4 young people. But those speaking today and those who did not speak, but who carry this same burden, this same loss, now carry forward the memories of these now perpetually young people, these forever children. These survivors carry the responsibility of ensuring that the voices of these children, Maddie, Kaylee, Xana, and Ethan, are never forgotten, and the positive impacts that they have had on so many lives are never minimized, and that the love they shared, the light that they shined onto others, is forever celebrated. As we sit here today, this case is ending, and we are now certain who committed these unspeakable acts of evil, but we don't know, and what we may never know is why. I share the desire expressed by others to understand the why, but upon reflection, it seems to me, and this is just my own opinion, that by continuing to focus on why, we continue to give Mr. Kohberger relevance. We give him agency and we give him power. The need to know what is inherently not understandable makes us dependent upon the defendant to provide us with a reason, and that gives him the spotlight, the attention, and the power he appears to crave. Yet even if I could force him to speak, which legally I cannot, how could anyone ever be assured that what he speaks is the truth? Do we really believe, after all of this, he's capable of speaking the truth or of giving up something of himself to help the very people whose lives he destroyed? Rather, I suspect the so-called reason would be dished out in enticing, self-serving, and aggrandizing untruthful bits, leaving people wanting more information, more insight, and thus enhancing even further the power he seeks to hold. Even if we could get truthful insight, it would not in any way quench one's thirst for actually understanding why in the first instance. Because there is no reason for these crimes that could approach anything resembling rationality. No conceivable reason could make any sense. And in the end, the more we struggle to seek explanation for the unexplainable, the more we try to extract a reason, the more power and control we give to him. In my view, the time has now come to end Mr. Kohberger's 15 minutes of fame. It's time that he be consigned to the ignominy and isolation of perpetual incarceration. I know there has been concern about him collaborating on books or movies or other media projects, and I truly hope that someone does not stoop to affording him this spotlight that he desires in the name of clicks, royalties, or profits. While criminal behavioralists should study him away from the spotlight in an attempt to prevent other would-be killers from acting on their worst impulses, there should be no need for that to spill over into the public eye. The great Idaho jurist Edward Lodge was known for trying to find something positive about every person he ever sentenced. And with over a half a century as a trial judge, that was a lot of people. This was often challenging, and I recall in one case he said that the best he could come up with was the defendant had good penmanship. Truth be told, I'm unable to come up with anything redeeming about Mr. Kohberger because his grotesque acts of evil have buried and hidden anything that might have been good or intrinsically human about him. His actions have made him the worst of the worst. Even in pleading guilty, he is giving nothing hinting of remorse or redemption, nothing suggesting even a recognition or understanding, let alone regret for the pain that he has caused. And therefore I will not attempt to speak about him further, other than to simply sentence him so that he is forever removed from civilized society. And accordingly, based upon his conduct and based upon the record before this court, recognizing the standards that govern this court's sentencing decisions as set forth in State v. Toohill, I hereby sentence Mr. Kohberger as follows. On count 1, burglary, 10 years fixed, 0 years indeterminate. I also impose a fine of $50,000. Count 2, first-degree murder of Madison Mogan. I sentence the defendant to a fixed term of life imprisonment without the possibility of parole, a fine of $50,000, and a civil penalty of $5,000 payable to the family of the victim. On count 3, for first-degree murder of Kaylee Gonzalez, I sentence the defendant to a fixed term of life imprisonment without the possibility of parole, a fine of $50,000, and a civil penalty of $5,000 payable to the victim of the family, or to the family of the victim, pardon me. On count 4, for the first-degree murder of Xana Kernodle, I sentenced the defendant to a fixed term of life imprisonment without the possibility of parole, a fine of $50,000, and a civil penalty of $5,000 payable to the family of the victim. On count 5, for the first-degree murder of Ethan Chapin, I sentenced the defendant to a fixed term of life imprisonment without the possibility of parole, a fine of $50,000, and a civil penalty of $5,000 payable to the family of the victim. The sentences on counts 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 shall run consecutively to one another. Restitution will be left open for 60 days. Defendant will be required to submit a DNA sample and a right thumbprint impression to the Department of Corrections and comply with the DNA Database Act. I remand the defendant to the custody of the Idaho State Board of Corrections for to be imprisoned in an appropriate facility and execution of the sentence where he will remain until he dies. Though you have waived your right to appeal, you do have a right to file a notice of appeal, and any such appeal must be filed within 42 days of the date of the written judgment, which will be entered shortly hereafter. Though the appeal, you should be aware, may be deemed a violation of the plea agreement, and so I certainly suggest you discuss that with counsel if that is your desire. I ask the media and public present to allow the families to be escorted out first before they leave. Again, thank you to everyone for your stories today. I am strengthened by them, and I am encouraged by your humanity and strength, and God bless you. We're adjourned.
All right, folks, you heard it. Consecutive, ladies and gentlemen, life terms for Brian Kohberger. Now, there is a press conference, so in 30 to 45 minutes, there will be a press conference. We will be taking it live, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, we will be taking the press conference live. It is scheduled to start in 45 minutes. So my name is Grant Smith Ellis. Thank you very much for being with us on Towel Channel today. I am going to clip this now. All right, back to the stream, folks. If you're with us on Towel Channel, we have 45 minutes, folks. 45 minutes until the press conference. The press conference may give us more details. I am told, based on the press release, that it's going to be about details of the investigation. So this is a very big press conference. We're going to take it in full. It should be starting, who did not speak, as follows. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be starting. Oh, 1 second. We're going to check. We're going to take the live feed outside court. All right, we're gonna keep an eye. We're gonna take the live feed outside court. I believe some of the families might be coming out. We're gonna take a live feed outside the court. All right, stay with us, little towels. This is live breaking developments in the BK Idaho 4 case. We are gonna take the coverage from live outside the court. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. I'm going to come back up on your screen 1 second. We are going to take the coverage from live outside the court, little towels. There's me. We're going to take the coverage live outside the court. A press conference is expected in 30 to 45 minutes time, so that should be about 2 o'clock Eastern, maybe 2:15 Eastern, ladies and gentlemen, which will be about 12:15 local time. So, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Grant Smith Ellis. It was a very shorter than expected, but also very intense sentencing hearing. Brian Kohberger sentenced to 4 consecutive life terms for the murders of Maddie Mogan, Xana Kernodle, Kaylee Conclaves, and Ethan Chapin. Heartbreaking statements read out by multiple of the victims' family members, many of whom wish Mr. Kohberger, to say it in light terms, a very unfortunate time in prison. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. We will be taking the press conference. That is apparently the first time there are going to be details on this case spoken about by the local authorities. That press conference is scheduled to take place in the next 30 to 45 minutes. Okay, we will be taking that live. That channel, that press conference will be starting up just in a few minutes. Okay, so I read the press release from the local officials. The press conference is now being put together. The feed is going to be on this. We're going to stay, though. We can't watch anything else because if the family speak outside the court, we're going to take the live feed. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. And it did get very intense. Folks, okay, we have the live feed outside the court. All right, we have a live feed outside the court. Stay with us, little towels.
Today you have no name. Because when this all started, we all came together and we said, let's stop even talking about his name and just use initials. So even the media just calls you BK. That's all you are.
Just a blistering witness victim impact statement from Steve Gonzalez, who is the father of Kaylee Gonzalez, one of the 4 victims killed by Brian Kohberger. And you just watched the sentencing hearing for Brian Kohberger in Boise, Idaho. Thank you for joining us here on the Law and Crime live stream. We're going to continue our coverage now that that hearing has finished, but we are expecting in about 45 minutes from now to have a news conference with state prosecutors. Our Anjanette Levy was in the courtroom for those witness victim statements throughout the morning. And then, of course, what the prosecutors had to say. And then Brian Kohberger decided not to make a statement, which did not come as a surprise. Let's break down what we heard and what was a very emotional morning in court, to say the least. I'm joined now by Professor of Applied Forensics at Jacksonville State University, Joseph Scott Morgan. Thank you for taking the time to be with us as we wait to hear what state prosecutors will say as the story of Brian Kohberger comes to an end and he heads off to a prison in Idaho. What stood out to you? And there was a lot, but as you look back on everything you heard throughout the morning, what stood out to you, Joseph?
It's the sister's response. It was, used the term just a second ago, blistering. I'd concur with that. It was a pin dipped in acid, as they say. As well it should have been. And this is something that I was kind of hoping for along the way, since we knew that he was not going to be compelled to allocute to anything. I think that, her comments united in one voice relative to the anger, the frustration, the loneliness, the emptiness. Because you have to understand something here, I think. It's not just the fact that Brian Kohberger has now been sentenced for this massacre. He has sentenced these families to a life without their kids. And this is something that they will be serving consecutive terms forever and ever, amen. There is no such thing as closure. Please understand that. It's a fallacy. It doesn't exist. When it comes to homicide victims, and these families are victims, this is something that he sentenced them to by his own heinous actions. And I think the sister kind of summed that up. And she had her say, and I think that she had her say on behalf of all these other families as well.
You just saw the impact too, and you think about many of us will forget about Brian Kohberger. I mean, it's certainly, cases are covered and talked about forever, but after today, he goes off to this prison in Idaho, and then everybody else moves on with their lives. But the impact that this crime, the loss of life has had on people, it just stood out that you're going to hear about it forever. And the Judge Hippler saying, Brian Kohberger's 15 minutes of fame, that is now over. Like, that stood out to me because this was a guy that didn't seem to have a lot of friends. He was someone who was awkward. He met people briefly at a party and they thought he was weird and that was it. And then he has this 15 minutes of fame and now it's over. What stood out to you when you looked at his body language today as one person after another remembered their loved ones, but also just talked about, in so many ways, just how cowardly he is?
Reptilian. If I were to use one word, reptile-like, just blankly viewing these people who literally ripped their hearts out of their own chest and gave these descriptors of what these victims all meant to them. And he was non-reactive. I don't know what I have no idea what that speaks to, Chris. But it's cold, it's heartless. It's almost like a marble countertop. It's so without life, and those people demonstrating their grief there in the face of this guy who now has been deemed truly a monster. And can I say, there's one thing about this case that really stands out to me. A lot of people talk about Ted Bundy, and over the years, and they've drawn comparisons between him and Ted Bundy. You know, the thing about it is, most of us that are out there, when we hear about Ted Bundy, we can't name really any of his victims. I know one of the victims that survived the FSU assaults, but save her, I don't know that many of us could really name them. You know what? We're going to remember these kids' names forever and ever. It's something has turned here with this case. We will remember each one of these kids, and they're frozen in time. They're frozen in time at the moment in which they died, and they had their entire lives before them. And we'll always remember their names. And yeah, we probably won't forget his name, but I hope that it does diminish and fade over time, and that the memories of these kids just continues to grow.
Yeah, it just stood out to me too when Bill Thompson, the prosecutor, was putting down the pictures in talking about the sentence for Brian Kohberger, and seeing their faces one after another, and then just the iconic picture, sadly iconic picture now of them the day before all of this happened, on the front porch of that house in Moscow, Idaho. I'm also now joined by retired FBI agent and attorney Bobby Chacon. Bobby, you were with us early this morning, counting down to the beginning of this hearing. Now that it's ended, we were texting a bit about some of the effective victim impact statements. What stood out to you?
Particularly with the roommate who described having to sleep in her parents' bed and her voice trembling and fearing. I thought Kohberger was probably getting a thrill out of that. He was probably aroused. He's a psychosexual-driven killer. And I think he's getting his last thrill of the fear that he instilled in those kids in that house. And that kind of, it made me a little angry. I mean, not at the person speaking, but at the fact that he's getting one last thrill, hearing the fear in this person's voice, knowing this kind of killer feeds on that kind of fear. But then it shifted, and then you had people start to really go, I'm not afraid of you. You're small. You're stupid. And I thought, Kaylee's sister did the best job of really articulating the things that really would get under his skin. And I think, from what I saw, his jaw clenched a little bit. I know other people that said his fist may have been clenched, and his eyes were darting when she was making those statements. I think then it shifted to this group of people really kind of took the right aim at him. And I think he's going to be hearing those words in his sleep. I think they really probably touched the one nerve that he had, that he is not the smartest guy in the room, that he's sitting there when they're all out, and that, and that these kids and probably Maddie, who fought back and probably caused that sheath to fall off his waist, reached out from the grave and put him in jail. His own victims actually are responsible for his capture, because that one piece of DNA, probably the strongest piece of scientific evidence they had, was probably the result of her fighting back and making that sheath fall off his waist, off his belt loop. And you heard her sister say, like, if you didn't attack these kids in the dead of night while they were all asleep, they would have kicked your ass. And I think that will strike a chord in him. I think that they said the right things that to get under his skin. And while he had a poker face on in that courtroom, I'm hoping and I'm thinking that he's gonna relive those words that they said to him, and it's gonna bother him, and I hope it does.
And we are waiting, just being told that the Gonsalves family might speak shortly, so we'll bring you those comments live. You can
cover that live.
Out, and I'm told that they are speaking now. Let's listen in.
Waiting for audio. Hold on.
We're going to work on getting the audio. This
is a live press
Gonzalez
conference.
who is speaking right now, and a little bit of what Bobby was talking about. You think about the DNA, the knife sheath. Joseph, I'm going to turn to you because part of Steve, who you see there, his words to Brian Kohberger, turning the lectern.
Come on, get the audio. Come on, get the audio.
And I think of Brian Kohberger, he was this criminology.
Come on, you can do it. Get the audio. I wish I lived in Idaho.
Took effort after the crime to try to
Come
clean
on.
up his car,
Come
thinking
on.
that he would get away with it, but he didn't.
Come
because
on.
To Bobby's point,
Come on,
he
you
left
can
the
do
sheath
it.
down. And Steve Gonzalez said you were reckless. PhD, you're a joke. Joseph, for you, you work in the field of evidence and forensics.
Come on, you
When
can
you
do
look
it.
at this case,
Towel loves America.
For Brian Kohberger, I mean, how reckless was he that is really what sunk him in the end?
I think that it was probably his own vanity. He thought that he was, in fact, the smartest guy in the room, and we see that kind of played out also in his graduate studies. We've heard these reports of how he interacted with his with his supervisors.
Anyone have a link to the press
State.
conference?
And I think that by extension, he thought that he could get away with these sorts of things, with everything, in fact. And he might have thought that he was very smart. It's that one molecular bit of biological evidence there that's left behind, that touch DNA on that button snap. I've been considering this ever since, I was covering this the day after it happened and haven't stopped since. And I just had this idea that he was sitting there actuating that button back and forth, snapping it over and over again. Maybe he wiped the rest of that sheath down. He's wearing gloves now. And in his brilliance, air quotes there, he forgot that he swiped his thumb across that snap, and he left that tiny, tiny bit of biological evidence behind, which, of course, I think, was the final nail in the coffin for him.
And Bobby, as I just was going through and making notes during what we heard throughout the day, and as far as the plea agreement and turning to that, the judge talking about restitution. Brian Kohberger is going to go to prison for the rest of his life. I know that you'll be fined $50,000 for some of these charges. How does all of that work? And then I even think of, and the judge had mentioned, I hope that nobody makes a documentary or a movie or writes a book with him, that he could make money. I mean, and I know just the idea that he would make money, what's the reality of that, considering, as you take a look here, this is what life is going to look like for him every day for the rest of his life?
Well, let's hope it looks like that. But there's a police officer murderer in the state of Pennsylvania, Mamiya, and he became a celebrity by Hollywood backers and stuff. And he was sitting on death row for a while. He was sitting in prison, and he became a professor of some online university in Ohio. And this guy was convicted of killing a police officer. So there's going to be opportunities for him. And Joe and I both work in Hollywood a lot. And despite the judge's words, and I hope he's right, but there's always going to be some unscrupulous person that's going to look to make money. If Brian Kohberger wants to be interviewed,
He's right.
They're going to be banging down his door to be interviewed and to make some project with him, unfortunately. I wouldn't be part of it. But there's going to be unscrupulous producers out there that look to do that. And, we used to have what was called the Son of Sam laws, which wouldn't allow people to make money off their crimes.
We need those.
The Supreme Court struck that
Son
down
of Turtle
years
Boy
ago
laws.
Based on the First Amendment on right to free speech.
That's sick.
And so they can make it. But back to your question, these $5,000 and $50,000 judgments against him are going to be sitting there. They're going to be filed, and any money he does make, we'll go to pay off those judgments first. I hope it doesn't happen at all. I'm sure the families aren't going to be looking for that money, and it's a drop in the bucket, but I think that's it's technical part of the law. They have to be levied. Those fines have to be levied. They will be there, and they will be a judgment against him, and the families can get paid if he does, anything like that. If he gets a job in prison, like somebody offers him a professorship, or if he finishes his PhD and then goes to work, as a researcher based online. I don't know. These guys seem to get a lot of,
I'm going to try to get the press conference. Hold tight.
I'm a proponent of death penalty, and I know he's been sentenced to life with no parole. But just last week, I believe, Minnesota released a quadruple murderer who was sentenced to life with no parole, and now he's
Hold on, trying to get the press
because
conference.
They changed the law.
Hold on, trying to get the press conference.
He was a 16-year-old who killed his mother, father, brother, sister, and he was sentenced to life without the possibility of parole on all 4 counts. and now he's going to be living in a halfway house. Now he's done 30-some plus years in jail.
Do you remember? All right, I got the
his
press
life
conference.
without possibly a parole had been changed.
We're going to start from the beginning. I have the press conference, folks.
Families who have been left
We're going to
out,
start from the
unheard,
beginning.
and grieving not just a horrific loss, but a system that continues to bypass them. The through line is undeniable, whether it's 2004 or...
Here's Steve. Here's Mr. Gonsalves's for full press conference. Here we go. Hold tight. I have the full press conference. Here we go. Families leaving court. This is only 5 minutes ago, folks. I was able to get it. Folks, we're going to watch the full press conference. We're going to start with remarks from Steve Gonsalves.
It's been a long and emotional morning, so please show some to the families as they answer your questions. Thanks so much.
Brian, BK has just been sentenced, and this is Mr. Steve Gonsalves, father of Kaylee.
It's almost been 3 years, and today's the end of a long, hard-fought battle. But we have our person, and we have him where he belongs. So for that, we are thankful for all the men and women that put the work together, put this case together, and once it's part of the court system, it was a little ugly, but we got that conviction, and we're glad to be moving on. Glad we can move on.
Truth to that, but then, there's also the fact that, what would he tell as a lie as to opposed to the truth, so.
The knife, if he gave the knife up, or if he gave a part of his kill kit, if he gave out facts that only the killer would know,
it would corroborate things.
It would corroborate things, and he even addressed there's been way too many conspiracies, and the surviving witnesses had to go through hell. Well, no better way to protect them than by getting some of those details. If you got those details, then as simple as just saying I did it solo would have been valuable, I think. And we stand by the negotiation wasn't justice. It was just a shortcut, and we said from the very beginning we're not interested in a shortcut for our daughter. We wanted everything.
Stevie, you turned the podium at one point. Talk to us about why you wanted to stare him in the face like that.
Because he's a coward. He's been protected by the court from day one, the minute that he was arrested. So I wanted to let him know that I was directing everything towards him, and his days of being protected are coming to an end. From what I've been explained, he gets on a van today, and he's got like 11, 12-minute ride, and then he'll be the responsibility of Idaho State.
Were you planning on turning the podium, though, or did you do that?
I remember reading it saying, "Do not move." So I was like, "Well, I'm moving this." I just kind of made that decision right then and there. So, I want to make it as difficult as possible. I knew my daughter was going to do a speech, and I'd heard it, and I was like, "He's going to hate this. He's going to hate this next set of people that are going to come forward and really rip into him and really expose him for what kind of a piece of trash he was." And we've been waiting a long time to say some of those things that needed to be said.
Stephen Jr., you chose not to speak now. Is there anything to say?
I'd written up a statement. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe this is where you go.
Okay. Well, allow me a second.
Maybe it wasn't court appropriate.
Yeah, it definitely wasn't. Yeah, my name's Steve Gonsalves. I'm Kaylee's older brother. She was my little sister, my friend, the middle child in the heart of our family. There are no words that can fully describe her spirit, but if you knew her, you knew joy, you knew light, You knew someone who made everything better just by being in the room. My statement was largely grounded in one goal, and that was to do everything for anyone who listens to this and has to go through something similar to not have to endure what we had. My family's fought tirelessly, not just for answers, but for accountability. We've stood in front of cameras, behind closed doors, and across from people who didn't want us to speak, but we did, and we won't stop now. Across nearly every murder case prosecuted by Bill Thompson, including the killing of University of Idaho football player Eric McMillan, there is a clear and troubling pattern. Families are left feeling unheard, justice is negotiated down through plea deals, and the public is left with unanswered questions. In the McMillan case, charges were reduced from first-degree to second-degree murder, prompting confusion and outrage from the victim's family and community. The same pattern is emerged in the Silas Parks and John Lee cases, both of which prosecuted by Bill Thompson, where capital-eligible crimes were resolved through plea agreements, sidestepping trials and diminishing public accountability. The most egregious of these crimes was the brutal killing of Whitney Parks, a young pregnant woman whose life was taken by her husband, Silas Parks, during a violent domestic assault. Whitney was only 22 years old. Whitney was beaten and strangled in her own home, an act of cruelty that not only ended her life, but also the life of her unborn child. And yet, despite the devastating nature of this crime, Bill Thompson reduced the charges from murder to voluntary manslaughter, ultimately securing a sentence that allowed Parks the possibility of parole after just 5 years. There was no trial, no full accounting of what Whitney endured, no acknowledgement in the legal outcomes of the child she was carrying. For Whitney's family, and for anyone who believes that justice systems should speak forcefully for victims, this wasn't justice. It was a deal, and it was like so many others under Thompson's watch. It prioritized expedience over accountability. Now, almost predictably, we find ourselves reliving that pattern in the current case. Despite the magnitude and brutality of the crime, the prosecution chose to accept a plea deal behind closed doors, without trial, without ever consulting our family in any meaningful way. In fact, we learned from the plea deal that had been finalized from an email from the prosecution team. Not in person, not with warning, not with respect. That moment underscored what we feared all along, and that this case was following the same well-worn path toward expedience over justice. Sentencing once again fails to reflect the severity of the act, and the emotional fallout has landed again on the shoulders of the victims' families, who have been left out, unheard, and grieving not just a horrific loss, but a system that continues to bypass them. The through line is undeniable. Whether it's 2004 or 2025, this prosecutional, is that a word? Sorry.
I love him.
Prosecutional approach has consistently abandoned the very approach it is, or the very people it is supposed to protect. The trend you'll notice from Thompson's prosecuted crime are the following: plea bargains avoiding capital punishment, charge reductions, sentences that misalign with the gravity of the crime, lack of trial due to plea bargains. These aren't just failures in process, they're failures that have real consequences for real people. After reviewing Bill Thompson's history, it's clear our family was never given a fair chance at justice. But this isn't just about a prosecutor's record, it's about Kaylee. It's about my sister. She was not just one of the Idaho 4. She was a daughter, a sister, a best friend, and the light in every room she walked into. When the prosecution followed the same path we've seen before, closed doors, limited input, and a plea deal handed down without our voice, it became painfully clear that Kaylee was being treated just like another case. But she wasn't. She was everything to us, and our pain has only deepened, knowing that the system didn't fight for her the way she deserved. I'll leave everyone with this. There's 1,000 things I wish I could say to Kaylee, but today I'll just say this. I will always carry her with me for the rest of my life, and I will never stop being her brother. Thank you.
Now that the gag order is lifted, is there anything that you've learned over the last 2.5 years from the investigators or the prosecutors that you can share with us now that you can speak about?
Well, I think it was kind of interesting that once the president sent a truth statement out, they called us right up and they told us.
Nice.
So I don't know.
Damn straight President Trump.
Before, but we spent about 3 hours, close to 3 hours with the lead detectives, and yeah, we found because our main thing was we didn't want to have victims advocate statements that had lies and misquotes and misinformation in it. So I appreciate the president, putting a little bit of pressure on there, and it seemed to work. Up until that time, they told us they were not going to tell us, and we were going to have to just wait for the things to be unsealed. But yeah, it was horrific what Kaylee went through. Yeah, and I don't want to protect this guy, but I won't give out all the details. I'll be general. But yeah, she was stabbed over 30 plus times, and she was struck, and there was quite a bit of damage to her face. So this guy's just an absolute monster. Anyone who thinks that he's otherwise, I just looked at pure demons out there. When I was looking at him, we had a stare down, and he's just filled with demons. He's dark pits of eyes, and there's something seriously wrong with that man.
Steve, why was it important for you to look him directly in the eyes? And what did you see as you spoke to him?
I looked him straight in the eyes, and I just seen black holes and just anger at me. He was telling me with his face that he fucking hated me. He absolutely fucking hated me.
And why did you want to speak to him directly that way?
It's the most personal one. Like,
Yeah,
look at me in my eye. You took my daughter's life. Look at me.
Yeah,
Did your family get something today that needed, or was this?
Yeah, 100%.
I think it's a little early to actually even answer that for myself. I think that kind of stuff needs to set in and sink in, and you regret maybe saying some things, or you wish that you would have said things. So I think right now we're just kind of in the mix of the tornado and the real feelings.
As the spotlight then fades, what do you want the public to remember?
Our main thing is hopefully this could be a template for another family that you can use the media as much as they're using you. You can use it to keep people accountable, keep people honest, keep the court system, treating you with a little bit of respect. And I think that's what we did. And the more that you get active, I think the more chance that you're going to get that justice in the end. I think you really got to try to make your kids stand out, or whoever you're trying to protect, you make them real. Get on the internet and talk to people.
Before you go, and I know you want to go, I want to ask, Olivia today was spectacular. But Olivia asked the question, what was the other weapon you used on my sister? Despite this meeting you had with prosecutors, there still sounds like there's something real in there. Can you explain that to us?
No, we do know that another weapon was used on Kaylee. So we don't know what that weapon was, but
They didn't recover it.
along with the knife wasn't recovered. But Kaylee was not just stabbed. There was other things that happened to Kaylee.
Talk about that a little. The conversation we had with the prosecution was about healing more than anything. It was about giving the victims' families answers. And they may share some of that information at a later date, but today is not the day for that. Today is about the sentencing. It's about putting the defendant in prison for the rest of his life. So there may be more details to come about that, but that conversation that they had was about the healing process and finding some answers that they had. And so we may share at a later date, but today's not the day, okay?
Thank you guys for being available.
Thanks.
Irene will text you guys.
Hold tight. Watching images from outside the court, folks. Just heartbreaking, folks. Just heartbreaking. Press conference should be starting up. We will take that in full. New details are expected about the investigation. This is live coverage from outside the court in Idaho following the sentence of BK. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. Just heartbreaking images, ladies and gentlemen, simply heartbreaking. In every sense of the term. We hear news now that President Donald Trump's direct intervention in the case, however, prompted a number of disclosure. JI5 is in court. Press conference in about 10 minutes. Thank you. 10 minutes, folks. 10 minutes until the press conference. We're watching footage. Until then, ladies and gentlemen, here's the next press conference outside the court.
Good afternoon. My name is Leander James. I am the pro bono attorney for Karen Laramie and Scott Laramie, the loving mother and stepfather of Madison Mogan. I ask that you please give your quiet attention to Scott. He would like to make a statement to you and to all those out there in support of them and the other families. Thank you.
Karen and I just left the sentencing where we gave our victim impact statement. Judge Hippler sentenced the defendant to the maximum allowable sentence under the plea agreement. The sentence will ensure that this evil will never again terrorize a family as he did ours and 3 others. The trial would have involved risks. Had he been convicted of the death penalty, we would have had to endure years, maybe even decades of appeals. This way, his fate is sealed. Society is protected, and we can move on with our lives and attempt to recover. Maddie was our purpose and our hope. We remain lost without her, but we will find our way. Thank you. Get up.
Thank you.
More heartbreaking statements. The press conference expected to start any minute here, folks. We are waiting for the formal press conference to start inside court. As soon as it starts, we will take that press conference. Just seeing if any more families have chosen to speak outside court. Nothing yet. All right, folks, as soon as that press conference begins, we will take it. Here's Anjanette Levy outside court.
And destroyed their lives, and destroyed the lives of so many people. So I think that was a powerful thing to do, and that may have been how he was planning to end his closing argument at trial. I mean, that may have been part of his closing argument or opening statement had this case gone to trial. So he may have been practicing that for a while, and now he is using it to wrap up an argument at a sentencing hearing. And I think it was a poignant way to do it.
Yeah, it was just an incredibly impactful moment. We just got a 5-minute warning for this news conference with Idaho State prosecutors of when it's expected to begin, and we'll bring that news conference to you live here on Law and Crime. You're taking a live look right there. There's the podium where State Prosecutor Bill Thompson will take questions and will speak to the media. As we kind of count down to hearing from these prosecutors, Bobby, I know you have, as well as Anjanette. I mean, both of you have followed this case from the very beginning. I mean, you go back to 2022, and there was the emotion of the search, you know, the horror of learning of what happened, and then seeing how all of this played out. Just for you, Bobby, as this reaches somewhat of a conclusion as Brian Kohberger heads away to prison for life. Just what are the main things you're reflecting on today, whether it was hearing the victim impact statements or just looking back on this case from the very beginning?
You know, I thought from the very beginning that it was great police work done, and I think that you know, that was reflected in some of the statements today when they said, you know, you were sloppy, and I you know, like I said, I think that Maddie probably fought hard and got that sheath to fall off, and
Just a buffer, folks. Just a buffer. We are still live. Just a towel buffer. Just a towel buffer. Just a towel buffer. You can see the press conference has not yet started. Just towel buffer. I'm not sure if it's the law and crime feed itself buffering or if it's towel buffer. We can always just refresh it, ladies and gentlemen. We can double check to see if it's a law and crime feed issue or a towel buffer issue. Either way, folks, we are monitoring. We have a live feed outside the courthouse, obviously, looking forward in the next 5 minutes to whatever investigators are able to provide, ladies and gentlemen, regarding the BK case. New details obviously coming out by the minute, just one after another as we were listening to just some of the press conferences. Obviously, President Trump, ladies and gentlemen, played a big role in the release of the information over the past few days to the Gonsalves family. God bless President Trump. I think Taterbug and Colleen and Buck and others are going to be very pleased. They already love President Trump, and they hate the commies, and now we love President Trump even more. Very good. And we're not saying you have to agree with everything President Trump believes politically. That's not what we're talking about. That somewhat misses the point. We are talking more, ladies and gentlemen, about the press conference. All right, so I have rebooted. I'm trying to reboot the feed. We're going to see if the feed is back now. Here we go.
Maddie probably fought hard and got that sheath to fall off, and
Oh no, the law and crime feed has gone down, ladies and gentlemen. I repeat, the law and crime feed has gone down. That means we're going to have to go to our backup feed. Don't worry, little towels. We have a backup feed. You can hear the audio. As soon as the in-court press conference starts, we will take it. We
This
have...
marks the end of a long and challenging journey through the criminal justice system. We acknowledge that for the families, friends, and loved ones of these 4 young people, the grief does not end, because the losses are permanent and the pain remains. We want to express our deepest gratitude for their strength and resilience during this challenging time. We will honor their loved ones' memories and reaffirm our commitment to ensuring their lives are not forgotten. This investigation, one of the most complex and high-profile cases in our state's history, was made possible by an extraordinary level of collaboration. From local and state police officers to federal agents and analysts, as well as prosecutors, forensics teams, and technical experts. It also took immense courage, patience, and resilience from a grieving community whose role was invaluable. From the very beginning of this tragedy, Moscow Police Department and our law enforcement partners never lost sight of the mission, which was to bring justice for the victims and their families, and to hold accountable the person who committed these horrible crimes. Despite the complexity of this case, our team never wavered, they never gave up, and we completed the mission. During this investigation, I was fortunate to witness the level of professionalism, expertise, drive, and passion that each member of the investigative team brought to the overall effort. And it was truly awe-inspiring. To all who came to our aid and assisted in this immense undertaking, I cannot express my gratitude enough. We are forever thankful. And I would be remiss if I did not thank the amazing communities of Moscow and the University of Idaho. For weeks on end during this investigation, the support you provided to our team was greatly appreciated. The numerous phone calls, letters, and seemingly endless stream of food helped keep our spirits high and encouraged us to press on. Today, we want to provide an opportunity to hear from the key agencies involved in the investigation, prosecution, and overall response to this case. Each agency played a vital role in pursuit of truth and accountability. Further remarks will be provided by the Latah County Prosecutor's Office, followed by the Idaho State Police, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, and the Office of the Attorney General. With that, I'd like to introduce Latah County Prosecutor Bill Thompson, representing the Latah County Prosecutor's Office.
Thank you, Anthony. Welcome, everybody. It's been a long time since we've been able to stand in the same room together, and you have to listen to me talk. I'm sorry. First off, I want to thank the folks here in Ada County. I can tell you I would much prefer to be in Latah County right now and be able to talk to the people most directly impacted by this. But Ada County has been a phenomenal support and protector for the integrity of this case, and I just want to send that shout out right now. So today, you are all, I think, listening in, either in person or with the live stream. We have reached the conclusion of the judicial process, and we believe we've achieved accountability and finality and certainty for everyone who has suffered from this, so we can try to move on. As you are aware, Mr. Kohberger pleaded guilty to all 5 counts of the indictment. He pleaded guilty as charged. There was no plea bargain to change charges, drop charges. He pleaded guilty straight up, and he admitted under oath to Judge Hippler that the allegations are true. He has also received a life and death sentence, and that he is going into the Department of Corrections custody, and he will remain there until he dies. And our communities are protected from him. Our communities are safe from him. And we have finality and conclusion, not just for the families, but for everyone who suffered because of this. Chief Dollinger talked about the extraordinary teamwork on this case. And I can tell you that Ashley Jennings, my senior deputy, and I, we were with the investigators from day one. We worked as a team beyond any team that I've seen in my almost 33 years as a Latah County prosecutor and 45 years as an attorney in Idaho. This level of collaboration is indescribably phenomenal. And in this room, we have representatives of the FBI, and you'll hear, of course, Special Agent Grover. We have representatives from the Idaho State Police. We have representatives from the Moscow Police Department. We have representatives from the Office of the Idaho Attorney General. I can tell you, I will be forever grateful for the assistance that Jeff Nye, the head of the criminal division, and his deputy attorneys general, Ingrid Maddie, standing beside him, offered to us. I don't know that we would have been able to reach the conclusion that we have today as successfully without their brilliant and dedicated work. And they too have lived this case from the get-go. Our hearts and prayers go out to the families, not just the immediate biological or legal families, but the university family, the 1122 King Street family. You all saw the group picture, and you've seen that group picture so many times over the past 2.5 years. And now you have real faces to go with those young, vibrant people who, 4 of whom were killed 12 hours, half day after that picture was taken. We respect the families. We realize that we had tough decisions to make, and we made them, but we did not make them in a vacuum. As I said in court today, we reached out to the families. We asked their thoughts. We listened to what they had to say. We accept and recognize that not everybody agrees with the decision we made, but this isn't a popularity contest. And we made what we thought was the most appropriate decision under the law and on the facts to give this case closure in a sense it would never be realized otherwise. Judge Hipler talked today about the fallacy of expecting that there would be some miraculous coming clean and disclosure from the defendant. In the first instance, as the judge said, he doesn't have the power to compel that. We, the state, don't have the power to compel that. And as a practical matter, it would not be helpful. It would give him a forum to share whatever he thought, to control the dialogue. Not going to happen to our victims. We can't allow that to happen. So, I'll say this with caution. I look forward to your questions. I will be perfectly honest with you. I will answer them as best I can. If I can't tell you the answer to something, I'll tell you that. And I ask for your assistance and your respect as we walk through that, because there are still people who are suffering, and I'm not going to victimize families. I'm not going to victimize the deceased again. And I'll just tell you that if we get those sorts of questions. But we'll get to that in a little bit. Right now, what I would like to do is hand the podium over to Colonel Bill Gardner from the Idaho State Police so he can share his agency's perspective on this. Thank you.
Thanks, Bill. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Colonel Bill Gardner, Director of the Idaho State Police. To the families, your courage and strength throughout this painful process, it indeed kept us moving forward. Your strength, and particularly your love for one another, was inspiring, and it motivated all of us. You've carried a burden no one should ever have to bear. This investigation demanded the very best from everyone involved. Crime scene teams, forensic scientists, intelligence analysts, and investigators answered the call with professionalism, precision, and resolve. They did not do it for recognition. They did it because 4 innocent lives were taken, and the victims and their families deserve nothing less. It is clear this case required a team approach. Not only did the Moscow Police Department, the Latah County Sheriff's Office, the Idaho State Police, and the FBI come together quickly, but others provided significant assistance behind the scenes. I'd like to highlight a few of those. I personally want to thank Colonel Paris of the Pennsylvania State Police. Once this case moved across the country, the Pennsylvania State Police went out of their way to provide resources and support while our people were on the ground there. Also, it's important to note that from the moment this case began, Governor Little was fully supportive of the investigative process. He provided funding and support to make sure the job was done right. And finally, as was already mentioned, the Idaho Attorney General's office provided significant input and help during the preliminary motions. We relied heavily upon their expertise as we moved throughout this whole process. As law enforcement officers, we often say that this is more than a job, it's a calling. This case reminds us why we answer that call, why we stand for victims, why we fight. In this case, why we fight pure evil, and why we keep going, even when the road is long and answers are hard to find. In this horrific case, I am proud of the work that was done and the people who carried it out. They exemplify the very best of our profession and help to bring closure to 4 families. I'll now turn the podium over to Salt Lake City FBI Field Office Supervisory Senior Resident Agent, Brett Grover.
Good afternoon. My name is Brett Grover. I'm the Supervisory Senior Resident Agent in our Coeur d'Alene office of the FBI, which is part of our FBI Salt Lake City division. On behalf of the FBI, we offer our deepest condolences to the families of Madison Mogan, Kaylee Gonzalez, Xander Kanoodle, and Ethan Chapin. The culmination of this case was a long time coming, and we hope the victims' families and friends have some sense of peace in knowing that Brian Kohberger is being held responsible and accountable for his heinous actions. The FBI is proud to have supported the Moscow Police Department in the state of Idaho with the investigation and prosecution of this case. Countless hours have gone into this investigation. The FBI dedicated significant resources to include digital and forensic analysis, intelligence support from our folks at FBI headquarters and field offices around the country, and victim services which continue to this day. Today's sentencing also demonstrates how the responsible use of investigative genetic genealogy, or IGG, can transform a crime scene into accountability and closure. The IGG process involves the use of DNA analysis combined with traditional genealogy research to generate investigative leads for unsolved violent crimes. In late 2022, IGG provided a crucial investigative direction for investigators working this case. But I want to be clear, IGG was just one tool that led us here today. It's a powerful complement to the core investigative work done by both the FBI and our partner agencies. The bottom line is that successful cases like this are about strong partnerships and a shared goal, the goal of keeping our communities safe and providing a measure of justice for the families of our victims. Thank you. I'll now turn the time over to the Attorney General for the state of Idaho.
Good afternoon. I'm Raul Labrador. I'm the Attorney General of the state of Idaho. Today's a heavy day for the families who lost their children, for the community of Moscow, and for the entire state of Idaho. With the sentencing today, a painful chapter closes in one of the darkest and most heartbreaking moments in our state's history. We're here because 4 young lives were stolen from us far too soon. They were full of promise, they had dreams and aspirations, people who loved them, and communities that believed in them. Their loss is immeasurable. Their absence is felt every day, not only by their families, but by classmates, friends, neighbors, and all of us who came to know their names and their stories. There is no sentence that can bring true justice for this kind of evil. Nothing we do today can undo the heartache or fill the empty chairs at family tables. But today's sentencing ensures one thing, that the perpetrator will never again walk free. In fact, he will never harm another family. I want to extend my deepest gratitude to Prosecutor Bill Thompson, whose steady leadership has guided this case from the beginning, to the people of Layton County for their trust and commitment to justice, and to the state of Idaho, and to the state, also to the local and federal law enforcement communities who have been focused on bringing justice for the victims. I also want to recognize Jeff Nye, who's the chief of my office's criminal law division, and the team of attorneys in my office who work side by side with local prosecutors. Their contributions were quiet, but vital. They helped protect the grand jury's work. They pushed back against legal challenges and successfully defended the use of advanced forensic tools that helped identify Kohberger. These were groundbreaking legal efforts done with resolve, with care, and in the name of public safety. Their outstanding legal work spared the families and the public from a drawn-out, painful trial that would have reopened wounds and prolonged the family's agony. When I became the Attorney General 2.5 years ago, I interviewed Jeff Nye. He was not the chief of the criminal division at the time. And I asked him if there was anything he would change in the Office of Attorney General. If you get to know Jeff, he had a long list. It was a very long list of things that he would change in the criminal division. But the first thing he talked about was the fact that our office was not helping local prosecutors with their prosecution. It was a take it or leave it kind of approach, that we either took the case and handled all the matter, or we did nothing at all. And he said that there were important cases where we could actually assist in the Office of Attorney General. It's one of the reasons I hired him to be my chief of the criminal division, and I think today culminates the wise decision that he had to make those changes and the important change that we made in the office. This moment didn't come easily. It was the result of tireless effort, careful preparation, and unwavering pursuit of the truth. Behind the scenes, our legal teams worked diligently to defend dozens of legal challenges. Their efforts not only helped ensure a just outcome, they also spared the families and the community from the painful trial and endless appeals that would have reopened deep wounds. To the families of Madison, Kaylee, Santa, and Ethan, no words from any of us, no legal ruling, and no sentence from a judge can heal what you've endured. But I want you to know this. My sincere wish is that you have not carried this burden alone. Idaho grieves with you. Idaho stands with you. And your children's names will not be forgotten. We honor them, not only with our words today, but with our commitment to protecting others in their memory. I will never stop fighting for the people of Idaho, and I thank every single member of this community who has just reached out to the families and supported them. And may God bless the souls of the victims and the families who have suffered.
Thank you. Now we will transition into our question and answer phase. Joining me at the podium will be Bill Thompson from the Prosecutor's Office and the two lead investigators, Brett Payne and Darren Gilbertson. Just a couple of things before we begin. We recognize that everyone has a lot of questions. We're going to try to do our best to get to as many as we possibly can. Also, keep in mind that there are still some things that we are unable to talk about because of either privacy interests for the victims and their families and or they are under seal currently in the court. So if those items do come up, then that will certainly be the answer that you will receive. And to keep this sort of orderly, I will try to be the one to point out who's got their hands up. Right there.
Chief Dollinger,
Yes.
Amanda Rowley with Creme 2 in Spokane. What more can you tell us about the released documents that the police department is working on putting online, and what can we expect from that?
Certainly. As we put out in that press release, I hope everybody can understand the immense amount of information that's in this investigation is going to take a lot of time to prepare. It has to be gone through legally to be redacted or figured out whether or not it can actually be released. So I did get word today. It sounds like our website will be going live hopefully this afternoon. There should be another press release coming out in the next few hours to show that website so that people can start accessing that. Initially, what is going to be on there, and certainly this is just for the Moscow Police Department because we're only the holders of our records, but it will be all of our police reports from this investigation. So just the documents there. They'll be redacted, ready to go, again, free of charge for the public. We want to be as transparent as we possibly can, so we wanted to get those out to everyone.
Chief, from the very beginning, your department was saying this was a targeted attack. Can you now say who was the target and what's your evidence to show that?
I'll turn that question over to the investigators to answer that one.
Well, I think Darren and I have, the evidence suggested that there was a reason that this particular house was chosen. What that reason is, we don't know. We don't know who the target was, and we're not going to speculate on that up here today. But we can tell you that for whatever reason, Mr. Kohberger chose that residence. Perhaps it's the location, layout, we don't know. But that's, to the best of my knowledge, that's what that statement likely led to.
Haley Gunther, KHQ. There was a social media account that surfaced that has long had speculation that it was Brian Kohberger. Can you talk at all about the Papa Roger potential connection, if any?
Right. There was no connection. There wasn't at all. And we looked into every bit of it. We took a deep dive into it. We researched it.
It wasn't him?
It was not. It was not. Thank you. We can cut that off.
Is it possible that there was a second
Is it possible? All the evidence shows and tells us that he used a knife, a K-bar knife, and that's the weapon we believe was used to commit all the murders.
Here.
It sounded like the Gonzalez family said that there was a second weapon that was used on Kaylee Gonzalez.
Out of respect for the families, that's something that you'll have to get from them. If they wish to share that with you, it'd probably be through them, not through us.
And one more question. You said that it seemed like he chose that house. There's no clues as to why he chose that house?
You know, after working in Moscow for several years as Chief Dollinger, that area is frequented by many, many people at all hours of the night when college is in session. So what Darren and I have surmised is that perhaps it's the old hiding in plain sight. There's lots of people around. There's lots of vehicles around at all hours. It's not isolated where you'd be noticed. So that's where that comment comes from.
It does. And no, it doesn't make sense. And it's if you were in that neighborhood at all, it's a very complicated neighborhood. It's very closed in. But at the same time, there's everything from college kids to adults that live there, people that have full-time jobs, part-time jobs. So any one of us could come and go and fit in there. So, Roger.
D.A. Thompson, during the plea hearing and then again today, it seemed like your voice quivered a bit when you were either putting up photographs or mentioning the victims' names. I'm just wondering about the emotional toll. And I want to.
Yeah, you're right. My voice was quivering. Y'all were in there. There was a lot of powerful emotion. The losses are almost indescribable. And maybe my filters aren't as good as they might have been 45 years ago when I started in this business. But I think you also saw that even Judge Hippler was affected and impacted by this. There is no easy way to remain stiff-lipped and dry-eyed through this kind of tragedy. There just simply isn't.
I'm sure you're not aware of this yet, but there was a photograph where they zoomed in on a picture that Brian Kohberger had on the defense counsel table. It was an image of a black heart. I don't know if you've heard this or you've seen the image. Hearing this, your thoughts?
First I've heard of it. There is something I need to say, though, real quick. This is a product of, I'm sure I'm getting old in my failed memory, but there's one other person I need to recognize, and this is very important to us because this was a key person that was going to take us through trial, and that's Josh Hurward, the former United States Attorney for the District of Idaho who left office and voluntarily joined our office as a special deputy to help us. My apologies for the oversight as I wasn't reading my notes correctly, but thank you for that little interlude. Chief?
I guess my question is for Mr. Thompson, since you're still up there, and not maybe with law and crime. You said that it was your decision to accept this plea agreement. It brings finality. He will die in prison. But Corporal Payne just said they don't know who the target was and why he targeted this house. Was there a reason why, as part of the plea agreement, you didn't require Ann Taylor to have her client sit down with you all and to answer some of these questions?
I think that Judge Hippler addressed that today very, very well. Of course, Judge Hippler addresses everything very well, we found. The law does not give the court or us the power to require a specific factual allocution. And just let me finish. And we recognize that. We recognize that we could have said, well, in order for us to move forward, we want a factual allocution. But I have to be perfectly candid. I don't believe that there's anything that would come out of his mouth that would be the truth. I don't believe that there's anything that would come out of his mouth that would be anything other than self-serving. And I don't believe there's anything that would come out of his mouth that would not further victimize the families. And so that just simply wasn't a factor. We made our decision based on our assessment of law and the facts. We made our decision based on being able to obtain accountability and certainty, not just for the victims' families, but for the communities and for the state. And that's where our obligations go. In the end, and the old Harry Truman thing, the buck stops on my desk. Well, that's what I got when I was elected prosecutor 33 years ago. I never dreamed it would involve something like this, but we don't shirk our responsibilities just because it got big and nasty.
Thank you. Corporal Payne and Lieutenant Roberson, first of all, I want to say to Corporal Payne that the Chambers family told me that you called them every night during that nearly 7-week campaign, even though you didn't have to. I just think that goes to show. That being said, I'm curious as to where you think or believe the murder weapon is, where you think or believe disclosed Kohberger was burned that night are, and how do you think he avoided forensics?
Well, I can just tell you, and forgive us if we go back and forth, it's just kind of how we roll. But there is no evidence that we found that would lead us to any specific, even general location as to where the murder weapon or the clothes have been. And we searched. I mean, the FBI, again, to their credit, we had folks doing soil samples and so all sorts of things to try to come up with somewhere to start searching for these things, and we just never found it. As far as the forensics piece, I'll let Darren speak to
Yeah,
that.
and on the weapon, it wasn't a lack of trying. You know, everywhere that we had evidence of where he went, based upon phone records, based upon the evidence that we had gathered, we searched that. We went there. We did searches on the ground, in the water. We did searches. We sent soil samples to try to figure out maybe where a shovel had been used. So we searched everywhere that we possibly could, but the reality is we're looking for a singular small, it's not that small, but K-bar knife, and that's it. So it's endless of where it could have been, and we just were not able to find it. So.
What about the clothes and visibility though to avoid forensics at the scene, in a murder scene where we now know Kohberger Gonzalez was stabbed 34 times and then another victim was stabbed more than.
Right. So the reality is that somebody can carry this out and still not get covered in blood. That's the reality of it, and this does happen, and there's plenty of studies of that. And we've had some of the world's experts that we've asked those same questions because we've struggled with that. Why do we not find more here and there? And the reality was, if somebody has the training, if somebody has thought about it, if somebody wears the right type of clothing, that could be the outcome, and that's what we were left with. Here.
Chief of Stars with CNN, to Mr. Thompson, did you do psychological testing on Brian Kohberger? Did that weigh into your decision to have a plea deal? And stabbings, multiple stabbings are very personal. How did you assess that mode of murder?
I can tell you that psychological testing was done with Mr. Kohberger. The results of that do not rise to a defense to his conduct under Idaho law. The results of the various testing, most of it done by the defense or on behalf of the defense, it's also sealed by court order. So I can't speak to any specifics, but I can tell you, yes, psychological testing was done. I can also tell you that no, psychological testing or any potential psychological condition of Mr. Kohberger, that did not play a role in our decision.
Bill, does it have any bearing on where he will be placed or housed?
Where Mr. Kohberger, where the defendant is going to be housed, is going to be up to the Idaho Department of Correction. And that could very well change over time. And the reality is we will know about it after it happens.
Over here.
Did you monitor Mr. Kohberger's communications while he was incarcerated? And did he say anything that was helpful or gave you any insight as to why he did this?
Yeah, we did monitor it, both while he was housed in Latah County and then once he was moved down to Ada County. We have hundreds, thousands of hours of monitoring that was done, but there was nothing of evidentiary value that was gained from any of it.
Will you be releasing those conversations?
It's my understanding that the jail will not be releasing things that involve personal conversations with third parties. That ultimately would be a decision because the recordings are the possession of the two correctional facilities or detention facilities. But I'm pretty certain the Latah County Sheriff's Office policy does not allow for that, and I would guess Ada County is similar. You can ask them.
Back here.
Thank you. Greg Fisher with CBS News 48 Hours. Was there any evidence that Kohberger was following the social media of any of the victims?
So, trust us, we wanted that to be the case. We've looked for a link, and we have not found one. Not one.
Yeah, through the entire investigation, I think that's something that we need, that you want, is to help to understand this and say, well, what's the connection? What was the link? And so we had every resource possible, and we worked that tirelessly, both from everything from his side, but all the victims and all the members of the House from their side. So we have never, to this date, found a single connection between him and any of the 4 victims or the 2 surviving roommates.
Michael Ruiz from Fox News Digital. My question's for the investigators. You guys are going through this case. You've got a lot of evidence about his background, his education, his training. You said earlier you couldn't identify a reason the house was targeted. Do you have a motive?
We don't.
Lauren Patterson, Director of Public Broadcasting. This question's for Anthony Gallagher, actually. I remember when Anthony was a beat cop assigned to talk to us at the very beginning when all of this happened, and now you're running the show. So I wanted to ask, as a community member, has this case changed how you're focusing on stuff?
It's changed everyone involved. How could it not? It was a devastating tragedy to our community, and our police department is a part of that community, and it was very difficult for us as well. So, this is just one of those things that will not define us, but it is certainly a part of our history that we will never forget. Yes.
Rebecca's been an Associated Press. The perhaps unprecedented level of interest in a court case like this in Idaho was matched by an extremely high level of secrecy within the case. The Gonzalez family has said that they're desperate for answers about what happened to their daughter. Do you anticipate most of the court documents being unsealed, or are there things that you will specifically request remain sealed?
As far as the court documents, Judge Hippler has told us that he is going to work with the attorneys to go through every sealed document. Many, probably most of the documents were sealed for the purpose of protecting against tainting a jury pool. And those documents I would expect would become unsealed. Requests for discovery, various things like that. There are also documents in there that contain very personal, private information regarding victims and families. I expect those likely will not be released under Idaho's protections against what the law calls unwarranted invasions of personal privacy. I realize that can be frustrating for folks who want to be able to explore this thoroughly, but we have to balance, and the law balances, the privacy of the people who have suffered, including the victims who are dead, with giving the public as much information as we responsibly can.
Alex Duggan, the spokesman review. I'm just wondering, did a lack of knowing the reason or the motive concern you in prepping for trial? Because juries tend to want to explore the motive or reason for a crime. And also, how do you as investigators and attorneys grapple with that? Because if you can't rationalize something irrational, then how do you continue knowing that may result in an answer?
Well, I'll tell you from an investigator standpoint, we already know and realize we often don't get to know that. We want it. We all do. We naturally want that. But the reality is it's not something that we have to have or that we get. And the reality also is that oftentimes those very things that you're asking about, they're only known to one person. It's the person that commits those crimes. And I think that's probably what we have here.
And I would add that going through this whole investigation, I'd probably say it's easier than it was for Bill's offices. We were focused on a task. We had a task to do, and it was discovering evidence and interviewing folks and that sort of thing. So the motive necessarily doesn't play a part in that, right? Obviously it can, but we were just focused on getting the job done in the correct way as best we could. So,
and from the prosecutor's point of view, yeah, certainly lack of a clear motive is something that we think about and consider as we're preparing for trial, because we're going to have a jury of 12, ordinary, honest citizens there who are wanting to figure this thing out. But we also, and I've also found that juries tend to follow the law. And even jurors who come in with strong feelings, they tend to follow the law that the judge gives. And there is no element of motive in Idaho law for murder. And so we set that aside as something that we were going to dwell on, whether there was clear proof of a specific motive, because we knew it wasn't legally required. And practically speaking, we knew it wasn't something that we possessed that we could give to the jury without speculating. And I'm sure as heck not going to stand in front of a bunch of 12 jurors and start speculating. We're going to give them the evidence. And the evidence in this case, what you heard at the time of his guilty plea back on the 2nd, that evidence was compelling, and it showed his guilt without having to worry about motive in a human sense. But thank you for the question.
Did he say anything when he was arrested?
Yeah, so Brett, myself, and members of the FBI, we traveled back to Pennsylvania. We were there, and I know they hit on it earlier, but I'd be remiss without talking about the cooperation and the support that we had from them was absolutely incredible. From the time that we got on the ground with the Pennsylvania State Police and with the FBI back there, it was unbelievable. Anything that we needed, they were there to facilitate it. So we helped to shape what that looked like, what the arrest looked like, what took place once they hit the house on the search warrant and he was taken into custody. Brett and I were at another location, a barracks of the Pennsylvania State Police, and then he was brought to us and we conducted an interview with him that night there in Pennsylvania.
Can you talk about what he said?
So we went into this interview, we used a lot of influence and guidance from the FBI and their behavioral analysis unit. They helped us a ton in framing our interview strategy rather. When we spoke to Mr. Kohberger, we kept it pretty surface level to begin with, the idea being get him to speak and keep him speaking. It was pretty surface level, and then when we tried to get into things a bit more detail, he decided to end the interview. So that's pretty much
as soon as we tried to walk into the purpose of why we're there, which obviously he knows we're detectives from Idaho, so that's when we really started to shut down, and then he just shut it down. So
what was his demeanor?
Calm, relaxed.
Say very similar to what you see and whenever you see him in court.
Next question. Yeah, Mike Taker from the New York Times. I'm wondering if you can talk about Mr. Kohberger's family, whether you've got much cooperation, tips, input from them along the way.
The only thing I'm really able to talk about is that we didn't get any tips or any evidentiary items from the family. So, add to that?
No.
Just wondering if you ever had any idea of what made Mr. Kohberger take the plea deal in the end.
No.
Can I ask a follow-up question? I know there were reports.
That was a short answer. You probably have time for a short follow-up.
Can I also ask a follow-up to the investigators? I know there were some reports that there was Kohberger was hiding some container out of the house. Did you ever determine what that was?
No, and the belief was in the one of the surviving roommates in her statement, and that's out there, was that she observed something in his hand when she saw him, but we don't know what it was.
You had an expert who was going to testify about cleaning something off of his work computer, some software experts. Was there any evidence that he had tried to wipe anything from his phone, software-wise? The barn parts, I believe, is their name.
Yeah, and so this kind of goes into the connection to the victims as well. That's a similar question. We had the world's foremost experts on this look into it, and there was evidence that he had used software to wipe many of his devices relatively effectively, so there wasn't much evidence obtained after that.
Including, I think he had two software, or was it just one software?
I think he had one active phone, but I don't remember, so don't quote me if he had more at his home.
It was more than just the work computer that he had wiped.
Yeah, he regularly used software to try to clear things off. He used VPN on his devices also.
Back here. Kevin Fixler with the Idaho Statesman. I'm hoping you can walk us through the decision to hand off the DNA process on the knife sheath over to Othram Labs, who's contracted by ISP, and then ultimately the FBI takes over that IgG process. And then Prosecutor Thompson, I'm curious if you had concerns about constitutional rights issues based on how the FBI conducted themselves in that portion.
I'll start, and I'll just speak briefly to, when we were notified that we had a DNA from the knife sheath, and it was a single source male DNA, touch DNA, then we knew that we had capabilities to take that further. So you're correct, the Idaho State Police has a contract with Othram Laboratories in Texas. So we flew that over there, and they started the process of working that in what was the beginning of the IgG process. And at some point during it, we were working with the FBI, which we did closely throughout the entire case and every aspect of it. We talked and met with them, and they had further resources and some capabilities that we thought may get us somewhere quicker. And so we made the decision to then shift that to the FBI and continue that process there.
And as to your question about legal concerns, my simple answer is no. I didn't have legal concerns about how the FBI conducted their IGG investigation. I know that was the subject of lengthy, detailed, painfully detailed motions and briefing, and Mr. Nye rose to the occasion and was able to address all of that. But in the end, it's simply no different than sending somebody undercover into any place to gather information. And I was not concerned about the legality of it. And the judge came through and made the right decision that there was no violation of the defendant's rights or anybody else's rights.
Had he not left the knife sheath behind, would have been able to track him down?
We've talked about this ad nauseum, and the answer is yes. Through the car, most likely. We had some amazing people going truly line by line over tens of thousands of white Hyundai Elantras. So we believe we would have got to it through that avenue. The time frame for that is uncertain. It could have been a week later, could have been 2 months later. We just don't know. We would have found him. We would have found him.
There's a lot of questions in regards to that initial window. Brett and I made the decision on what that window was, even though the experts were saying there may be more years that match it. But the simple numbers that we began to look at were astronomical, of thousands and thousands, tens of thousands of these vehicles. So we chose to try to narrow it and start smaller. And then as we had to, we were going to open that up. But we both believe we would have gotten him through the car eventually.
A question for Mr. Thompson. Amanda Rowley with Crime 2. It appears that the plea deal, it felt a bit rushed. So the question is, why did it happen so quickly, considering some of the families were against it? And also, the Mogan family at the plea hearing mentioned saying that this is the best possible outcome. Just wondering, do you agree with that, or would you have liked to have seen a different outcome?
Well, I think we agree with the Mogan family. Our decision was that this is the best possible outcome, all things considered, and factoring into that, that the defendant was prepared to plead guilty as charged. Now, if that hadn't been a factor, we'd be picking a jury for trial starting right now, or starting this week. What was the first part?
Why was this such a quick? It felt rushed. So why did this happen so quickly, even though the family?
No, I hear you. The process moved quickly. There was no doubt about it. And like I outlined for the court earlier today, things changed dynamically the week following the June 18th hearings on the defense motion for a continuance and the alternate perpetrator motion, where Judge Hippler made it very clear that the defense was not going to prevail on either of those. And so the reality of trial was there, and there was nothing else in its way. We were continuing to prepare for trial. We had been doing that for months, and as I mentioned, that's you bringing Mr. Hurwitz in to help us because the Attorney General's office was not able, with the manpower, to help us all the way through trial. We were ready to go. When we were approached by the defense about the possibility of a plea, our first question was, is your client prepared to plead guilty? And it took them a little while to give us that answer. In the meantime, we reached out to the families, and we talked to the families, and we solicited their input, and we considered that in making our decision. The fact of the matter is, and I think Judge Hippler commented on this back on July 2nd when we were in court, is that the logistics of the upcoming trial, with 10,000 prospective jurors being summoned in, the court staff making arrangements and preparing to process that part of the case, dictated that if the case was going to resolve, it needed to resolve quickly. And so that kind of drove the pace over that weekend, the last weekend of June. At the end of the weekend, when we understood from the defense that the defendant was prepared to plead guilty, the court was notified the next morning, And the court wanted to move quickly to get a plea done on the record if it was going to be done, and if it wasn't, so we were not interrupted in our trial preparations.
The trial logistics were the main concern, just as Judge Hippler had said prior, right, with the jury as a factor and that sort of thing.
Yeah, the practical aspect is that the trial machine was running, and if it was going to be interrupted, that had to be known as soon as possible. I think that's the fairest explanation.
Okay, question here.
Yes, Michelle Benucci from 48 Hours. I just had a question about when you were looking into Kohberger's past. Was there any early sign of trouble, or what did his background look like?
Well, we can't go into his younger years. I believe that's actually still under seal. Correct me if I'm wrong. But what I can tell you is the things we do know about him was that his education led him down a path that was very much focused on forensics, crime scenes, that sort of thing. So that was really what we focused on in his background, is what led him down this path. How may he have prepared for this? And I think that was a big component of that, was just his schooling and his choice of potential future profession.
And just so there's no speculation here by what Detective Payne just said, documents under seal involving Mr. Kohberger's background, they may or may not be released down the road. I can tell you that there is no evidence of any criminal history of any significant nature. There was no evidence of a history of violence. There was no evidence of a history of a factual predisposition to do the crimes that he committed here. We made our decision. So if there are any concerns among your listeners or readers that somehow he was a serial killer in waiting with all of these prior actions, we are not aware of any behaviors like that preceded what happened here in Idaho.
Take this question here, and then we're going to have two more after that.
Yeah, I'm going to argue with CBS's question to Mr. Thompson. Mr. Thompson, you talked about making before the plea deal was reached, including the Gonzalez's. You've spoken to the Gonzalez's afterward about their displeasure with this, and so what's that conversation?
We have spoken with families afterwards, and I can tell you that families that did not agree with our decision have made that very clear to us, and I don't expect anything different. I respect, and we respect, that everyone is going to grieve differently, even within family units, and everyone is going to look at the case and possible resolutions from their own light, and they are entitled to that as the victims. I'm not going to pretend that everybody was just fine with our decision, because there were families and family members who were not. And we accept that. We recognize that. It's just a fact of life.
It was stated earlier that the target is unknown. However, it's been speculated that the convicted may have encountered Maddie while she was serving at the Magritte restaurant due to the vegan menu options. When his digital data was analyzed, were there any location pins or any information there that could have connected him to where Maddie worked?
No, there wasn't. Like I said earlier, we wanted that. We looked for it in every possible way, digitally, financially, physical location, anything you could think of, anything that we thought, where is the connection, where's the overlap, and we searched tirelessly and never found it. I can't say that he was never there at all, but we never found any evidence at all from interviewing everybody that we possibly could, talking to every person that would have that information to be able to show that he was there or that there was a connection through the restaurant.
Okay, last question here.
Okay, just two follow-ups to earlier questions. First of all, my question about the family. You said that you gave me evidence from the family. Was there any hindrance of the investigation from the family? And was there any specific evidence you were hoping to get?
Are you talking about his family, Kohberger's? There was not any hindrance, anything, nothing that impacted us carrying out the investigation.
Thank you. And then the second follow-up, when you mentioned, like, obviously you follow this line of interest in his studies,
There was nothing aside from, we have some of his coursework where he did, a crime scene recreation, that sort of thing, but it was all part of his studies. So I don't think that any of us attributed that to a planning process per se. Certainly it was a learning process, but whether or not it was a planning process ahead of what he did, we'll probably never know that.
Yeah, and I would say we didn't find anything that would be any different than a student, a different student in the PhD program.
Gotcha. So then I'm understanding that the planning process, that during the investigation it was part of the plan, that purchase of the overnight on Amazon, usually the first, I guess, step toward.
Did he plan it? Did he buy it with the purpose of that? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
And we don't
have
know.
anything to show or prove that he did that.
Well, thank you all. That concludes our Q&A section today. Hopefully tried to get as many of you folks' questions answered as possible. I'm sure you're going to have further questions, and certainly the question was already brought up about public records requests. Just keep in mind that if you're looking for those in the future, you will need to go to each individual agency or entity that has the keepers of those records. So just to reiterate, the website that the City of Moscow is going to be putting up, hopefully today, that will only be Moscow Police Department records, and those will be our police reports. So we understand that this case has captured the attention of literally the world, and today's news conference was not held to relive the tragedy, but to honor those lives that were lost, to acknowledge the conclusion of this legal process, and to reinforce our wavering commitment to justice, a commitment we share with you. I want to take a moment to thank the members of the media here today. We understand that you do have a vital role in helping the public comprehend the intricacies of this case, and your continued professionalism in covering this emotionally charged and complex case is appreciated.
We're going to see if there are any folks. We're going to keep an eye on what Anjanette Levy has to say. My name is Grant Smith-Ellis. Folks, we're going to keep an eye on what Anjanette Levy has to say. My name is Grant Smith-Ellis. I actually clipped Anjanette's question and then updated the sound for it as well. So as we're waiting for that to come on up, I will. All right, as we're waiting for Anjanette's press conference video to come up, we are going to keep an eye on the stream. We're going to keep an eye on what's going on outside the court, and then I know that Law and Crime obviously had people on the ground, so I would like to see a little bit of Anjanette's commentary, and then we can play some towel trivia as well to decompress, because that was a very hard day. It was a flurry of activity all around, ladies and gentlemen, just an absolute flurry of activity. As I mentioned, we're going to keep an eye on it. Here is the question from Anjanette at today's Idaho 4 press conference regarding why state prosecutors did not compel the defendant to explain more about his motives for the murders of. I have to get the four names: Kaylee, Xana, Ethan, and Maddie during the plea process. Excellent question. Excellent question from Anjanette. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now monitoring to see if we're going to get more coverage, in particular feedback from Anjanette related to what she saw and heard in the press conference. We did hear that question from Anjanette just there, ladies and gentlemen. If you were listening, we're going to get a chance to replay that for you right now, as I was able to save a copy of it. I boosted the audio and added captions, so we're going to do that in just a few seconds here. I just have to upload it. Then we'll be able to watch it. We're also going to keep an eye, as I mentioned, on what exactly is going on in outside of court. We're going to see, I think Law and Crime has ended their coverage for the day. All right, so we are going to jump over to Reuters, which is not live. Hold on, jumping forward. All right, so you can see that's a live feed from inside the press room. Oh, they cut it right as we were watching. All right, so we're going to keep an eye right now. We're going to jump over to the AP coverage. We're going to keep an eye, rotating coverage. We're going to see if Law and Crime goes live again with Anjanette Levy. All right, so AP's coverage has ended as well. We're going to watch Anjanette Levy's question from the press conference in just 2 seconds. And then we're going to keep an eye on who else might be providing live coverage outside the court. So if you see a feed pop up on Law and Crime, if you see a feed pop up outside the court, just let me know. I will transition us right over to that, ladies and gentlemen. So I'm going to keep an eye on this. I'm going to see if we can get more coverage from outside the court. I'm going to see who else might still be covering this and whether or not they're going to keep up their live coverage. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. All we're waiting for right now is for this great video that I created. I updated the sound and whatnot from Anjanette Levy. I should add Law and Crime to this tag because Law and Crime did a great job today. Hold on. Of Law Crime. I think their main channel is like at Law and Crime News. So I'm going to get that tagged. I'm going to get this uploaded. We're going to watch it together, and we can play a little towel trivia as well if that's going to be the end of our day. I'm going to take the evening off. I need some time to rest. That was a wild 2 days. I will be back with you. We're going to play some towel trivia, but I promise you tomorrow we are going to have time to actually decompress. I also broke some news about the Shannon O'Brien and Deb Goldberg case. 3,000 pages of secret documents released. You may have seen me furiously typing as I was trying to pay attention to the stream and then also look at your comments, ladies and gentlemen. Do you want to watch the Senate Foreign Relations Committee hearing on the Middle East? I mean, obviously, we are a public information service. No, we're going to watch Anjanette Levy's comment, ladies and gentlemen, and then as soon as we watch the review of that question, we're going to pop around and see if anyone else is doing some real-time commentary outside of the BK hearing following sentencing, and we're obviously not going to watch the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, although if we wanted to be informed in an area like, oh goodness, it was just a hearing and now people are just talking outside. All right, so I'm a little bit baffled. I don't want to watch that. All right, so hold on 1 second. Ladies and gentlemen, we will just take that off the screen. I'm getting Anjanette Levy's stand by for more live. Well, even the AP is jumping around a little bit. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. We have just, I thought the judge's closing remarks were very apropos. If you would like to hear Judge Hippler's remarks, we'll be able to listen to those. I also have Anjanette Levy's full press conference question ready for us right now. So I'm going to turn, and we're going to watch that in 1 second. All right, so I'm going to bring up Anjanette Levy's press conference question right now. It had to do with why prosecutors did not choose to compel BK or the defendant to explain his actions today. So 1 second, little towels. And we are going to do this. All right, we're going to expand that. All right, and give me 1 second. We don't need double towel. All right, so let's remove little towel. All right, let's do that. Let's do that. Let's do this. Let's do that. All right, here we go. This was Anjanette Levy's question. Oh, actually, let me unmute it. I already know it's muted. All right. Should be unmuted. Volume up. Let's do it.
Thank you for that little interlude. Chief?
I guess my question is for Mr. Thompson, since you're still up there. Anjanette Levy with Law and Crime. You said that it was your decision to accept this plea agreement. It brings finality. People die in prison. But Corporal Payne just said they don't know who the target was and why he targeted this house. Was there a reason why, as part of the plea agreement, you didn't require Ann Taylor to have her client sit down with you all and to answer some of these questions?
I think that Judge Hippler addressed that today very, very well. Of course, Judge Hippler addresses everything very well, we've found. The law does not give the court or us the power to require a specific factual allocution. And just let me finish. And we recognize that. We recognize that we could have said, well, in order for us to move forward, we want a factual allocution. But I have to be perfectly candid. I don't believe that there's anything that would come out of his mouth that would be the truth. I don't believe that there's anything that would come out of his mouth that would be anything other than self-serving. And I don't believe there's anything that would come out of his mouth that would not further victimize the families. And so that just simply wasn't a factor. We made our decision based on our assessment of the law and the facts. We made our decision based on being able to obtain accountability and certainty, not just for the victims' families, but for the communities and for the state. And that's where our obligations go. In the end, and the old Harry Truman thing, the buck stops on my desk. Well, that's what I got when I was elected prosecutor 33 years ago. I never dreamed it would involve something like this, but we don't shirk our responsibilities just because it got big and nasty.
Hello. So you heard the remarks from Anjanette Levy there. You also had a request we had a request to listen to Judge Hippler's full remarks. Let's go ahead and listen to that now. I believe these are Judge Hippler's full remarks upon sentencing Brian Kohberger today. So let's go ahead and listen to that now. If you missed it, Brian Kohberger was sentenced to 4 consecutive life terms, a bunch of fines, and then 10 years on the burglary charge related to the Idaho 4 killings. What you're going to see right now is Judge Kipler's remarks before sentencing. You heard some remarks in the press conference about how Judge Hippler was affected by this case, and it was very clear in these remarks. So let's listen now.
Does Vince wish to make argument today? All right, Mr. Kohberger, you have an opportunity to make a statement if you wish to. I take it you are declining.
I respectfully decline.
Well, please. All right, let me start this morning by acknowledging and thanking those that have come here today in support of their loved ones, and I appreciate your courage and your strength, and I hope that you are able to move on as best as possible. Thank counsel for the professionalism that they've exhibited throughout this case. It has been my great honor to preside in this case and to help bring, to the extent possible, some resolution and hopefully justice to this case. During the quiet morning hours of November 13, 2022, a faceless coward breached the tranquility of 6 beautiful young people and senselessly slaughtered them, 4 of them. Who committed this unspeakable evil was unknown for several weeks, but due to the killer's incompetence and outstanding police work by numerous local, state, and federal law enforcement agencies, the person that slithered through that sliding glass door at 1122 King Road now stands before the world and this court unmasked. This unfathomable and senseless act of evil has caused immeasurable pain and loss. No parent should ever have to bury their child. This is the greatest tragedy that can be inflicted upon a person. Parents who took their children to college in a truck filled with moving boxes had to bring them home in hearses lined with coffins. The loss this killer inflicted was not just the death of these people's children, siblings, grandchildren, as we've heard today. It has ripped a hole in their soul, destroying a special part of their very essence. Any person who is a parent defines themselves foremost as such. It is their existence and purpose of being. And it has been stolen from these parents. None of us have experienced the loss these victims have in the unspeakable way that they have. And therefore, none of us can, nor should we, question the way in which they have handled their loss. Whether that be in private mourning, removed as far as possible from this media circus, or in front of a camera demanding retribution with the loudest megaphone. I've listened intently to the stories and pain that have been shared today, with great awe at the courage and resilience of the surviving family members of those wonderful children. I've listened also to the surviving roommates, both in person and through their friends. And I can't think of how, frankly, courageous they have been despite the hell that they have faced by uncaring people who have come up with all kinds of crazy theories about two kids simply being kids. The parents, siblings, and other family members who have spoken today are designated as victims in our legal system. But going forward, I hope that they can shed that label, as it gives too much power to the evil that condemned them to that role. They are and should be known as survivors, fighters, and foremost as witnesses to the tremendous lives of value and unbounded promise of these 4 young people. But those speaking today and those who did not speak, but who carry this same burden, this same loss, now carry forward the memories of these now perpetually young people, these forever children. These survivors carry the responsibility of ensuring that the voices of these children, Maddie, Kaylee, Xana, and Ethan, are never forgotten, and the positive impacts that they have had on so many lives are never minimized, and that the love they shared, the light that they shined onto others, is forever celebrated. As we sit here today, this case is ending, and we are now certain who committed these unspeakable acts of evil, but we don't know, and what we may never know is why. I share the desire expressed by others to understand the why. But upon reflection, it seems to me, and this is just my own opinion, that by continuing to focus on why, we continue to give Mr. Kohberger relevance. We give him agency and we give him power. The need to know what is inherently not understandable makes us dependent upon the defendant to provide us with a reason, and that gives him the spotlight, the attention, and the power he appears to crave. Yet even if I could force him to speak, which legally I cannot, how could anyone ever be assured that what he speaks is the truth? Do we really believe, after all of this, he's capable of speaking the truth or of giving up something of himself to help the very people whose lives he destroyed? Rather, I suspect the so-called reason would be dished out in enticing, self-serving, and aggrandizing untruthful bits, leaving people wanting more information, more insight, and thus enhancing even further the power he seeks to hold. Even if we could get truthful insight, it would not in any way quench one's thirst for actually understanding why in the first instance. Because there is no reason for these crimes that could approach anything resembling rationality. No conceivable reason could make any sense. And in the end, the more we struggle to seek explanation for the unexplainable, the more we try to extract a reason, the more power and control we give to him. In my view, the time has now come to end Mr. Kohberger's 15 minutes of fame. It's time that he be consigned to the ignominy and isolation of perpetual incarceration. I know there has been concern about him collaborating on books or movies or other media projects, and I truly hope that someone does not stoop to affording him this spotlight that he desires in the name of clicks, royalties, or profits. While criminal behavioralists should study him away from the spotlight in an attempt to prevent other would-be killers from acting on their worst impulses, there should be no need for that to spill over into the public eye. The great Idaho jurist Edward Lodge was known for trying to find something positive about every person he ever sentenced. And with over a half a century as a trial judge, that was a lot of people. This was often challenging, and I recall in one case he said that the best he could come up with was the defendant had good penmanship. Truth be told, I'm unable to come up with anything redeeming about Mr. Kohberger because his grotesque acts of evil have buried and hidden anything that might have been good or intrinsically human about him. His actions have made him the worst of the worst. Even in pleading guilty, he is giving nothing hinting of remorse or redemption, nothing suggesting even a recognition or understanding, let alone regret for the pain that he has caused. And therefore, I will not attempt to speak about him further, other than to simply sentence him so that he is forever removed from civilized society. And accordingly, based upon his conduct and based upon the record before this court, recognizing the standards that govern this court's sentencing decisions as set forth in State v. Hill, I hereby sentence Mr. Kohberger as follows. On count 1, burglary, 10 years fixed, 0 years indeterminate. I also impose a fine of $50,000. Count 2, first-degree murder of Madison Mogan. I sentence the defendant to a fixed term of life imprisonment without the possibility of parole, a fine of $50,000, and a civil penalty of $5,000 payable to the family of the victim. On count 3, for first-degree murder of Kaylee Gonsalves, I sentence the defendant to a fixed term of life imprisonment without the possibility of parole, a fine of $50,000, and a civil penalty of $5,000 payable to the victim of the family, or to the family of the victim, pardon me. On count 4, for the first-degree murder of Xana Kernodle, I sentence the defendant to a fixed term of life imprisonment without the possibility of parole, a fine of $50,000, and a civil penalty of $5,000 payable to the family of the victim. On count 5, for the first-degree murder of Ethan Chapin, I sentence the defendant to a fixed term of life imprisonment without the possibility of parole, a fine of $50,000, and a civil penalty of $5,000 payable to the family of the victim. The sentences on counts 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 shall run consecutively to one another. Restitution will be left open for 60 days. Defendant will be required to submit a DNA sample and a right thumbprint impression to the Department of Corrections and comply with the DNA Database Act. I remand the defendant to the custody of the Idaho State Board of Corrections for to be imprisoned in an appropriate facility and execution of the sentence where he will remain until he dies.
Folks, you heard the powerful remarks from Judge Hippler there, and my reaction is that's what America needed to hear. I agreed with Judge Hippler that Kohberger is so manipulative that what's the point of letting him, even if he spoke, he's not, you can't force him to admit what he did or why, and he would be manipulative and self-serving. What I want to play next is what I thought was the most powerful victim impact statement that I heard today. It was from Olivia Gonsalves, and I think it not just made an impact on Judge Hippler. I think this statement in a lot of ways made an impact on the nation. The statement from Olivia Gonsalves, it wasn't clear whether Kaylee's father was going to speak. He did, and then he also gave a press conference. But Olivia, in her remarks, let me say, I don't think there was anyone who watched today and didn't point to what we're about to watch, Olivia Gonsalves' remarks, as the most impactful, powerful remarks of the day. I mean, I don't think there was anyone who was watching this hearing who would disagree with that. There were judges who were analyzing this on national networks in real time and saying that was this moment that stuck out to them. We heard it earlier. So I want to play it again. This is, I believe, Kaylee's sister, Olivia Gonsalves. And the way that this victim impact statement was delivered, I don't know if we'll ever hear anything like it again. It's what I want to play. It's what I want to highlight. Multiple things I wanted to highlight today. This is what I want to highlight, and this is what we will be our last review of this, because I know it's intense subject matter, before we will play some trivia that will close out the day. Then I'm going to take at least tomorrow morning off, maybe the whole day off, depending on what happens. And I think we all should decompress for at least 24 hours. That was yesterday and today. By the way, I'm reading news articles. It is confirmed now that the grand juror yesterday was smuggled out some weird side door. Further in the Karen Reed Turtle Boy chaos related to the grand juror who leaked information starting in August of 2022, which was the very same month, the federal grand juror, the very same month that Alan Jackson joined Karen Reed's legal team. There's a lot going on, and I think decompressing over the next 24 hours will be good. But before we decompress, before we play some trivia, let's listen to the words of a remarkable human being, a remarkable orator, a remarkable survivor of a trauma. And there was one lesson that I think we learned today. It kept hitting home for me, and I heard so much in the remarks from the different family members impacted by this senseless tragedy and brutal series of murders. And they were saying that there is nothing that can change the trauma that is done to a person, especially some of the roommates who survived. There is nothing that will ever change the trauma that is done to a person. It has permanent, lasting effects. It doesn't need to be sugar-coated. It doesn't need to be wrapped in the speak of PR. It simply is raw human emotion experienced through bleary eyes at 2 a.m. with tears over and over and over and over again. How do you capture that in a word? How do you tell to people who get to the luxury of living their day-to-day life, even with the ebbs and flows of sadness and happiness? How do you tell them what it is like to be so physically and emotionally impacted by trauma that it becomes your entire world? You have to look around you at the supermarket. You can't go out in public alone. You have to close the blinds when you're home. You're constantly having panic attacks. You never really get to sleep. You are in a constant state of fight or flight that never goes away. I think America finally has heard it. We need to stop doing this to people. We need to stop. It is one thing for, as Judge Hippler said, for criminologists and journalists to study this, but we don't need to do it in a way that is designed to attract attention. We don't need to pursue large amounts of views. It is fine to have a small amount of very informed people being the only ones who are talking about these things. That's probably the most healthy way to do this. It doesn't need to be some giant show. It doesn't need to be a platform to do book deals or get a movie deal or anything else. It shouldn't be that. If it becomes that, we're going to destroy this justice system. We're going to hurt people. Good people, vulnerable people are going to just get thrown to the wolves because it's going to become a very, very toxic, like fame-driven environment. Okay, we need to stop this now. And the best way to do it is what Judge Hippler was talking about, which is only to have responsible people who don't care who's watching. It's not about that. It's just about informed people having discussions. Okay, if we don't do that, we are going to continue to hurt very vulnerable populations because we're going to subject them to emotional trauma in the pursuit of placating our boredom. That's ridiculous. We can find other arenas in society to hyperfixate on that are not this kind of process. I understand for the good of the republic, like Judge Hippler was saying, some people need to do it. It's traumatizing. It comes with a large degree of personal responsibility, partially because you have to listen to the type of things we're about to hear about, which is the unendurable trauma that the vulnerable go through when you turn the criminal and civil process into an arena to create fame. We have to stop this now. We have to bring back the Son of Sam laws. We have to work as a society. We can't just talk from case to case to case about how this keeps happening. We have to fundamentally reform our criminal and civil justice systems to ensure that this toxic and pernicious hyper-focus by the wider public at large does not continue to contaminate a process that only can survive when it's insulated from that type of insidious posturing. We have to do it. There is no choice. That is the message that we heard today, and I thought the way it was embodied in a number of the different statements given by, we're going to listen to Dylan's statement as well. There were so many victims and survivors today that stood up and said, do you understand what this has done to our lives? Like, yes, this man is going to jail, but because of the unhealthy fixation on this case, and I can say this because we covered this case a little bit. I tried to do honor to the people who were taken and their families so brutally, but we didn't. The other people, and this is what I understand from the comments. I was trying to learn about it too. Other people took this very far, whether they thought Brian Kohberger was guilty or not. And the impact was these vulnerable people have to go. You don't even think about it. You get to lay your head down at night. So do I. Well, maybe not, but most of the time we get to lay our head down at night, and we don't have to think about whether or not there's somebody. Well, it's a little weird with me because I just don't care. But whether there's going to be someone following us at the grocery store, whether we have to close our blinds because someone wants to take pictures of us or our families, like whether you are going through nights constantly, months on end, years on end of not sleeping, like we take for granted that we are not impacted on a psychological and physical level by the trauma caused by this. Tanya, God bless you, doing my very best friend. I am a work in progress as well. I didn't understand to understand something, you must experience it. So it took me a while to understand what was exactly the pernicious, toxic root of so much of this uprising, corruption or perversion of the justice system. And I finally get it. It took me a long time, but I am not going to fault anyone for not seeing this, because this is a very hidden component of this whole sort of schema. There are not a lot of people who are willing to say or willing to talk about how unhealthy it is that we as a society are overly fixating on the criminal and civil justice process. One, because a lot of people benefit from it. They get a lot of attention. Two, they're not responsible with the attention they get on the whole. And then three, they don't think about the systemic consequences of their day-to-day life. Most people don't. So like for them, chasing views, chasing clicks, chasing fame, that's all just a byproduct of living a normal day-to-day life. Why would anyone be thinking about the systemic consequences of that? Right? Well, okay, now we're seeing them over and over and over start to build up. And what you're going to hear is in the next two testimonies, one from Olivia Consalves and then one from Dylan, one of the surviving roommates, you are going to hear the impact that this is having on people's lives. It's wrong. Now, Olivia is a very unique example of someone who has found a voice and a firm foundation. By the way, not that this is neither here nor there. We heard a lot of invocation of Jesus and the Lord today, and I think that's telling, because some of the people who have found firm foundations after this tornado uplifted their lives and threw them into this disorientating Oz of sorts. The few people that did find some type of firm footing and voice and rhetorical sort of embodiment of the justice they're seeking were the people who were making reference to the Lord. Now, that's neither here nor there, but I heard it. It's something special. And I want to point out that what Olivia did shook Brian Kohberger. He cracked. I was reporting from 2 or 3 reporters in the courtroom. May not show it as clear on camera. Murder by Maestro picked up on it on the camera. He cracked during this next witness statement because she was a boss. She didn't just get up there emotionally. He wants her to be emotional. And I think about Turtle Boy a lot when I think about this. He doesn't care if you get emotional. Like, he thinks of that as like winning. But what they don't expect is for you to be the opposite of emotional, which is hardened and cutting and willing to get to the core of what they're hiding from the world behind their artificial veneer of control. And Olivia, this person, God bless you, dear child. God bless you. You are exactly what survivors and what the justice system needs to hear. Go to Congress. Whatever you want to do, you got my support. Go to Congress. Go on a tour, whatever. I don't care. Go out there and preach this message. Like, you are chosen to preach this evangel. You know what to say. You know how to say it. And the way you said it today was so inspiring that it could well fundamentally alter the way the justice system thinks about how it has to insulate itself from some of this conduct. And not just that, it made clear to an offender, not just this offender, but it made clear to all offenders, in particular men who have this very specific type of like profile, but there's women who have it too. It made clear to them, They may think that throwing a bunch of emotional overwhelm at survivors and their families, whether by proxy or directly, will inhibit those survivors from being able to figure out what's going on around them. Okay, but the reality is some of those survivors are so brilliant, and they all of them have the capacity that they can become hardened to your tactics, look you right in the eye, and say, "I know what you are. I know what you're doing. It's not going to work on me. I see the form of what you're doing. The content is irrelevant to me. I see the form. You are trying to manipulate me. Now let me tell you what's really wrong with you." And that got Kohberger to react. And I implore people who are up against these type of monsters, whether they're in custody or whatever, I implore you, that's how you get to them. You get to them by maintaining your composure, focusing on substance, looking them in the eye and say, "Your mask is down and I know what you did." It breaks them. And let's watch Kohberger break.
Olivia's office, Kaylee's sister. Hello, I'd like to start by thanking the court for allowing me the time and opportunity to speak today. My name is Olivia, and I am the big sister of Kaylee Gonzalez, and I was blessed to love Madison Mogan as a sister too. I'm not here today to speak in grief, I'm here to speak in truth. Because the truth is, my sister Kaylee and her best friend Maddie were not yours to take. They were not yours to study, to stalk, or to silence. They were two pieces of a whole, the perfect yin and yang. They are everything that you could never be. Loved, accepted, vibrant, accomplished, brave, and powerful. Because the truth about Kaylee and Maddie is they would have been kind to you. If you had approached them in their everyday lives, they would have given you directions, thanked you for the compliment, or awkwardly giggled to make your own words less uncomfortable for you. In a world that rejected you, they would have shown mercy. Because the truth is, I'm angry. Every day I'm angry. I'm left shouting at the inside of my own head everything I wish I could say to you. The truth about me is when I heard the news, I didn't cry. I listened for them. I promised them I would, that I would fight for them, that I would show up no matter what it cost me. I swore I'd never let them feel alone. Because you see, I've always been their heavyweight. I've always been the one to fight the battles they didn't feel ready to fight themselves. All it ever took was a call, and they knew I would handle it for them, no matter the time, no matter the cost. They could wave their white flag because they knew I would never back down, not for them, and not even death could change that. Somewhere along the line, I started to think about what I would say to them if I was given just one last chance. If I could gather enough heartbreak or love or sacrifice or whatever it took to get just one message across, what would I say? Throughout this entire process, I've written my feelings down at every moment, my wishes, my love, my denial, my anger. And as one final act of love, I'd planned to read these thoughts, even jarring and discombobulating and not even making sense. Because for me, that was true love. As bare and as naked as it could be, not laced in pretty words or dressed for the occasion, but written through bleary eyes at 2 a.m. with clenched fists, angry at this reality. My true final act of love was to continue on without them, for them. That dream to read aloud my love to them, to bring meaning through pain, was the latest blow in realizing you don't deserve it. And Kaylee and Maddie don't need it. Kaylee and Maddie have always known my love, and they would never ask me to prove it by further victimizing myself to a defendant who has shown no guilt, no remorse, no apprehension. They would say to me, "Why would you give the satisfaction of showing vulnerability now? You promised you would never back down." And for that clarity, I'm thankful. I won't stand here and give you what you want.
I won't offer you tears. I won't offer you trembling. Disappointments like you thrive on pain, on fear, and on the illusion of power. And I won't feed your beast. Instead, I will call you what you are. Sociopath, psychopath, murderer. I will ask the questions that reverberate violently in my own head, so loudly that I can't think straight most any day. Some of these might be familiar, so sit up straight when I talk to you. How was your life right before you murdered my sisters? Did you prepare for the crime before leaving your apartment? Please detail what you were thinking and feeling at this time. Why did you choose my sisters? Before making your move, did you approach my sisters? Detail what you were thinking and feeling. Before leaving their home, is there anything else you did? How does it feel to know the only thing you failed more miserably at than being a murderer is trying to be a rapper? Did you recently start shaving or manually pulling out your eyebrows? Why November 13th? Did you truly think your Amazon purchase was untraceable because you used a gift card? How do you find it enjoyable to stargaze with such a severe case of visual snow? Where is the murder weapon? The clothes you wore that night? What did you bring into the house with you? What was the second weapon you used on Kaylee? What were Kaylee's last words? Please describe in detail the level of anxiety you must have felt when you heard the Bearcat pull up to your family home on December 30th, 2022. Which do you regret more? Returning to the crime scene 5 hours later, or never, ever going back to Moscow, not even once, after stalking them there for months? If you were really smart, do you think you'd be here right now? What's it like needing this much attention just to feel real? You're terrified of being ordinary, aren't you? Do you feel anything at all? Or are you exactly what you always feared? Nothing. If you're so powerful, then why are you still hiding, defendant? You see, I'm here today as me. But who are you? Let's try to take off your mask and see. You didn't create devastation. You revealed it in yourself. And that darkness you carry, that emptiness, you'll sit with it long after this is over. That is your sentence. And it was written on the wall long before you ever pled guilty. You didn't win. You just exposed yourself as the coward you are. You're a delusional, pathetic, hypochondriac loser who thought you were so much smarter than everybody else. Constantly scolding, turning your nose up to grammar mistakes, nitpicking and criticizing others. You wanted so badly to be different, to be special, to be better, to be deep, to be mysterious. You found yourself thinking you were better than everyone else, and you thought you could figure out the human psyche and see through it, all while tweaked out on heroin. Lurking in the shadows made you feel powerful because no one ever. You thought you were exceptional, all because of a grade on a paper. You thought you were elite because your online IQ test from 2010 told you so. All of that effort just to seem important. It's desperate. There is a name for your condition, though. Your inflated ego just didn't allow you to see it. Wannabe. You act like no one could ever understand your mind, but the truth is you're basic. You're a textbook case of insecurity disguised as control. Your patterns are predictable. Your motives are shallow. You are not profound. You're pathetic. You aren't special or deep, not mysterious or exceptional. Don't ever get it twisted again. No one is scared of you today. No one is intimidated by you. No one is impressed by you. No, important. You orchestrated this like you thought you were God. Now look at you, begging a courtroom for scraps. You spent months preparing, and still all it took was my sister in a sheath. You work so hard to seem dangerous. It doesn't have to prove itself. The truth is, the scariest part about you is how painfully average you turned out to be.
Stream skipped a little bit.
The truth is, you're as dumb as they come. Stupid, clumsy, slow, sloppy, weak, dirty. Let me be very clear. Don't ever try to convince yourself you mattered just because someone finally said your name out loud. I see through you. You want the truth? Here's the one you'll hate the most. If you hadn't attacked them in their sleep, in the middle of the night, like a pedophile, Kaylee would have kicked your fucking ass. Thank you.
Yes! I then screamed, I love that woman. I love that woman. She dominated that man. Now, there's one thing I want to play, okay? There's two more I want to play with, okay? Two more I want to play. The first one, I want to see if I got the Dylan Mortensen, okay? I want you all to listen to this because if you've been thinking about why is Grant so intent on, why does Grant do this? If you want to know why I do this, well, one, you're probably realizing by now that I've covered almost everything. I don't like stories. I'm not trying to cover a story to make myself. I just cover things because I care about them. I don't like some things are big, some things are small. I don't care. It all gets the same level of attention for me. You absolutely have to understand that. I don't care if it's like a story about a small dispensary in some small town. It's going to get as much attention from me, probably more. Something that like a national network is covering. I'm sorry. It's just if it means something to me, it means something to me. And the statement I heard from Dylan Mortensen this morning reminded me why I do this work. It can be really hard some days to do this work because it just feels like it's an onslaught, like in every state, everywhere, in different ways. There's just this unyielding, like bureaucratic pressure on the most vulnerable unless they're like very well connected. Okay, well, that's an oxymoron. How are you supposed to be like well connected and vulnerable if you're well connected? Anything life throws at you, like you're going to be able to somewhat deal with. Oh, like I'll get a babysitter, I'll get a nanny, I'll go get a private school tuition, I'll go to France for the weekend, whatever. Like, okay, I understand that's still traumatic, but our system is inherently set up so that it's easier to deal with trauma if you are well connected and wealthy. Okay, not a lot of people are well connected and wealthy. Now, I hate the damn communists. Okay, I'm not suggesting we give people money so they can be necessarily better equipped to fight in the justice system. First of all, that's not going to work. We can't just go around. I trust me, I have thought about this. We cannot just go around doing fundraisers for every single vulnerable person. Do you understand how hard that is? One, people try to sabotage them. Two, it's untenable. We can't. It's not reasonable for us to have a ad hoc real-time responsive structure to facilitate donations to the vulnerable in the justice system. That's ridiculous. That means people will fall through the cracks. We cannot do that. I'm sorry. I love all of us. I think we're capable of amazing acts of kindness, but it's wrong to just assume, not wrong, it's wrong to put the burden on all of us as a society to go around, which is in fact perpetuating the cycle of attention, negative attention or positive, that's hurting the justice system, and find GoFundMes and then support them. We can't do that. What we have to do is we have to set up a system that is need blind. Okay, we really have to do this. You need to be treated the same in the justice system as a victim. or a family member of a victim, whether you have $20 million or $20. It doesn't matter. We have to figure out a way to do that. That's one of the first things we need to do. The second thing is we have to take cameras and audio out of state court trials, and then we have to change state courts to be very similar to federal courts. We should put federal marshals in the state courts if we need to. We need to just make it different so that access is like a privilege, and you know when you're in there, like you are like not going to abuse it. We have to do that. The other thing, in terms of reporting on the trial, the other thing is, and I continue to circle back on this, we really, really have to figure out a way to reform the criminal and civil justice system to make sure, again, and I don't know how to do this because we can't just give people money all the time. We have to just create a system that undermines rather than embraces favoritism among the bureaucratic structure. Okay, that's a big, like, prosecutorial discretion is fine, okay, but we can't, the side effect of that is that our need, like the fact that we have well-connected victims and witnesses and not well-connected victims and witnesses induces a stratification in access to who makes prosecutorial decisions. Okay, you've just opened the door to corruption, okay? So we have to reduce that, okay, and I don't know what the answer is. I think a lot less prosecutorial discretion, unfortunately. Like, prosecutors are great, okay? They work very hard, but, and like, in the name of judicial efficacy, okay, and resources, we have opened the door to, so it's kind of like delegating authority in a regulatory body. We have opened the door to so much abuse of the process through delegation of prosecutorial discretion to, like, basically unelected bureaucrats and police that we've destroyed the justice system, all right? And fundamentally, if we're going to fix it, we have to remember that we can't just talk about centering the voices of the most vulnerable. We have to remember what they're going through, okay? Just think about, how do you want a vulnerable person with no money, no resources, and very little connections to deal with the trauma imposed upon them by their victimization, the physical and mental manifestations of that trauma, and then simultaneously become a savvy political operator and navigate the complex overlapping concentric social circles of influence that impact whether or not they get standing in the process? Please explain to me how you want them to do that. Is that right? Is that okay? Is that an acceptable burden for us to impose on people participating in the criminal and civil justice system as victimized parties? No, it's not. We have to fix this. We have to fix it immediately. We need, whether it's some kind of state-run giant fund, okay, for people who are named as victims in the criminal process or otherwise, like, we need to do something about this, and we need to do it immediately. I don't know how it's going to work. I don't know. I will talk to some people who are smarter than me about this, but that is the kind of systemic reform that might at least be able to make tolerating the process amongst the trauma a bit more easy. And that's the smallest gift that we as a society can give on at writ large to the people going through this, which is just help for them to alleviate their burden. Now, yes, we need to make sure people with a lot of resources can't, like, take advantage of this system and get it when other people need it. There's all sorts of things we have to take into account, but that's what we have to do. Okay, you want to prioritize people's well-being, then okay, don't incentivize it for monetary purposes, but if they're experiencing incidental impacts of participation in the process, then we as a society should center that as our primary focus in terms of support. We can't just leave them to fend for themselves. You think victims advocates are going to advocate for victims? No, they're going to advocate for the prosecutors or the police that they know the best, all right? Or their CIs, you know, or random parking clerks. I don't know. I'm a little tough. And by the way, before I play this speech, juxtaposed with the other speech, combined with the other speech from Olivia Gonsalves, this speech is so powerful. I want you to brace yourself. Dylan is very sad. It is so powerful it could be played in every courtroom in the United States of America and embody the trauma that people who are named as victims or witnesses or survivors in a criminal case go through. Now, this is probably one of the most horrific examples I've ever heard. But you could play this courtroom. You could play this everywhere. You could play this in college lecture halls to explain why people should care about getting involved in the process to prevent people from ever having to be put in the position like Dylan was put in, and simply because they were victimized and then participated in the criminal process as a victim or a named witness. Just listen to this. If this does not cause people to have epiphanies nationwide, worldwide, then all hope is lost. Because this speech is incredibly, incredibly important. Dylan was one of the surviving roommates.
Thank you, Your Honor. What happened that night changed everything. Because of him, four beautiful, genuine, compassionate people were taken from this world for no reason. He didn't just take their lives. He took the light they carried it into every room. He took away how they made everyone feel safe, loved, and full of joy. He took away the ability for me to tell them that I love them and that I'm so proud of them. He took away who they were becoming and the futures they were going to have. He took away birthdays, graduations.
So, folks, unfortunately, this Dylan was not speaking directly into the mic. What you're hearing with that kind of loud hum, they've turned the mics up as loud as they possibly could. If you're unable to hear it, just go ahead and click the closed caption option on your YouTube. Your ears or your device might not pick it up as good, but the AI will hear what is being said and will display it. Just turn the captions as big as you can, and let's give this a listen.
Celebrations. And all the memories that we were supposed to make. All of it is gone. And all the people who loved them are just left to carry that weight forever. He didn't just take them from the world. He took them from me, my friends, my people who felt like my home, the people I looked up to and adored more than anyone. He took away my ability to trust the world around me. What he did shattered me in places I didn't know could break. I was barely 19 when he did this. We had just celebrated my birthday at the end of September. I should have been figuring out who I was. I should have been having the college experience and starting to establish my future. Instead, I was forced to learn how to survive the unimaginable. I couldn't be alone. I had to sleep in my mom's bed because I was too terrified to close my eyes. Terrified that if I blinked, someone might be there. I made escape plans everywhere I went. If something happens, how do I get out? What can I use to defend myself? Who can help? Then there are the panic attacks. The kind that slam into me like a tsunami out of nowhere. I can't breathe. I can't think. I can't stop shaking. All I can do is scream because the emotional pain and the grief is too much to handle. My chest feels like it's caving in. Sometimes I drop to the floor with my heart racing, convinced something is very wrong. It's far beyond anxiety. It's my body reliving everything over and over again. My nervous system never got the message that it is over, and it won't let me forget what he did to them. People call me strong. They say I'm a survivor, but they don't see what my new reality looks like. They don't see the panic attacks, the hypervigilance, the exhaustion, the way I scan every room I enter, the way I flinch at sudden sounds. They don't know how heavy it is to carry so much pain and still be expected to keep going, and that's because of him. He stole parts of me I may never get back. He took the version of me who didn't constantly ask, what if it happens again? What if next time I don't survive? He may have shattered parts of me, but I'm still putting myself back together. Piece by piece, I'm learning how to live in this new version of life. It is not easy. It hurts, but I'm still trying. Still trying, and I'm not trying just for me. I'm trying for them, my friends. About a year ago, I had a dream about them. I got to say goodbye. I told them I won't be able to see you again, so I need to tell you goodbye. They all kept asking why, and all I could say was, I can't tell you, but I have to. When I woke up, I felt shattered and heartbroken, but also strangely grateful. Like maybe in some way that dream gave us the goodbye we never got. Still, no dream can replace them, and no goodbye will ever feel finished. He is a hollow vessel, something less than human. A body without empathy, without remorse. He chose destruction. He chose evil. He feels nothing. He tried to take everything from me. My friends, my safety, my identity, my future. He took their lives, but I will continue trying to be like them, to make them proud. Living is how I honor them. Speaking today is to help me find some sort of justice for them. And I will never let him take that from me. He may have taken so much from me, but he will never get to take my voice. He will never take the memories I had with them. He will never erase the love we shared, the laughs we had, or the way they made me feel seen and whole. Those things are mine. They are sacred, and he will never touch them. I get to feel sadness. I get to feel rage. I get to feel joy even when it's hard. I get to feel love even when it hurts. I get to live. And while I will still live with this pain, at least I get to live my life. He will stay here, empty, forgotten, and powerless.
John, thank you so much for your courage. I appreciate it.
And so, thank you for that, folks. And by the way, it may just be the channels on your device with the audio. Some devices are going to be a little bit better depending on how I recorded the format. Now, I want to listen to one more uplifting speech, okay? This was, we can't listen to all of this, I'm sorry, but I want to read you a quote, okay? Please do an act of kindness in Maddie's honor this week so that Maddie's light can live on. We will endure and we will go on. Society needs to be protected against this evil. Evil has many faces, and we know this, but evil does not deserve our time and attention. We are taking back our lives. We will turn our time, talents, attention to hope, healing, and helping others and to the future. We invite all those who have suffered to join us in our journey. We can make this world a better place. We can move on from tragedy. Adversity will visit us. Evil will visit us. But we will overcome. We can and will endure. Those who commit evil for their own twisted gains and purposes truly undermine all the sacrifices of mothers, fathers, teachers, clergy, public service, and service members, and all those who commit themselves to the greater good and light of our nation. I mean, if that doesn't move you, nothing will. You know, I mean, doesn't that sound a lot like what we talk about on the stream? You know, it's so beautiful to listen to that part. You know, to listen to people saying that it's doing acts of kindness. That's where we can find redemption and healing. That's the key. You see what I'm saying? And eventually, maybe you're not in a position to do an act of kindness now, you know. Maybe you're the person who needs an act of kindness done to you or for you. You shouldn't feel guilty about that. That's the beauty of the circle. And then if in some time you'll be able to do a small act of kindness, and you'll be that person that you needed when you were younger. Don't you all understand? The true, authentic gift is to just find a way for anyone whose path you may cross to be that person that you would have wanted in that moment when you were younger at your most vulnerable. And if you can do that, folks, I'm telling you, we can fix this world. It's going to take that 6 degrees, not of Chewbacca, but 6 degrees of authentic separation in order to do it, but we can do it. Just ripple outwards. We all just create this circle where we're perpetually doing kind things for each other, and then all of a sudden we will have found a way to create a support, an intermeshed, interwoven, fabric-based towel mosaic of support for the most vulnerable. You see what I'm saying? Because if everybody feels like, except for the malicious and dangerous people who we have to keep our guard up against at all times, if everyone feels that at all times the people that are around them are going to do small acts of unconditional service for them and get them through it, then no one will ever feel alone. That is what we have to do. Do you see what I'm saying? As a society, as a group of towels, no, Paula, no statement. As a world, we have to come together and make everyone feel that on the whole, except for the evil people, people are just willing to do small acts of unconditional service all the time. Like the expectation amongst us all, if it becomes that people will just do unconditional small acts of service when people need it the most, we can change the world for the better. And this is the core issue here. People will not feel like they're ever alone in the face of systemic injustice. And I'm saying we can do this. It starts here. It ripples outwards. Look at the ripple. Now, I'm sure they didn't listen to this stream. That's a very beautiful statement by Maddie's family. I'm sure they didn't listen to the stream. But come on. Come on now. That is a sentiment. If it can ripple through 6 degrees of separation or otherwise out to that, why can it not ripple worldwide? Why can it not become the predominant ethos, the zeitgeist of our peoples? The towel peoples, all the peoples. We can do it. I have faith. Now that is a positive note amongst an otherwise battlefield littered with heartbreak and the untold screams of the innocents. It's a horrifying situation, but we must find hope, and that is the hope. That if people just feel that we all will do small acts of service, then the world will become brighter, and the future will be defined by Aquarius the water bearer carrying a towel, proclaiming the digital era founded on principles of unconditional love and small acts of service. We can do it. I have faith in us. We're little towels. I'm a little towel. We can do it. And you might be saying to yourself, this seems like it could work. Well, you know what? I think it could work. See, isn't that hopeful? You got to have hope, folks. Nunya. So what better place than here? What better time than now? Which is a great transition because we're going to play towel trivia. 2 rounds. I'm getting a little dizzy. You get 2 rounds. That's it. Oh no. And then I'm taking tomorrow morning off, maybe tomorrow afternoon, and then you'll see me for a recap. We're all going to decompress. All right. Let me drink some towel Gatorade. I can feel my body telling me that it's time to sleep for 14 to 16 hours. All right? But I'm not just going to let you all go. We're going to play towel trivia because I promised you we're going to play some towel trivia. All right? I'm a little towel. You're a little towel. All right? Everybody's a little towel. We're going to play a little towel trivia. All right? Make towel feel a little better. Oh, Harvard Yard towel. God bless you, my friend. Oh, God bless you, Harvard Yard. You, hold on, I have to send this. God bless you, Harvard Yard. You are such a wonderful friend to towel, and knowing how much you care about this channel and little towel warms my heart every day. Oh, and ladies and gentlemen, Julie has started a membership parade, Little Towels. Julia started a membership parade. Thank you, Julia G. Miss 101, Pink, Tanya, my dear friend, Peach Pie, Dina, Elway, Modelo Macy, BN, Kitty Cat, and D Nice. Oh, God bless you, Julia, and God bless you, Harvard Yard. We had a wonderful moment there, ladies and gentlemen. A towel membership parade and a Harvard Yard super chat. I mean, folks, have you ever seen anything like it? This community warms Little Towel's heart. Look at Harvard Yard Towel being a little Harvard Yard Towel. Thank you, Grant, for your coverage of this deeply sad day. Your analysis channel is always a beacon of hope. Hugs to you and all. Hope and action wins. Harvard Yard, you are a beacon of hope to so many, and Towel appreciates and loves you so much. Oh, God bless you, folks. God bless you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna decompress over the next day, but first we're gonna play some towel trivia and give Super Towel Harvard Yard a Super Towel hug. Super Towel hug. Hi, Harvard Yard. Hello to the Super Towel doggos. Hello, doggos. I'm a towel. Now, I didn't feel it appropriate to do Pets of the Day today, but don't worry. Don't worry. They will return. Pets of the Day and Locations of the Day will return tomorrow or Friday. Oh, look at Julia, ladies and gentlemen. God bless you, Julia. Warming Little Towel's heart. And so many Super Towel memberships flying around. God bless you, friend. Oh, goodness. Rue and Toffee. Hello, Toffee. It's very good to meet you, Toffee. Now, I don't know if Toffee's a person or if Allie just has some toffee. I mean, either way, that's cool. I don't know if Rue likes toffee. I mean, more power to Rue, but, that's great, too. Towel is just happy to be here with you all. And Rue, if you like toffee, that's absolutely cool. Towel loves toffee. So more power to Rue. All right, let us play Towel Trivia. Now, you know how the game works, folks. You know how the game works. We're going to only play 2 rounds. Towel's a little dizzy. All right? So the way the game works is if I get the question right, I get a point. If you are the first one to get it right, after I get it right, you get half point. All right? Now, if you are any subsequent person to get it right after the first person and I get it right, you get half point. If I get it wrong, though, you get it's a house bunny. Oh, my goodness. Wait a minute. Bunny, whether or not the bunny is here. Hold on, Allie. I'm gonna do this before we even start playing. Okay, I would like you to tell Toffee that I have a friend for Toffee. Toffee, this is my bunny. I got this bunny for Towel Mom for Mother's Day a few years ago, and then Towel Mom asked me to save it, so I put it on my bookshelf, and now it's hanging out on my side table because of Bunny Towel. So, Toffee, I would like you to meet Bunny Towel. So this is Bunny. He's a bunny. All right, say hello to little bunny. See, that's you, Toffee, but he's a bunny. All right, Brew Towel, that is a bunny. All right, you be nice to the bunny. See the little bunny? All right, he's a little bunny. Peggy thinks he's a peep. He is not edible, Peggy. He is a little bunny. Now, look at the little bunny. Towel loves the little bunny. Toffee's probably having a great moment right now. Toffee's like, I didn't know the man on the TV could talk to me. Well, you know what? You are sentient. All animals are sentient, as, of course, Vicky Towel let us know. All right. I'm excited. He is a peep. It's a peep. The enormous peep bunny. Oh, no. He is now a peep bunny. He is known as a peep bunny. Toffee, you are not a peep. No, Roo, you cannot eat toffee. No, Roo, he is not a peep. No, Roo, that is a bunny. You leave the bunny alone. He's a little bunny. All right. Now, if I get the question wrong in towel trivia, don't eat the bunny. Bunny, I won't eat him. Don't worry, I will not eat the bunny. That is some type of illegal towel. That's illegal under towel law. No eating the bunny, even though people think the bunny is a beep. Toffee only likes Stevie Nicks. Okay, well, I'm proud of you, Toffee. Have you considered that Lindsey Buckingham is not a peep, or a towel, or a Stevie Nicks? All right, so the way towel trivia works is if I get the question wrong and you're the first one to get it right and it's not a double bonus round, you get 2 points. If you're the second or subsequent person to get it right, if I get it wrong, you get half a point. Now, there's going to be one double bonus round today, one regular round, then we're going home because I'm dizzy. All right, so here we go. We're going to do, we'll do 3 rounds. We're going to start with the daily challenge. Everybody ready? Here we go. No eating bunnies or humans allowed. All right, hold on. The first question is, which Nashville-based rock band consisting of 3 Followell brothers and their cousin is named in honor of their grandfather? Queens of the Stone Age, Kings of Leon, the Black Keys, Arctic Monkeys. Well, only one of those. It's either the Black Keys or Kings of Leon. It's Kings of Leon, ladies and gentlemen. Towel gets a point. If you pick number 2, you are a Kings of Leon fan, and you got half a point. Bossy, Texas Chickabella got a full point. Because they are bosses, they are from Texas, and they are Bellas and chicks. They get a full point. Who else? Steph using her T1 internet to get half a point. Julia G getting half a point. Thank you, Julia G, and God bless you for supporting Towel Channel. Paula gets half a point. Nanya, if you are a bunny-human hybrid, that is fine. Please disclose that, though, because I need to make sure that you are also part Towel. Great job, Elizabeth. Great job, Vicky Moore, both getting half a point. Havidyad Towel getting half a point. Havidyad is a super towel. God bless you, my dear friend. Super towel hugs to you. Claudia Towel gets half point. She's Claudia Towel. She gets half point. Allie and Bro get half point. And Toffee, hello Toffee. And Bunny, who ironically is also a bunny like Toffee, gets half point. Great job. I got 1 bunny skill. Okay, well, you get a point for being friendly to bunnies. Now, Nanya, you have to know, if you declare your friendship to bunnies, I'm going to hold you to that forever, and you shall forever be friendly to bunnies. If I ever find out that you are not friendly to bunnies, we're going to have some conversations, you know what I'm saying? I'm going to be like, what are you doing, Nanya? I'm Towel Vanna White. You can't just be unfriendly to Nanyas. All right, here we go. Next question. Towel Vanna White here. Look at our wonderful scoreboard. I'm Towel Vanna White. Next question. Nancy from the 508 also gets half point. Which mountains are home to Heidi's grandfather? Which mountains are home to Heidi's grandfather? The Swiss Alps, the Rocky Mountains, the Appalachian Mountains, or the Andes Mountains? Who the hell is Heidi? How am I supposed to figure this out? Show me the Swiss Alps. She sounds Swiss. It was Swiss. I don't even know who the fuck Heidi is. I'll take it. I get a full point. Who the fuck? How do you all know who the fuck Heidi is? Who the fuck is Heidi? Listen to me. Steph, who the fuck is Heidi? And how did you just figure out who Heidi was? All of you are like, oh yeah, it's clearly Swiss. You know what I'm saying? Grant, how'd you not know who Heidi was? You got to know who Heidi is. Steph gets the full point. Julia gets half a point. Paula clearly knows who the hell Heidi is. I have no idea who the hell Heidi is. Bella, how do you know who Heidi is? Listen to me. We need to have a conversation about this. Peggy, all right, listen. We are having a meeting. Someone tell me who the hell Heidi is and how you all knew this. Bro, all right. This is a conspiracy. How did all of you know about this random person named Heidi? I don't understand. Oh, goodness. I am having an existential towel crisis. This is like when Steph figured out she was British. Oh, goodness. Cynthia also picks up half a point. Now, listen, I still haven't figured out exactly what's going on because I'm adding up your points. Vicky gets half a point. Bunny gets half a point. But can someone just please explain to me what's going on? Why do you all know who this mysterious person is named Heidi? And furthermore, why does she live in the Swiss Alps? Harvard Yard Towel, even Harvard Yard Towel knew who Heidi was. All right, you're all trolling me. Harvard Yard Towel does not know who Heidi is. Harvard Yard Towel does not even guess the right answer on the board most of the time. Nancy gets half a point. All right. Oh, it had to do with the movie Shirley Temple. Thank you. I was having an existential towel crisis. You don't understand. Heidi was the orphan who had to live with her grandparents in the Swiss Alps. So every single person here watched the movie Shirley Temple. Okay, how about this? Raise your hand if you watched the movie Shirley Temple. I cannot. All right, you know what? Our next category is going to be the movie Shirley Temple, just so you can all flex on the bastards. You know what I'm saying? You can just be like, I'm flexing on you bastards, and then I'm going to be like, that's hilarious. Harvard Yard is not Heidi Klum. She does not live in the Swiss Alps. I mean, you're hilarious, but she does not live in the Swiss Alps. All right, so my opinion is, okay, there we go. My opinion, it's a book. Well, book or movie, both count. All right, a book is probably a more apropos version of the story. Book and movie both count. So in short, you all love the movie Shirley Temple. Okay, well, did you know my favorite drink on special occasions is a non-alcoholic Shirley Temple? Because I don't drink alcohol. Maybe that's why my brain is like this. It's completely clear of alcohol. I haven't had alcohol in so long. I'm pretty sure I'm like 2 new people by now. I haven't had alcohol in like 15 years. I have a little wine from time to time for religious purposes, on Easter maybe, but that's it. So there you go, my name for religious purposes. My name is Grant Smith Ellis, and Ruth Lang also came in and picked up half a point. I've never seen Shirley Temple. I just guessed because Heidi sounded Swiss, so there you go. Next question. What's the Instagram name of the grandmother who became an internet sensation in 2015 with the tagline, "Stealing Your Man Since 1928"? Is it Batty Winkle, Granny Glamour, Grandfluencer, or Fashionista Faye? What the fuck? I have no fucking idea. Show me Granny Glamour. It's Batty Winkle. Listen, which one of you follows Batty Winkle? Who's a Batty Winkle fan? Show me Batty Winkle. Nope, nobody's a Batty Winkle fan. Batty Winkle, what a great name. What a great name. Nobody got it. No, none of you got it. No, Harvard Yard didn't even guess the correct answer. Allie and Rue, right, we're calling you Batty Winkle. That's what you get for getting that right. Allie and Rue and, hold on, what's the bunny's name? Allie and Rue and the bunny are now named Batty Winkle. Rue, congratulations, your new name is Batty Winkle. Claudia, I will get you another half a point then. I will give you another half a point. Yes, that's all right. We now know Allie as Batty Winkle. All right, next question. Good job, Vicky. You get a point. What North American insect migrates up to 3,000 miles over the winter after going through 3 or 4 generations during the summer? The monarch butterfly, the cicada, the honeybee, or the dragonfly? I have no idea. Show me monarch butterfly. It was the monarch butterfly. Who knows their monarch butterflies? Steph. Steph is a butterfly. Steph, that's beautiful. I didn't know you were a butterfly. Were you born a butterfly or did you convert to butterflyism? And if so, who converted you to butterflyism? Is it a formal process? Would you like to initiate me? Are you and Tatabug like some kind of cousins? Peggy also gets half a point. Who else? Who else? Claudia and Allie and Bro get half a point. Where's Allie and Bro? There you go. Now, I just want to confirm that so Steph became a monarch butterfly. She was born as a cicada. This is all making a lot more sense. I was a little bit baffled. I was like, wait a minute. If Steph has been a monarch butterfly this whole time, someone should have told me. You know what I'm saying? I would have introduced her to Taterbug. They could have been little Taterbug and little monarch butterflies together. They could have flown around. Apparently, Steph goes through 3,000 or 3 generations in a summer and then flies 3,000 miles. I had no idea. This is why Steph got to Guatemala the other day so easily to hunt the commies. Turns out she does this on a yearly basis. So Steph is English and a monarch butterfly. All right, very good to know. I'm taking notes. Oh, yeah, no, Vicky, did you get that one right? Yes, Vicky, you got that one right. Oh, Steph, that's beautiful. Steph, it turns out, has multiple tattoos of butterflies. Paula got it. All right, Paula, thank you. I'm getting a little tired. We're only playing 3 rounds today. Getting a little tired. Next question. Next question. In 2013, who became third in line to the British throne after his grandfather and father? Is it Prince George, Prince Harry, Prince Louis, Prince Edward? Show me, although it's since renounced, or maybe it's not. Yeah, it is. Show me Prince Harry. No, it's Prince George. Steph. You got it, Vicky. Vicky, you might just have to click the live button on your stream. Steph, are you some kind of British royal? Steph Towell gets 2 points. Steph is a British royal. Ruth Lang is also British. I mean, I know Ruth is British. That's why she got this one right. Ruth is British. Who else is British? Elizabeth, congratulations. You are British. You get a full point. Claudia, you are not British, but you get a full point. Good job, Claudia Towell. Who else is British? Julia G., congratulations, you're officially British. Allie and Rue are not British. We're keeping them. Too late. Nope, they can't be British. Harvard Yard, you are not allowed to be British. We need you. Steph is a royalist, ladies and gentlemen. Everyone get her. Steph, are you going to invade Detroit? Tell me right now. Steph, don't do it. Don't do it, Steph. We need to negotiate. I will give you 6 oranges, and also I will consider allowing Harvard Yard to be the emissary to Canada. Now, this is satire. I cannot make Harvard Yard well, I guess she could be an emissary on behalf of towels. She could be an unofficial towel emissary to Canada. All right, so that's the deal. Steph, you do not invade Detroit. All right, stay away from Steph. No, you cannot invade Detroit. Bad Steph. We are going to give... very good guess, Vicky, but it was Vicky, you are behind. You have to hit the live button. Nanya, no, Steph cannot get a cheeseburger in order to not invade Detroit. She can only have Harvard Yard as a dignitary, and then maybe, what did I say before? 6 of whatever I said before. Oh, George turned 12 yesterday. Congratulations, Prince George. The Towel Universe extends its happy birthday to you. Vicky, you are very delayed, my friend. You are very delayed, so you are going to have to, someone's going to have to tell Vicky she needs to hit the live button on her feed or refresh because she's like 3 questions behind, so it's hard to keep score. Next question. Thank you, Steph. I'm holding you to that. I'm taking a screenshot. What instrument crafted by Bartolo Guarniani, the grandson of a Stradivari apprentice, sold for $3.9 million at a 2007 auction? Was it a violin, a harp, a piano, or a cello? Well, it's got to be a freaking violin. Come on. It's a violin. Who's a towel? A towel. All right, who plays the violin? Steph, are you a violinist or a flautist? Paula Towel plays the violin. Paula, you play the violin, you get a full point. Elizabeth Lander plays the violin. Congratulations, Elizabeth. You get half a point. Ruth, I knew you played the violin. Would you like to attend a concert with me, Ruth, and we can listen to the violin? Steph, let's go to a violin concert. Steph is a flautist, though. Steph doesn't play the flute. I've just determined Steph is a flautist. Nancy gets half a point. Who else? Claudia gets half a point. Where's Claudia Towel? Claudia gets half a point. Who else gets half a point? Harvard Yard Towel plays the flute. Harvard Yard Towel, you might be a flautist, but you know violins. Bunny, I knew you liked the violin, Bunny. It is a wonderfully classical instrument. You are a refined bunny. Peggy Towel, great job. You also like violins. All right, Vicky, you should be back live. Your internet might actually be a little lagged though, Vicky. So instead of saying 1, 2, 3, or 4, you might have to write the answer so I know what question you're answering. Steph, I knew you were a flautist. I'm telling you, I just knew it. There's a certain type of individual who you know can use the flute to make beautiful harmonic sounds, and I knew it, Steph. Oh, I'm not surprised to learn that you play the violin and also played the piano, or you like the violin and also played the piano. I played the viola. I'm telling you, Steph, I knew it. I can read souls. It's probably not a good thing for America, but, you know, I'm a little towel. Oh, my goodness, you all are not going to believe who's in the lead. You all are going to freak out. It's a very close competition. Allie and Rue might fall off the edge of their seats. I want you to contain yourself, Allie. It's a very close competition. Rue, try not to lose it, all right? Rue, I promise it's going to be okay. We're going to get the damn commies. Damn commies. Rue's going to be an anti-communist by the end of this, folks. Rue's going to hate the damn commies. Going to have Rue flying that American flag and being like, screw the damn commies. Damn commies. All right, I got your standings, folks. I got your standings. Here we go. Ready to see your standings? Who's ready? I'm a little towel. I'm going to show you standings. For standings for today, we have... Hold on a second. I must decrease. I had yesterday's standings up as well. That's okay. We're only looking at today's standings. Harvard Yard had like 17,000 bonus points yesterday. Here we go, folks. The standings for today are... All right, let me make sure everybody's included. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no, I expanded the window. I didn't want to do that. That's okay. Here we go, folks. For today's standings, we have Steph Towel. Congratulations, in first place after one round. Steph Towel is in first place with 5 points. Steph Towel is in the lead. We're all chasing Steph Towel. Steph Towel, you know what it means to wear the crown. We're chasing you. In second place, literally chasing Steph, it's Allie Towel, it's Rue Towel, it's Toffee Towel. They are a triumvirate of towelness, ladies and gentlemen. 4.5 points in second place. In third place, quite literally nipping on Allie and Steph's heels, you know him as Little Towel. I'm a Little Towel. Little Towel. 4 points in third place. That rounds out the podium. However, we have other people playing as well, so let's read the scores. In fourth place, oh no, I dropped my water. In fourth place, we have Claudia Towel, 3 points. Great job, Claudia Towel. In fifth place, we have a three-way tie. Vicky Towel, Elizabeth Towel, which is not spelled that way, Elizabeth Towel, and Harvard Yard Towel, spelled with no R's. 2.5 points each. Congratulations. That is a very tight competition. And that was fifth place. In sixth place, we have a two-way tie. Julia G. Towel, Ruth Towel, 2 points each, ladies and gentlemen. In seventh place, we have a, oh goodness, that's a very extensive tie. We have a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6-way tie, ladies and gentlemen. Bossy Texas Chicken Bella, Paula Towel, Bunny Towel, Nancy Towel, Paula Towel, Peggy Towel, all with 1.5 points. And rounding out the list in the position of honor, I believe it's 8th place, Cynthia Towel with 0.5 point. Ruth got terminated from piano lessons for being too heavy-handed. That's hilarious. All right, we are playing our next round. Now, what was our next round going to be about? It was something that I thought was hilarious, and it was related to one of the questions, and it was something Allie said, and it was one of the questions that was going to lead us off into another category. Hold on, I got to think about this. Hold on. It's not going to be violins. Was it the question before that? Hold on. I have a towel plan. Hold on. What was the question before that? Yes. It's going to put Ruth Towel at a distinct advantage, okay? But I think we should do British royalty. Yep, I'm feeling it. I felt the call. We are doing British royalty. Who's ready? The category is going to be, ladies and gentlemen, British royalty. Now, you might be saying to yourself, British royalty? Doesn't that mean all the British people like Steph, even though Steph's Canadian, are going to have a distinct advantage? Well, yes, Steph, your Britishness is about to pay off. The question is going to be British royalty. Actually, let's make it even more difficult. Oh, I have an idea. I have a really good idea. This is gonna be great. On Jeffrey Epstein's little black book. All right, folks. The category is British royalty in Jeffrey Epstein's little black book. Yeah, no, this is going to be oh my goodness, It's Sunken Grave, the best soap dispenser this side of the Mississippi, and the category is British royalty in Jeffrey Epstein's black book. Okay? So, British royalty in Jeff Epstein's black book. All right? British royalty in Jeff Epstein's black book. Oh, goodness. I'm a rebellious little towel. Well, we rebelled from the damn Brits, and the price is I get to talk about this. God damn non-commie Brits. Thank goodness the Brits aren't commies. Then I'd really be up in arms about them. All right, here we go. British royalty in Jeff Epstein's black book. I don't even know if it's going to be able to do this. Do it. First question. Which British royal was mentioned in Jeff Epstein's black book? Prince Andrew, Prince Harry, Prince Charles, Prince William. Show me Prince Andrew. It's Prince Andrew. This is great. Who's gonna get it? Who's gonna betray the British aristocracy? Come on, Steph. Steph, you're not a very good British person. How dare you, Steph? Julia G, you all knew it going into the question. Claudia has betrayed the British crown. That's okay, Claudia. You're not British. Elizabeth, oh no, you're gonna have to run back to America. You betrayed the crown. Bossy, Texas Chicken Bella are not British. They're Texan. They get half a point. Nancy, good job, Nancy. We'll get those damn commies. All right. Who else? Ruth. Ruth clearly wants to rout out the commies from within the UK. Damn commies. Vicky Moore. Vicky knows we got to get rid of the damn commies. Bunny Towel. Listen, Bunny. We're going to go over there. We're going to root out the damn commies from England. Allie Towel and Rue. Listen. If Allie Towel and Rue are anything, it's anti-commie stalwarts. Paula Towel gets half a point. Very proud of you, Paula Towel. We'll get him yet. SM, welcome, friend. You get half a point for hating the damn commies. Sunken Grave. Sunken Grave, the greatest soap dispenser this side of the Mississippi, gets half a point. And Peggy Towel, for hating the commies, gets half a point. Great job, everyone. Not only do we all hate the commies, but we're all on the same page. We're going to England. We're going to root out the damn commies. They won't know what hit them. Well, Paula, what can I say? I hate the damn commies. Next question. Who from the British royal family appeared in Jeffrey Epstein's contact list? Oh, this is going to get a little redundant. Prince Edward, Queen Elizabeth II, Princess Anne, Prince Andrew. Oh, I hope every answer is Prince Andrew, just so they can give the middle finger to him. Show me Princess Anne. No, it was Prince Andrew. All right, just answer Prince Andrew for every question, and you'll inevitably get it right. Harvard Yard, okay, I will give you a point. I think you already got, I think it's half a point, but okay, Harvard Yard. You got to use the number. All right, who knew the answer was, it was a trick question, and Steph got it right. Steph gets another point. Elizabeth Lander saw through my trick question, gets half a point. Bella, stop helping bossy Texas chicks see through my manipulation. I wanted to trick her. Ruth Lang got half a point. Where's Ruth? Good job, Ruth. You're just British, so you knew. Julia G, I couldn't get anything past you, my friend. You clearly know about the commies. Paula, I'm proud of you for seeing through my trick question. SM, you as well. Let's keep getting the damn commies. Harvard Yard Towel, and wait, no, Bunny Towel. Harvard Yard is just laughing. Bunny, I can't give you a point for that. Bunny Towel, though, I can give you a half point for being a bunny towel. Nancy and Vicky Moore both get half point for being bunny towels. Where's Nancy? I found you, Nancy, half point for being a bunny towel. All right, who else? Vicky Moore and Claudia both get half point for being bunny towels. I decided that bunny towel is just a stand-in for people who don't like commies. Damn commies. All right, so Claudia gets half point. And Allie and Bo hate the damn commies. They get half point. You got it, Claudia. We'll do Americans next. All right, next question. I hope the answer to every question is Prince Andrew. Which title belonged to the royal linked with Epstein connections? Was he the Prince of Wales, the Earl of Wessex, the King of Scotland, was he the Prince of Wales, the Earl of Wessex, the Duke of York, or the King of Scotland? He was clearly the King of Scotland. Come on. The damn Scots, we know that this man was hiding up there out at Balmoral. He was the Duke of York. I tricked you. I'm a little towel. I tricked all of you. Who picked Scotland? Come on. Who picked Scotland? Oh, Steph knew it was the Duke of York. I couldn't trick Steph. Who else? Paula Towel. You would never fall for my tricks. Who else? Claudia Towel didn't fall for my tricks. Claudia, I can't get anything by you, my friend. Who else? Ruth Lang. Of course, Ruth is too smart for me. Who else? Elizabeth Lander. Well, Elizabeth, we knew that by now. I cannot outsmart you. Nancy Towel did not fall for my trickeration. Nancy Towel is super towel. Who else? Allie and Bo. Damn it, Rue. Rue and Toffee are conspiring against me. All right, who else? Nope, nobody else so far. Good job, Miss Merkel. Yeah, exactly. It's Angela Merkel. Clearly, Angela Merkel was responsible. Harvard Yard. All right, what do we got next? Did I get a full point this time? Let's see, 3. No, Paula, you just lost out to Steph on my end, but you were very close, my friend. Good guess, Peggy Towel, but that was not the answer. It was Duke of York. Next question, ladies and gentlemen. What relationship did the royal share with Epstein's circle? Friendship, business partnership, family connection, political alliance. Ooh, that's a tough one. It could be one or two, right? Right? But they were mostly known for their social acquaintances. Show me number 1. It was friendship. Ladies and gentlemen, did you know it was friendship? Good guess. Good guess. Steph. Listen, Steph Towel is going for the crown. Steph Towel just wants to take the crown. Ruth Towel gets half point. Who else? Elizabeth Lander gets half point. Nancy and SM get half point. Where's Nancy Towel? There's Nancy Towel. SM Towel gets half point. Allie 90211 and Bo. I agree, Peggy. Well, I think it's all communism, Peggy. They're all commies. Damn commies. Only we can stop the commies, Peggy. We need a new Smokey the Bear. We'll call him Smokey the Towel. Only you can stop the damn commies. You'll be like, are you sure there's commies? I'll be like, yep, damn commies. All right, so let us go to the next question. I feel like communism might be the next question. Peggy Towel, did you get that one right? Hold on a second. Let me see if Peggy Towel got that one right. No, you didn't. What event linked a British royal to Epstein's controversy? A scandal involving sexual allegations, attendance at a charity gala, a royal wedding announcement, a public speech on mental health. Show me a scandal involving sexual allegations. That's what it was. Towel picks up a full point. Hold on for this one. The first one I see is Bossy Tex Chickabella getting a full point. Steph, though, still got a half point. Steph's in the lead by half a point. Paula Towel picking up half point. Who else? Oh, Elizabeth Lander picking up half point. Nancy and Claudia picking up half point. Where's Nancy Towel? I found you, Nancy Towel. Allie, Vicky, and Bunny Towel Allie and Brew, Vicky Towel, and Bunny Towel picking up half point. Where's Bunny Towel? Come on, Bunny Towel. There's Bunny Towel. All right. Who else? Nobody else. Harvard Yard, that counts. You're a Harvard Yard, that counts. All right. It's technically both. All right, next question. Or was that the last question? Oh, we got one more question. Here we go. Which royal's friendship with Epstein faced scrutiny in the media? Prince William, Prince Charles, Prince Harry, Prince Andrew. Goodness, it's clearly Prince Harry, right? We know that that's what him and Meghan Markle have been hiding. They were flying on Epstein's plane. No, it's Prince Andrew. I told you, answer Prince Andrew for everything. You can't go wrong with that. Who got it? Oh, Peggy Towell also got a half point for the last one. All right, who went with the best answer? Steph Towell grabs another full point. Steph Towell learned the lesson. You just got to go with Prince Andrew every time. Elizabeth and Boss Texticabella both knew to go with Prince Andrew, as did Nancy, Paula, and Allie and Bro. Great job. So there's Paula, there's Allie and Bro, and there's Nancy. Who else? Who else? Claudia, Ruth, and Sunken Grave all got it because they're super towels. Claudia, and where's Ruth Towel? There's Ruth Towel. All right, there we go. And then, and Vicky Moore. Great job, Vicky Moore. All right, here we go. We're going to sort us into standings now. Let me just tell you, Steph's in the lead. I couldn't overtake Steph. She's too smart. Ladies and gentlemen, we are among the presence of greatness, and her name is Steph. She may have had an existential crisis about whether or not she was Canadian or British, but she's still the greatest of all time. You can call her Steph the Goat Towel. All right, here we go. Yes, her new nickname is Steph the Goat Towel. It's not a pejorative. She's the goat. All right. She doesn't necessarily take the form of a goat. She's just the goat. All right. We just look at her and we're like, you are the goat. And she's like, I didn't know I was a goat. And I'm like, Steph, they're not actually calling you a goat. They're saying you're the goat. You know, it's like the Ohio State University, the goat. Steph the goat. Exactly. Steph is a goat. Congratulations, Steph. I know you've always wanted to be a goat. I want to congratulate you on this distinct honor and privilege. You are clearly a goat. Now, you may be saying to yourself, what should I do in my new life as a goat? Well, you know, be a goat. Do goat things. I don't really know what goats do. I've never been a goat. I can't give you any advice about being a goat. I'm sorry about that. Who allowed me to talk on a microphone? All right, here we go. We got more scores. Here is your leaderboard. All right. Leaderboard is as follows. In first place, ladies and gentlemen, you know her as Goat Towel. Now, you may be saying to yourself, I checked, Steph does not speak like a goat, she seems to speak English. Well, listen, just because Steph knows how to speak English, Steph does yoga, I bet. Steph was a flautist, goats are flautists, goats do yoga. You know what I'm saying? Logically, Steph's a goat. Steph, you need to email Tom Brady and ask if you can be considered the towel goat. According to Vicky Moore, that's the only way to get crowned as a goat. Steph quit yoga. That's okay, but that proves she did do yoga. Therefore, she's a goat. See, we're excellent investigators here. In first place, you know her as Goat Towel. She knows herself as a Canadian undergoing an existential crisis because she's British. She's Steph Towel. She has 10.5 points. Steph's family's going to be like, you are really the star of this show, Steph. In second place, ladies, Steph's like, I don't even do anything. I didn't know I was a goat. When did I become? I didn't even say I was a goat. He just made me a goat. In second place, ladies and gentlemen, we have Towel. A towel. I couldn't overtake Steph Towel because I'm just a little towel. I have 10 points. I need a goat to chew my lawn. Nancy, listen. Are you saying you want Steph to come and eat your lawn? No, Nancy. First of all, can you imagine Steph? Instead of showing up with a lawnmower, she gets to your front yard and she's like, okay, I'm going to cut the lawn now. And then she just starts eating the grass. Oh, yes. Steph, I think we found you a career. Forget aptitude tests. This is how you find a career. I love goats. I will rip out your grass. This goat thing really took off. Steph's like, I want to be helpful. Nancy, I'll come over and rip up your grass by hand. In any event, in third place, we have my favorite pasta noodle is pappardelle. Does that have to do with goats? I'm so confused. What have you all done to me? No, third place, it's Allie and Rue and Toffee Towel. Toffee Towel's a little bit baffled because the TV man keeps speaking to Toffee Towel. 7.5 points. Great job. Well, Sunken Grave, thankfully Steph lives in Canada, so she's going to do just fine, all right? Don't tell the Canadians they can't have a, don't tell the Canadians that they cannot have what we're looking for. Hold on, I'm looking, Vicky. I heard that Vicky might have sent an email. Hold on, Vicky, I didn't get any emails yet. I heard there's an image of a goat incoming. Vicky, sadly, it has not arrived yet, but we can maybe do it at the next round. I heard there's an image of Steph Towel as a goat. Now, Bunny, I am thrilled. You should make spaghetti tonight for dinner. It's a calling, you know. Spaghetti is on the menu. All right, I haven't gotten an email yet. So, in third place is Allie and Rue Towel and Toffee Towel. Toffee Towel is Super Towel. Rue Towel is getting a little jealous because the man on TV is talking to Toffee Towel. I just want to say hi to Rue Towel. Rue, you're a Super Towel. All right. In fourth place, it's a two-way tie. We have Claudia Towel, Elizabeth Towel, 5.5 points each, right off the podium. In fifth place, serendipitously enough, it's Vicky Towel. 5 points, ladies and gentlemen. She's a Vicky Towel. She's a Super Towel. She has 5.5 points. All right. In sixth place, right behind Vicky Towel. Vicky Towel's holding on to that fifth place spot. In sixth place, Ruth Towel, Nancy Towel, 4.5 points each. They're Super Towels. In seventh place, you know them as Bossy Texas Chicken Bella. They are a boss. They are bosses. They are from Texas. They are chicks. It's Bossy Texas Chicken Bella with 4 points. In eighth place, you know them as Harvard Yard Towel. You know them as the wonderful Super Towel that Towel loves. And you also know them as the person who sometimes guesses answers not on the board, Harvard Yard Towel. In fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth place with 3.5 points. In ninth place, it's Julia G. Towel. They're wonderful. They gave out a towel membership parade. They are Julia G. Towel. They have 3 points. They're in the top 10. Oh, goodness. Goat Towel. Goat Towel has arrived. I'm sending it over now. Hold on. I have a plan. Watch this. Copy URL. Okay, now watch this. Okay, now right behind Julia G. Towel in 10th place, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, nope. Julia G. Towel is actually in a three-way tie for 9th. You know them as Bunny Towel. They love pasta. They are a Bunny Towel. You also know them as Paula Towel. I bet they love pasta too. Their name is Paula Towel. All have 3 points each, ladies and gentlemen. In 10th place, we have a two-way tie rounding out the top 10. Oh, hold on. Wait a minute, Paula Towel. I have good news for Paula Towel, ladies and gentlemen. Paula Towel was on the board twice and has just been promoted Congratulations, Paula Towel. You jump up all the way to a tie for fourth with 5.5 points. You were on the board twice. So that doesn't change our rankings, though. Rounding out the top 10 was, hold on, where were we? 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Rounding out top 10 was Peggy Towel with 2.5. Great job, Peggy Towel. In 11th, SM Towel, 1.5 points. Great job. In 12th place, the greatest soap dispenser on either side of the Mississippi, ladies and gentlemen. Don't forget to wash your hands. Sunken Grave Towel will tell you 1 point. And in 13th place, the position of honor, ladies and gentlemen, Cynthia Towel, ladies and gentlemen, 0.5 point. Now, I'm feeling better. You know why? I had a headache earlier. I drank some Gatorade. I'm feeling better. We get to play more towel trivia. We can't play when I have a headache. You don't want me to be headache towel. If I become headache towel, I get grumpy. I get so grumpy. And you don't want me to be grumpy. Now I don't have a headache. I'm happy towel. All right, here we go. Oh, I bet you heard that. That was my neck cracking. I should do a neck cracking stream where I just do this. And you can listen to my neck crack. All right. Some people like that. Some people don't. All right, here we go. I don't really like doing it, but my doctor said as long as I don't do it too violently, it should help my headaches, and I can do it gently. So I do it. Okay, so here we go. Next question. No, not next question. We have a special video. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a special video. Listen, Steph, we're not actually saying you're a goat, but I spoke to a man about a goat. It's not a man, actually. I spoke to a Vicky Towel about a goat. And I heard a rumor that there is a video of Steph's brethren. That is an ad. Don't worry, I'm not saying you should go to that university. Hold on. I have a plan that involves a goat. Now, listen, if you've ever done anything involving a goat, you know it's not going to go necessarily right the first time. All right? Do you know how hard it is to find a goat? First of all, Vicky, where did you even get a goat? Second of all, how did you know that this was Steph's brethren? Now, Steph, I want you to get ready here because it's possible Vicky Towel found a video of your brethren, and it's a goat. Now, I love goats. Now, I think we've seen a lot of people in the chat. Oh, my God. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, my goodness. It's not just a goat. It's a whole compilation of goats. Now, it has music, so we can't play the music, but watch this. Steph Towel, we have found your brethren. Oh, Steph Towel, you are going to be the most happy human being ever. Steph is the goat, okay? She's a newly found goat, and look at these goats. Ladies and gentlemen, we can't watch the sound, but I will comment on the goats, okay? Look at the goats. Ready for this? Hold on. Please start at the beginning. I would like to see all of the goats. Okay. Take it away, Goat Man. Okay, look at the goats. Look at the goats. That is a man with goats. Oh, Steph, it's your people. Steph, look at the goats. Oh, look at all those goats. We're having a goat break. Oh, look at the goats. Look at that little goat. Oh, it's another goat. Hello. Oh, it's a baby goat. Oh, hello, baby goat. Oh, it's another goat. Oh, it's just so many goats. Oh, that's a sheep. I guess you're kind of a goat. Oh, that's a sheep as well. Hello, little sheep. I love little sheep. Oh, it's a goat. Oh, it's another goat. Look at that goat. That's a mountain goat. That's a baby goat. Look at all the goat. Look at the baby goat. Oh, look at the other goat. Oh, it's goats, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, look at all the goats. Look at that. Oh, it's a goat in a store. No, don't throw the goat in the pool. What are you doing? Oh, all right. We saw all the goats. What a wonderful, ladies and gentlemen. I would just like to note for the record that was a goat parade. Now, you may be saying to yourself, I thought we were playing trivia. Why are we watching goats? Well, Steph is a goat. Now, I just want to let you know that as a fan of goats and as Steph being a goat, what was I not going to show Steph videos of her peoples? I mean, that's a sheep. It's an emotional support goat. Bossy Texas Chick is having a great day. It was an adorable goat parade, Vicky Moore. People are so happy. Paula. Paul is like, sheep are not kind of goats. Well, you know, tomato, tomato, goat, sheep, you know what they say. Vicky, we can't because it has music, so it'll strike it. Not like strike it, but it won't play the goat sound over the music. It'll just isolate it. Oh, I wish I could play it. Vicky, I did drop the link in chat, though, so people can watch the adorable goat video as much times as they want. It's up in the chat, just a little bit in the scroll. Oh, goodness. That was glorious. Vicky, I can't. It has music. I'm so sorry, my friend. I would love to know. Yeah, everything but music. In some things they're very strict on, but music they're very strict. Like I one time was playing someone broadcasting, and they just like played a little bit of music. It doesn't do anything to me, but it will tell me like afterwards, and I have to trim it. It's this whole process, so I try to avoid it. I loved it though, Vicky. Don't get me wrong. I want everyone to watch that goat video, and I will be watching it offline as well. All right, let us continue with towel trivia. Yeah, anytime we get goats involved with towel trivia, we're having a day. All right, so next question. I know. All right, Vicky, let me let me just check it one more time. Let me just make sure the sound, like, I can't play it. Hold on, I gotta mute my mic. Oh, yeah, I can't, Vicky, because it has that violin. I would love to, trust me. I love the video. It even has the goats, like, being goats, but it has that violin, so I can't. It's not you, Vicky. It's not me. It's the damn YouTube. You want the category to be Shirley Temple? All right, you got it. Steph, you got it. The category is Shirley Temple. I don't know if it's going to like make the category about the drink Shirley Temple, the actress Shirley Temple, the movie Shirley Temple, or just Shirley Temple in general. The category is Shirley Temple. So if your name is Steph and you love Shirley Temple's the drink, or you love Shirley Temple's the character, you forgot about Grant Smith Ellis, Shirley. Does anyone else like that? Well, no, that's what we're doing, Steph. You already got what you wanted. You got a little ahead of yourself there. I hope you're celebrating now. You know what I mean? I'm a very amicable. I'm basically Canadian. You know, you ask me, I'll give you what you want. But you can't evade Detroit. No, I know, Vicky. But it's not music. It's just that little violin that's playing. Listen, it's not. It's really not me or you, my friend Vicky. It's this ridiculous like algorithm, the way it monitors for music, and that violin it'll catch it. So then I'll have to delete it, and then I want that people to be able to see the goat, so I just can't play with sound. I'm sorry. I love the video. Don't worry, Steph. The ambassador, Shirley Temple. The ambassador, Shirley Temple Black, Paula, and that's great. Maybe that's Shirley's mosque. Don't worry, Vicky. I'm just so glad we got to see it. Okay, so let's do Shirley Temple. I'm ready. We're all ready. This is going to be a hard category. I think some of you are like basically telling me you're Shirley Temple experts. Here we go. Here we go. Who directed Shirley Temple's film The Little Colonel? Was it David Butler, John Waters, George Cukor, Orson Welles? I don't know. I feel like John Waters is where I'm going. Show me John Waters. All right, who's a Shirley Temple expert? Sunken Grave gets 2 points, folks. 2 points. We'll do a live scoreboard for this one. Who else is a Shirley Temple expert other than Sunken Grave? SM gets a full point. Who else? Nancy gets a full point. You can see your scores adding up live. Allie and Bo get a full point. Miss anyone? Sunken Grave is a Shirley Temple expert. Sunken Grave is a sunken grave. Everyone wash their hands in celebration of Sunken Grave. who's ready for more points? Next question. Here we go. I don't know who John Waters is. I just guessed. Grant, to avoid the strikes, we can all watch by clicking link while you show it with no sound. Yes, bossy Texas chick. That's a good idea too. Yep. And it's not it doesn't strike per se, but I have to delete the video from the replay, and I don't want to do that. But yes, good idea, bossy Texas chick. Good guess, Vicky, but it was number one. All right, so we're going to have to give Vicky some extra time to answer the questions, but that's all right, Vicky. It's the damn internet in Canada. Next question. What drink was named after Shirley Temple? Was it the Bellini, the Espresso Martini, the Sangria, or the Mocktail? Well, she was a little child, so show me Bellini. It was the Mocktail. I'm an idiot. Of course it's the Mocktail. She was young. She can't drink alcohol. Who's going to make me look dumb? Steph Towel picks up 2 points. It was Steph's internet. Steph's internet beat you all out. Bossy Texas chick got it. Bossy Texas chick got a point. Paula Towel. Where's Paula Towel? Paula Towel got a point. Ruth Lang and Nancy got a point. Who else? Elizabeth and Allie got a full point. There's Elizabeth Towel. SM and Sunken Graves jumping up the scoreboard with another full point. And SM as well grabs a full point. Bunny Towel held low. Bunny Towel got another point. And hello, Silver Fox got ahead of myself there. Silver Fox gets on the board with a full point. Peggy and Claudia Towel pick up a full point. Where's Peggy Towel? There's Peggy Towel. Full point. Who else? Who else? Who else, ladies and gentlemen? But sorry, Bunny Towel. That's true. I put the scoreboard over the answers. I moved the scoreboard. Yes. I moved it. Vicky, you did. Vicky, you came in a little late, but you got a point as well. And let me move the scoreboard, which I didn't notice was covering the answers because I was focusing on doing the scores. So I don't have a way to put the scoreboard up yet. We don't have enough space. Vicky Towel, though, gets a point. Wait, Vicky Towel, you did get that right. That was 4. Bellinis are alcoholic. Yep, well, I was thinking maybe like Hollywood was very predatory, which is true, but it's mocktail. All right, next question. And you should have the answers down as well, right, or the scoreboard down. What year did Shirley Temple receive the Screen Actors Guild Life Achievement Award? Was it 1985, 2006, 1992, or 2000? Was it 1985, 2006, 1992, or 2000? Show me 1985. It was 2006. I'm an idiot. Who got it? I know, right? It seems like that's way long into the history. Everyone was thinking it was far earlier. Everyone, folks. Everyone thought it was far earlier. She was disrespected. Someone call the president. Allie and Rue waited it out, got their double points, 2 points. I don't know, Steph. I've never heard of a Bellini. I don't know. I also don't drink, so it makes sense that I have no idea what a Bellini is. Paul Towel, it's true. That was a good question, though. She must have been close to 100. No, I am, Steph. It's true. It's true. I'm a little hard. I'm hard on myself as a little towel. All right, let me look up how old was Shirley Temple in 2006. Let me get you the answer. I want to know. She was born in 28. So in 2006, she was 78. Yep, she was 78. Vicky Moore got it right. Vicky Moore gets a point. But yes, Vicky, you are a little delayed, so you come in about 20 or 30 seconds after. Yep, Vicky Moore, you got the answer right. You got your point, but you're just coming in 30 seconds or so after. So I'm going back after and checking and waiting for your answer. Next question. Nana remembers Shirley Temple, I bet. Which autobiographical book did Shirley Temple publish in 1988? Was it Starlit Days, Child Star, Little Princess, Stage Bright? Oof. Show me Child Star. Yep, because that became a term. So Towel got it, ladies and gentlemen. Towel got it. Towel got it. Who else got Child Star? Who's the first one? Sunken Grave, the greatest soap dispenser on either side of the Mississippi, gets a full point. That was the first one. Who else got number 2? Nancy from the 508 gets half point. Who else? Who else? Nobody. Nobody. Everyone thought it was Little Princess. Allie, 90211 and Bro get half point. No, thank you, Steph Towel. You're so smart. You got it, Sunken Grave. You are Super Towel. Gotta wait for Vicky. I feel like she probably did do a movie called The Little Princess. It's all right, Vicky. That wasn't exactly an easy one, folks. I'll tell you, that was hard. That was what I would call difficult. But I am glad Sunken Grave proved themselves as a Sunken Grave towel. Now, you may be saying, what is a Sunken Grave towel? Is a Sunken Grave towel, a Sunken Grave towel? Well, it's a soap dispenser. And a soap dispenser is a very unique item in the towel universe. It's actually an item of incredible power. If you are a soap dispenser towel, you basically have access to every kingdom in the towel universe except for the Kingdom of Canada. Steph controls access there. You got to negotiate with Steph. Vicky Moore picked number 2. Vicky Moore got half a point. All right, here we go. Next question. You got it, Vicky. In which film did Shirley Temple star alongside a famous tap dancer in 1935? The Little Colonel, Curly Top, Heidi, Bright Eyes. Now, it was, I'm pretty sure, Fred Astaire. I'm pretty sure. And I don't know if it was the Little Colonel or Curly Top. Show me Curly Top. It was Little Colonel. I'm an idiot. I knew it was something like that. I knew it. Steph made me look the fool. Steph gets 2 points. Paul Towel picks up a full point. Great job, Paul Towel. Who else? Sunken Grave picks up another full point. Nancy picks up another full point. Elizabeth picks up a full point. Hello, Truth Over Bias. Claudia picks up a full point. Silver Fox picks up a full point. Allie, Ruth, and Bunny Towel and Rue pick up a full point. Where's Bunny Towel? There's Bunny Towel. Who was the Little Colonel? I don't know. It probably was Shirley Temple. I think that movie was about Fred Astaire, though. Shirley Temple movie, Little Colonel. I will tell you right now, it was Shirley Temple. It starred Shirley Temple and Lionel Barrymore. The Little Colonel is best known for the famous staircase tap dance between Robinson and Temple. So it was, who's Robinson? Bill Robinson. Oh, he was a black tap dancer. Oh, goodness. This was apparently a famous scene, ladies and gentlemen. Hold on. Staircase tap dance, Shirley. We can watch this because it's over 75 years old. So we're going to watch this right now. And let me show you, this was Bill Bojangles Robinson, ladies and gentlemen, and Shirley Temple. In the film is called The Colonel. Now, we can't watch it with sound, but we are going to just watch it quickly. So take a look at this, ladies and gentlemen. What do you think of this? This is the famous scene that was just referenced in the last question. Okay, so that's Shirley Temple, as you all know. And that, now there's no sound, okay? I'm not playing it with sound. But that is, even though the film's over 75 years old, that is the famous scene. Okay, that's it right there. That was the actor. Yep. And then we're going to see a little bit of it. We're going to comment a little bit on it. But that, as you can see, that was the subject of our question. And Shirley Temple crossed a lot of color barriers here. This was a big moment in early American cinema. Oh yeah, I'm sure that what you're talking about, Willis Face, came from Shirley Temple. She inspired generations. She defined Hollywood for decades. And you can see there used to be something so subtle. You didn't need CGI to capture people's attention back then. You know what you needed? Talented actors who knew how to dance and knew how to keep track of where the camera was, knew how to use their talent to engross an audience. Like, it's an intellectual reward for attention. And Shirley Temple, the fact that she could do this at such a young age, I mean, just incredible. I'm sorry that Hollywood was the way that it was at that time. That's the one thing that makes me feel guilty about watching this. Like, it's great that her talent was highlighted, but it's so sad what was done to her and other actresses and actors. But you can see just so much incredible talent. And Shirley Temple is a child, and watch what she's able to do. I mean, there's a reason why we're doing this category in Tell Trivia. This is just absolutely incredible. Now, he protected her. He was one of the people who protected her, and then there was some other people who tried to protect her, but the studio execs were the ones that were the big problem. It was always her, I think her mother or the execs, I forget, Judy Garland talks about it. Her mother, Shirley Temple's mother or something, maybe Judy Garland was Shirley Temple's daughter. I think, like, maybe I'm getting the story wrong. I might be getting it right, surprisingly. Judy Garland was telling a story, I think it was on Dick Cavett one time, about what happened to Shirley Temple. And it was brutal. I mean, I don't want to play it because it's traumatizing, but let's just say, like, this was the result on screen, but America didn't know what that poor child was going through behind the scenes. And this, he isn't just, like, dancing with her. He was treated terribly in Hollywood too, so he protected her. But he was very famous. He was, like, in the 30s, he was like a very prominent black entertainer, and so he didn't have as much power as white entertainers, but he was famous enough to kind of protect her. Right, no, and Claudia, that's what I was saying. I might have got it wrong, but Judy Garland was telling the story about Shirley Temple and her mother. So I don't know whether Judy Garland was told it. I knew that it wasn't right. That's what I was saying. I think I'm getting this wrong. Judy Garland was telling the story about Shirley Temple and her mother in the early days of Hollywood, and it's very traumatizing. Can we test out us by playing our sound while you play the... Sure, Steph. So let me... Oh, Steph, we should have done it. I'm silly. It's already over. But yes, next time, my friend, absolutely. All right. So we don't need... I mean... Oh, they even have it in color on some of the other channels, but it's artificial color. But yes, sorry about that, Bossy Texas chick. I forgot what I was doing. I wish I had remembered to do that. So we're going to go back to towel trivia now because we're in the middle of a round. But, I mean, how fun was that? Come on. That was wonderful. I'm glad we got to watch that. I know you all love Shirley Temple. You're all getting a lot of the questions right. So I feel like that was a good use of our time. And there you go. All right, so let me just make sure all the questions get up on the screen. All right, all the answers. Let's see if we can make this a little larger. All right, there we go. All right, there we go. Oh, like that. All right, like that, like that. All right, there we go. And then like that. All right, there we go. All right, so let's play more towel trivia. That was fun. Mothers, don't let your children grow up to be child stars. Was that the last question in the category? No, it wasn't. We have a few more. Bossy Texas Chicken, Bella. Here we go. At what age did Shirley Temple retire from acting in films? 18, 15, 25, 22. 18, 15, 25, 22. I'm going 15. Nope, 22. Should have gone with my heart was feeling 22, but I went 15. She's Taylor Swift, basically. Maybe that's why Taylor Swift wrote the song I'm Feeling 22. Oh, bro, I bet she was saying like she was feeling like she wanted to retire, but it was hidden in a bubbly song. That's a Taylor Swift move. Who got it? Who got number 4 first? Steph. She's Steph Towel. She gets 2 points. Who else? Sunken Grave Towel. Sunken Grave, kicking butt, taking names, being a little Sunken Grave Towel. Who else? Elizabeth Lander being a super towel. Who else? Claudia being a super towel. Claudia is super towel. Full point. Who else? Who else? And Allie and Bo got it right. You are guessing Super God, Sunken Grave. You're on the mark. You're going to make the podium one of these days. All right, here we go. Nancy and Sunken Grave Towel moving up. Moving on up to the east side. They finally got a piece of that towel pie. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to go in the kitchen and I'm going to make some towel pie. All right? It's not going to have any towel in it. It's just going to be called a towel pie. All right? Towel likes pie. Towel's going to make some towel pie. All right? I'm going to go in the kitchen. I'm going to make some towel pie. You might be saying, what are you doing, Grant? Well, I'm adding up your scores, so I'm going to make towel pie. All right? Little towel pie. Pie is good. Pie never hurt anyone. Towel pie. All right? Here we go. I got the scores. Now, oh no, I forgot Allie and Rue Towel. How dare I? Nope, that can't happen. I was making some pie, and I forgot about Allie and Rue Towel. Yes, Sunken Grave, I'm going to go in the kitchen, and I'm going to make some pie, and it's going to be good times. Silver Fox, I'm sorry if I missed your last point. You got it. Silver Fox has 3 points now. That's horrifying, Paula. That's horrifying. I love Shirley Temple, but I'm horrified at what Hollywood did to her. I mean, she was so talented, too. It's such a shame. Like, God, condemn those men to hell. That's what I say. According to Vicky, Gary Coleman's ex-wife may be investigated regarding his death after failing a lie detector. That is quite a development, Vicky. We'll keep an eye on that. Now, lie detectors are psychological tools, but they can lead police in the right direction. That is sick, though, if she was responsible. But in any event, ladies and gentlemen, we will keep a close eye on that, especially if she was responsible for his death in a malicious way. Is anyone worthy of my steel? Well, I didn't know you had a sword, but that's wonderful, Sunken Grave. Try not to bring it out in public. Except for, like, exhibitions where you're permitted or something. All right, here we go, folks. In first place, you know her as the GOAT. She is a GOAT. Her name's Steph. She's the GOAT towel. She has a very wonderful soul. She is both British and Canadian, and she came out of her existential crisis, and now she's in first place. You may know her as Steph Towel. We all know her as a wonderful towel. She is in first place, leading the pack, 16.5 points. Vicky Moore, you didn't get that one right. You're falling a little far behind as well, but that's okay. In her 1988 book Child Star, an autobiography, Temple described the Baby Burlesque series as a cynical exploitation of our childish innocence. Yep, that's a beautifully well put by Shirley Temple. Very talented. It's horrifying that happened to her. Ladies and gentlemen, Steph Towell is in the lead. Steph Towell has 16.5 points. In second place, folks, you know them as Allie and Rue and Toffee Towel. Toffee Towel is a bunny. You know them as Allie and Rue and Toffee Towel. They have 14 points. They are in second place. Congratulations, Allie, Rue, and Toffee Towel. In third place, you know him as Towel. He's a little towel. He is hard on himself, but he's still on the podium. In third place, 11 points, Little Towel. In fourth place, we have a two-way tie, ladies and gentlemen. You know her as Claudia Towel. You know her as Elizabeth Towel. They are tied, 8.5 points each, Claudia and Elizabeth Towel. In fifth place, the one, the only, Nancy Towel with 8 points. Excellent job, Nancy Towel. In sixth place, Paula Towel with 7.5 points. Great job, Paula Towel. In seventh place, it's serendipitous. It's sunken grave. It's a superlative series of wonderful things to say. It's sunken grave Towel with 7 points in seventh place, ladies and gentlemen. That's horrifying, Paula Towel. That's horrifying. In eighth Towel place, ladies and gentlemen, it is a two-way tie. Vicky and Ruth Towel, 6.5 points each. Great job, Vicky Towel. Great job, Ruth Towel. 6.5 points each. In seventh place, we have a two-way tie. It's Bossy Texas Chicken Bella, and it's Bunny Towel. Look at Toffee. It's a Bunny Towel, and then look at Bunny Towel. That's a bunny. They each have 5 points each. They are in eighth place. In ninth place, it's the one, the only lovable Havayad Towel alongside Peggy Towel alongside SM Towel. They have 3.5 points each. In 10th place, we have a two-way tie, ladies and gentlemen. We have a two-way tie in 10th place. And that is, rounding out top 10, Julia G. Towel and Silver Fox Towel, who got their point. Tied for 10th place, rounding out top 10. And 11th place, ladies and gentlemen, we have our Super Towel Cynthia in the position of honor, 0.5 point. Excellent job, Super Towels. Let's head into our double bonus round. You know what that means, though. It's Allie and Steph's favorite time. We get to talk about domestic intelligence activities in the 1950s, 60s, and 70s. Bunny Towel says hi back. Bunny says hi. Bunny Towel says, hello, I'm a Bunny Towel. Would you have any? Bunny Towel, what would you like to say to the various countries of the world? Hold on. I see. Anything else? Okay. I'll let them know. All right, thank you, Bunny Towel. All right, Bunny Towel is going to go. All right, so Bunny Towel basically said, in general, he's a little bit concerned with what's going on with the world. He thinks that, it's a good sign that people are being loving and caring, but he has, some concerns because he hops around sometimes and he thinks people are a little mean. And he was speaking a little fast, okay? Bunnies speak very fast. But he was saying, if we could all just be nice to each other, which I was echoing his sentiments, then the world will be a better place. So, Bunny Towel, you go ahead, spread the word. The other Bunny Towel would like to let you know that we should all be kind to each other. Very good, Bunny. That was so nice. I know Bunny Towel has been suppressed. His voice will now reign free. We'll do interviews with Bunny Towel from time to time. He speaks bunny language, though, so I have to listen to him and interpret it. All right? All right. Bunny and Bunny Towel. Bunny Towel is stone dry. Yeah, I think Bunny Towel gets a little bit, the cigar smoke gets to Bunny Towel, but I try to get him some air every now and again. I put him next to the fan, he keeps cool. All right, we're going into our next round. Our next round is going to be a double bonus round, and we're going to do Steph and Allie's favorite activities. You know what? Let's do James Joyce's, let's do the philosophy of Hegel. All right, here we go. The philosophy of Hegel. We are doing the philosophy of GWF Hegel. Everybody excited? Who's excited? Get your super towels. Everybody ready? We're doing the philosophy of GWF Hegel. Now, you might be saying to yourself, Grant, I don't know anything about the philosophy of GWF Hegel, and you don't know how to spell philosophy. Well, yes, I do. And also, yes, you do. Philosophy. It's not my fault that the word philosophy is so hard to spell. It has a lot of P's and O's, and it just gets a little convoluted. The philosophy of GWF Hegel. Okay, here we go. Okay, no, you know what? I want to do something more specific. Hegel's book, Reason in History. All right, we're going to do a category on Hegel's book, Reason in History. All right, here we go. GWF Hegel's book, Reason in History. What the fuck is a Hegel? No, it's Hegel. Now, if you want to do, all right, so I think we should have a very brief introduction to this. Now, what you're going to want to do if you're to prepare for this category is you're going to want to listen. Which link? I'm very confused. I already shared it, Steph. It was above. It's the link with the goats. I can reshare the link with the goats, but it's in the chat. It's moved, Nancy. Don't worry, I'm on it. Yes, so Hegel's philosophy, it's not just Marx. So there's a few things you got to know about Hegel's philosophy. I think it's fair to say, okay, that Hegel's philosophy is best described as meeting in form and content at Stalingrad on the Volga in 41. Okay, so the form of Hegel's philosophy inspired radical Marxism. The content of Hegel's philosophy inspired Heidegger and the Third Reich. Those two ideologies met at Stalingrad on the Volga. Now, Hegel's historical synthesis is his philosophy of history, which is to say that Hegel sees history as not necessarily marching towards a certain goal, but it has a form, a cyclical, recursive historical form that's known as the dialectic. Now, that's to say there's a cultural thesis and a cultural antithesis, okay? The predominant cultural zeitgeist or norm, and then to oppose that, the antithesis, which is the rebellion or the opposing cultural forces. Those two in a grand historical sort of symphony meet together and become embodied in what's known as the synthesis, okay? Now, over time, this synthesis becomes the new predominant cultural zeitgeist or the thesis, and then the process repeats. So you get a merging of one, like a clash, right, of the thesis and the antithesis that form a synthesis that becomes the new thesis, that it meets a new antithesis, and the process repeats. That's Hegel's theory of history, okay? So if you can understand the historical dialectic as made manifest in the sort of clash of antithesis and thesis meeting together as a synthesis, then you understand how Hegel thinks about history. But if you want to think about the larger implications of how, or ramifications of how Hegel's history philosophy embodied itself on the world scene after he was dead, well, yeah, it embodied itself in the form of his philosophy, of course, because in one way he inspired the cultural thesis that was the Third Reich, and in another he inspired the cultural antithesis that was the Bolshevik movement in Russia, or in the USSR. And so when those two met at Stalingrad on the Volga in 41, you got the meshing of those two emerging in liberal democracy, as strange as that is, in the post-war years. Okay, so that in and of itself is a metaphysical commentary on the veracity of Hegel's philosophy of history, which was written down, in my opinion, the best interpolation is a book by Professor Hartman, I think. I read it in law school and undergrad, called Reason in History, which is which is one of Hegel's texts, and that book probably does the best job possible of explaining this overarching concept. So, how's everybody feeling? Don't worry, Bunny Towel, I have one more plan, because as much as I want to talk for 5 more minutes, I want to drink a little water, so I have a plan. Overview, hold on. Video overview, Hegel's Reason in History. So we're going to do one more quick part of our lecture. All right, and everybody ready? And then it's going to be very quick. It's only 7 minutes, and it's from Dr. Jordan B. Cooper. All right, everybody ready? We're going to be attentive little towels. We're going to learn things. I'm excited. You're excited. Who wants to learn things, ladies and gentlemen? All right, Bunny Towel wants to be an informed, erudite little towel. I want to be an informed, erudite, cogent little towel, so let us learn.
We could talk about history, history as developed, because history is really at the core of Hegel's thought. The Geist develops through various historical epochs in different places. So he's going to explore the history of the world. Now, Hegel's history it's limited. The amount of historiographical understanding that we have now compared to Hegel is far more vast. So it's a bit simplistic, but he has a rough kind of history of the world where he describes these different historical time periods where things develop. And in these time periods, we see certain, ideas tend to be rather predominant. And that's what we see when we look at time periods shifting is the world spirit coming to its own self-understanding. So we could think, and we do this today, when we think of time periods, we speak about something like Romanticism. We talk about the Enlightenment, the growth of rationalism. We speak about eras of revolution. We could talk about the 1960s as a very significant era where the world changes a lot. And so we can, and historians do, break down time periods by kind of the general milieu of that age, what people are thinking, what's generally going on. And we can see connections between cultures, connections between individuals in various places and in various ways to say, well, there are similarities going on here and there. So what we're seeing in Hegel's view, when we see, say, a time period like the Reformation, where, Luther's reforms show up, and then Zwingli's doing something similar at the same time with the rise of humanism, and we have all of these things going on in Western Europe that, maybe this is the spirit coming to its self-understanding, and it's working through these individual figures so that these ideas are just kind of in the air at these different ages. I don't know what that means for our age, but okay. So we can kind of get where Hegel's getting at. I think when you study history, you can see what he's talking about here. But the center of these historical epochs are the states, as he's going to call them. He's going to talk about the state. And the state includes nations and cultures. So we're not just talking about individuals. We're not just talking about academic institutions. So he's not just saying the realm of the philosophers is where all of this happens. No, the spirit comes to self-understanding just through history. The philosophers are there, but so are states and laws and the morality of people and the arts. All of this is interconnected because everything is just connected to the growth of this Geist or this world spirit. Sometimes this Geist comes to realize itself through particularly great men. So Hegel is going to single out some individual figures that he says are going to be kind of examples of the Geist in individual people. Now, this doesn't mean that these people are conscious of being that, okay? So it doesn't mean that, one of these figures that's mentioned is going to think like, oh, I am the embodiment of the Geist, or I'm particularly special in doing this or that. And it also doesn't even mean that they self-consciously are thinking through the implications of what they're doing. They may be doing things for the wrong reasons, but it doesn't really matter because the Geist is using individuals to come to its own self-understanding and to do certain things. So some of these great men, we have some examples that show up in Hegel. Julius Caesar is one, Alexander the Great. So we can think about political leaders that shaped the world. Martin Luther, as a German who was raised Lutheran, he's certainly going to see Luther's impact upon the world. And of course, Hegel himself. Hegel sees himself as one of these individuals who is very, very important for the history of philosophy, just as philosophers tend to think, we saw this with Kant, and he's like, I am the new Copernicus, I am changing all of philosophy. And hey, he did, so maybe he was right. But, still a bit of an arrogant thing to say. Nietzsche does the same thing.
Yeah, well, Nietzsche is very arrogant.
Philosophers tend to think pretty highly of themselves, and we see this here. So he is the embodiment of the Geist here, and he sees in some ways his philosophy as really the ultimate end. This is what all philosophy has been leading to, is the writing of Hegel's Phenomenology of Spirit. And as we know, everybody stopped writing philosophy since then. Just kidding. No. But however, I will say this: Hegel is the last philosopher who really attempts a comprehensive system of everything. That's not to say that he's successful in doing that, but Hegel does develop a comprehensive system of all of reality to explain everything. And hardly any philosophers do that. Plato does that, Aristotle does that, Aquinas does that, and we could say that about Kant as well, does that. But that's really not attempted after Hegel. Philosophy was in very different directions post-Hegel. But so in some ways, maybe he is the end. He's the last one to really have a comprehensive philosophical system. Okay, so let's think about the development of the Geist in terms of just an analogy. Now, he does use the analogy of a seed, right? Of the seed growing into a plant and continuing to grow and flourish and blossom. But we could also talk about the Geist developing just as a human being develops. So, you grow from infancy. There's this natural process of growth that you have. Certain things are going to happen. You're going to learn to walk. You're going to learn to talk. You're going to, build friendships. You're going to do the things that people do. The body grows in particular ways. You can't, stop the body from just growing taller naturally. It is what it does, right? So there is this kind of natural process of development that we understand. And we also understand that in human development, oftentimes we develop through setbacks, we develop through negative experiences and circumstances that happen to us. Sometimes the negative has to happen in order for us to develop more consciously as people. Or we have to have negative experiences, right? You have to experience pain in order to understand how to deal with pain. And the development of this Geist is the same way. So Hegel is not going to see tragedies that happen or horrible things that happen, because history is largely the history of famine and war and death. So as he sees these things, this doesn't negate this progress, but he's saying the painful things that happen, this is part of progress. And that's also part of the negation within the world spirit that it has to overcome to become more aware of itself and more rational.
Love it. I love it. I love it so much. I love it. So we're not doing the book Philosophy of History. We're doing Hegel's Philosophy of History. All right, hold on. Let me...
This is a
history
sorry. Of Western thought.
Right, sorry, it went to the next.
On
Nope, hold on.
Epicureanism.
Nope, sorry, it went to the next video. We're not going to watch this. Oh no, I'm going to get in trouble. Stop playing. Thank you. See, we can't even play that. Well, it was under 10 seconds. We can't even play that violin. All right, so hold on. We're going to do Hegel's Philosophy of History. You learned, you came to lecture. Watch what Steph Towell does, ladies and gentlemen. Steph Towell pays attention at Towell lecture. Steph Towell's just going to destroy us all. All right, so here we go. The board's back up. We have the categories. It's Hegel's Philosophy of History. It is a double bonus round, so if I get any questions wrong, you can get up to 4 points. Here we go. The topic is, how does history emerge, Steph? How does history emerge? Here we go. Who wrote Lectures on the Philosophy of History? This is an easy one. Was it Friedrich Nietzsche? Was it Karl Marx? Was it Immanuel Kant? Or was it G.W.F. Hegel? All right, free point, ladies and gentlemen. Grab your free point. If everybody paid attention at lecture, you get a free point or a half point. I know. A few of you paid attention. Truth over bias, I love your guess, but no, it was not Marx. Steph Towell, you don't even know what the category is. You still got it right. Nancy got it right. Great job, Nancy Towell. Great job, Elizabeth. Elizabeth paying attention paid off. Who else? Ruth Lang got it right. Sunken Grave is now a Hegelian. Great job, Sunken Grave. Who else? Harvard Yard's like, duh, it's obviously Hegel. I'm a Hegelian. Allie and Rue are Hegelians. Who else? Bunny Towel. Bunny is a fit. Bunny's going to go around now being like, listen, do you know about Hegel? Hold on. Oh, sorry about that. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. I forgot to take. After I said I was going to remember to take the answers down, I forgot to do it. Elizabeth Towel. Hold on. Bunny Towel also got half a point, as did Bossy Texas Chick. All right. So you can see the answers again. I took the scores down. That was my fault. The name of the sprinkles for my bread, I know that. Well, don't worry, we'll do a food-based category next. What is the term used by Hegel for the process of idea development through history? Is it phenomenology, dialectic, empiricism, or rationalism? Now, listen, folks, if you were paying attention in lecture, I hope we get rewarded for this. I believe it's dialectic. It's dialectic, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, that was a tough one. That was a tough one. Who got it? Harvard Yard. Listen, Harvard Yard was classically educated as a towel. Elizabeth Lander was classically educated as a towel. Steph was classically educated as a towel. Who else was classically educated as a towel? Would you all like to go become philosophers now? Nancy from the 508 and Bunny Towel were both educated, and they are now philosopher towels. Bunny, you are going to go around extolling the virtue of being a philosopher towel now. Vicky Moore, good guess, but it was the dialectic. Good job. That was a hard one. Ed the Zebra disagrees. Well, I don't know who Ed the Zebra is, but it's very good to meet him. Hello, Ed. How are you? But Sucky Grave, where did you get a zebra? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Do we even have zebras in North America? Sunken Grave, you give that zebra back to wherever you got it. Where did you get a zebra, and why is his name Ed? Vicky, you're 2 questions behind, my friend. Vicky, you're like a minute and a half behind. So instead of putting a number, Vicky, when you hear this, you need to just put, if you could, just put the word that you're answering. Don't put a number. So you are very far behind. In the zoo. Well, Sunken Gray said he escaped and ran loose outside of Nashville. Oh, that's right. We have zebras in the... Oh, that makes total sense. The zebra escaped the zoo, and you just picked it up. I understand. Now, why didn't you just say that in the first place? Carry on and mind the zebra. He apparently taught Sunken Grave philosophy. Well, God bless you, Ed the Zebra. I don't know what to say. You know, I'm glad you like your new home. I'm glad you get your hands or your hoofs, whatever the hell zebras have, washed all the time. You know, enjoy living with Sunken Grave. Sounds like it's a lovely experience. And continue to teach Sunken Grave philosophy. All right, Vicky, you got the first one right, the second one wrong. The second answer was number 2. Next question. Oh, no. Sunken Grave, please keep the zebra off the interstate. Oh, no. Ed, you are a zebra. Unless you are in a car or a trailer, you cannot go on the interstate. Ed, what are you doing? You're a zebra. The next category might have to be zebras. How about zebra-themed desserts? Next question. Which concept describes the unfolding of freedom in Hegel's view of history? Is it the Geist? Is it the Welt? Is it the Natur? Is it the Kraft? All right, who's German? Raise your hand if you are German. I think I know what it is. It's the Zeitgeist It's the Geist. Show me the Geist. Damn it. All of you are too. Steph. All right, Steph. Are you an undercover German? Damn it, Steph. You played us. Bossy, Texas, Chicabella are clearly German. Damn Germans. Listen. Ruth, are you also... Listen. You all were just playing me. It was the long con. You're all German. Everyone got it. Elizabeth Towell got it. Elizabeth Towell is German. Truth over bias joins the scoreboard because they are German. Now you might be saying truth over bias clearly speaks English, but they're still German. Who else? Nancy from the 508 is German. Congratulations, Nancy, you're now German. Silver Fox, you are a fox, and you can be German. Congratulations. I know you've always wanted to move there. Bunny Towel, you can't move to Germany. We need you here. You are a bunny towel. Sunken Grave, nope, you have to stay here. You are a soap dispenser. You have a zebra to take care of, but you're still German. Alley Towel and Rue, nope, you can't leave. Nope, sorry, the bunny needs you. The house bunny needs you. You can't leave. Ruth Lang's grandma was German. Steph is German. I knew it. Bunny Towel was like, it was the first word in the lecture. Bunny Towel, did you notice? Not only is towel trivia fun, but we're learning things. We're going to become erudite, informed, and cogent little towels. Harvard Yard Towel, you got it right because you are a Harvard Yard Towel. Gotta wait for Vicky. Gotta wait. I'm not. Oh my goodness. Elizabeth isn't German, but guess who is? Tiggy. It's Tiggy Towel. Tiggy Towel is German. Tiggy Towel, I just want to say hello. Did you know that, first of all, Tiggy Towel, I'm on the TV and I'm talking to you. I'm literally you, Tiggy Towel. Yep. No, nobody else. You. You are a towel. I just want to let you know your name is Tiggy Towel and you are German. I want to congratulate you. The reason why your mom towel got the answer right is because you are Tiggy Towel and you clearly used ESP and doggy language to say mom. It's Geist. You know what I'm saying? So Tiggy Towel, take a bow. You're gonna have to stand up, okay? 2 legs, right? You know, and then bow, okay? No bow. Great job, Tiggy Towel. Yay, Tiggy Towel. Let's see. Apparently, the government dropped a nest on Ed the zebra from a helicopter and kept him from his quest for freedom. Oh no! Oh no! Listen. Elizabeth and Tiggy Towel, we have to have a conversation. There is a zebra named Ed, and the government captured him with a net. We need you to help him. It's a long story. See what you can do. Right. Murder Maestro. Murder Maestro. I understand Nietzsche is a bit of a confounding... Now, if you've read Thus Spoke Zarathustra, what he's trying to say, basically, just a little detour on Nietzsche here. He was saying... If you go up into a mountain, okay, and you eat a bunch of drugs, I think that's basically what Nietzsche was saying. If you just go up there like a mountain man and just live in the mountain, okay, you're going to start speaking this really weird language where you talk about, like, the rain clouds will bringeth the light, thus spoke Zarathustra. You know, and then people will be like, you are a crazy man. Why did you go up into the mountains? And you'll be like, because I had to go up into the mountains to see the rain clouds. Thus spoke Zarathustra. You know what I'm saying? So basically, he went up into the mountains. He did some drugs or something. I don't really understand that part. And then he came down from the mountain to this little German village, and he was like, people of the village, I would like to tell you that while I was up in the mountain, I had these insights, and I will tell you everything about existence. Thus spoke Zarathustra. So, in short, that is what Nietzsche was trying to say. He went up onto a mountain, he got kind of high, he came back down, and he wanted to tell people about enlightenment. It's a little convoluted, and it's a little bit weird, and he was German, but that's what Nietzsche's about, in my opinion. All right, next question. What notion serves as Hegel's method for interpreting historical events? Positivism, pragmatism, empiricism, dialectics. All right. What notion serves as Hegel's method for interpreting historical events? Positivism, pragmatism, empiricism, Dialectics. Show me dialectics. I got it. I'm a Tao. All right, who's paying attention to Tao lecture? Truth over bias. Truth over bias is paying attention to Tao lecture. We need a Tao vacation. We need a Tao vocation. We'll all go on vacation. Where's truth over bias, Tao? Picking up a full point. Steph picking up half point because Steph's super Tao. Ruth Lang picking up half point because Ruth Lang is smart Tao. Where's Ruth? I know Ruth's on my list. How dare you? There's Ruth. Who else? Nancy and Elizabeth Lander picking up half point. Nancy Tao, where are you? Where are you, Nancy Tao? I know you're on my list. There's in the double digits. Nancy and Elizabeth, and then Allie and Ruth Tao. It's okay, Bunny Towel. When in doubt, always go dialectics with Hegel. Always go dialectics. They airlifted Ed the zebra. Oh, no. How dare you, government? You put down Ed the zebra. Put him down. How dare you? Harvard Yard Towel got it. She's a Harvard Yard Towel. All right. I got a nap soon. All right. Harvard Yard Towel. We're going to do 2 more rounds. All right. I'm calling it now. 2 more rounds. After this, 2 more rounds. Ed the zebra is not free. Free Ed the zebra. Next question. What does Hegel identify as the ultimate goal in the progression of history? Economic success, material conditions, cultural diversity, or absolute spirit? What does Hegel identify as the ultimate goal in the progression of history? Economic success, material conditions, cultural diversity, or clearly absolute spirit? Hey, I'm a philosophical towel. Who knew it was absolute spirit? Who knew? Ladies and gentlemen, who knew it was absolute spirit? Who knew? Steph Towel. She paid attention to lecture, The Phenomenology of Spirit. Nancy from the 508 is a philosopher towel. Harry Potter and the Nancy from the 508 philosopher towel stone. Elizabeth Lander is a philosopher. As is Bunny Towel. Bunny Towel, you're going to get your PhD in towel philosophy. Allie and Rue, all right. You're classically trained as philosophers. Don't lie to me. Rue, admit it. You got your PhD, and Allie Towel attended the classes with you. Admit it, Rue. I was not born yesterday. I'm a philosopher towel, too. Next question, last question of the category. Anyone going to pick up 4 points? I don't know. What entity does Hegel consider the manifestation of the world spirit in history? Is it the individual, the family, the church, or the state? Which entity does Hegel consider the manifestation of the world spirit in history? The individual, the family, the church, or the state? Show me the individual. Nope, it was the state. I failed. I failed. Ladies and gentlemen, I failed you. I failed you. I failed you. Hegel is a statist. He's a statist. Oh, what has happened? Ed said, oh no, I got a picture of Ed getting captured. No one got it right. No one. Allie Towel's going to get. Oh, Harvard Yard got 4 towel points. Christina Towel, how was your day at work, my friend? We missed you. I hope you're doing well. You are Christina Towel. 2 points. Bunny Towel. Bunny Towel's a statist in a good way because Bunny Towel doesn't like commies. Good job, Bunny Towel. Oh, Sunken Grave. All right. We're going to have to watch it. All right. Everyone hold on. I'm absolutely heartbroken. Ladies and gentlemen. But we are going to watch how we do this. Watch how we do this, ladies and gentlemen. This one we can watch because it doesn't have music. It's apparently a video from the news. I have terrible news. Sunken Grave had a horse, okay? His horse's name was Ed. Now, I want you to try to compose yourself, okay? This is going to be very difficult for us to watch. Ed was captured by the government. Now, I don't know why the government felt it was necessary to capture Ed. I think Sunken Grave and the government probably got into a dispute, and then they captured Ed. Now, in short, Ed is a zebra. Now, Sunken Grave loves zebras. Now, I don't know how his zebra escaped, But I just want to take a moment before the next round, as I add up your scores, for us to look. Oh, no! Put him down! What is he doing up there? Oh, goodness. Put that zebra down right now. Oh, goodness. Oh, no. Ladies and gentlemen, the government stole his damn zebra. Oh, now I can see why Sunken Grave was so upset. They took his zebra. Oh, no. I'm probably going to be sleeping, Steph, but I'll watch it when I don't have a headache. Ruth, I have terrible news. So our friend Sunken Grave Towel, the greatest soap dispenser ever, listen, he has just informed us that his pet zebra, his beloved pet zebra Ed, was kidnapped by the government. We don't know, because Ed just wanted to go on the highway. They stole this man's liberty. Oh, what? Let him down. All right. All right. What happened?
On the loose in Tennessee is finally back home after an escape that had neighbors and deputies doing double takes.
This morning, a zebra on the run and in the air. After more than a week on the loose in Tennessee, Ed the zebra was finally caught. Ed has been causing chaos and confusion in Rutherford County since May 31st.
Oh no!
People spotted the striped escapee trotting through neighborhoods and galloping along the interstate.
I watched the neighbors' children, and they were going wild. They were running. They were fenced in, but otherwise they would have been probably catching the zebra.
But after 8 days on the lam, officials finally managed to catch the elusive equine as he casually grazed in a nearby field. Deputies quickly hoisted Ed into the helicopter harness before transporting him to a nearby animal trailer. Ed isn't the only animal making headlines lately.
There was a kangaroo hopping down the road.
In April, a kangaroo in Alabama bounced down a highway, causing a two-car crash. And earlier this year, a baby seal in Connecticut made it all the way to downtown New Haven. As for Ed, his great escape may be over, but his viral fame may just be getting started.
The sheriff's office says Ed is doing well. He's been reunited with his caretakers. No word yet on how he managed to escape.
What do you mean there was a kangaroo in Alabama? What do you They were so casual about it. Well, last month there was a kangaroo in Alabama. And then they were like, and yes, of course, that preceded the famous baby seal incident. I can't. Oh no. All right. We're doing a category somewhat. What do you mean? Hold on. That was a lot. That was a lot for me to take in at once. I don't know if I'm. First of all, they took Ed in a harness. Poor Ed. Second of all, listen. I am just learning now that I don't have to go to Australia to see a kangaroo. Now, I've never been to Alabama, alright? I'm just a simple towel, alright? I don't just go to Alabama, alright? But if you are telling me, if you are all seriously telling me that I can go to Alabama and see a kangaroo, it's very, first of all, How did the kangaroo get to Alabama? I have so many questions. Look at it running along the road. All right, so first of all, I have some questions. I want to go interview the kangaroo, and I want to see what it has to say about why it's in Alabama. All right, maybe it likes Alabama football. I don't know. Second question. More importantly, and I have to speak to Alabama state officials, is it the official policy of the state of Alabama that if there are kangaroos running around in your state, I can just go see them? This is just you are just okay with this? Aren't they some kind of like invasive species? But if you are okay with this, Alabama, I just would like to know, because I'm going to come to Alabama and I'm going to say hello. Well, first of all, I have some questions for the kangaroo, quite frankly. And then I'm just going to stand around and be like, oh my God, this is my dream come true. I thought I was going to have to go to Australia. That's like 36 hours on a plane. I mean, I wanted to go to Australia to visit some towel friends, but I'm not doing that. It's really hard on me. But I could just go to Alabama. I thought I was so sad about Ed the zebra, and now I find out I can go to Alabama and see a kangaroo. Listen, everything is coming up towel. All right? Everything is coming up towel right now. Nope, Steph, I won't. Nope, Peggy, I won't hear it. My dream is to see a kangaroo. I will put myself at peril to see that kangaroo. You don't understand. I've thought about this for a long time. I want to meet a kangaroo. I want to say hello. I'll do it from a distance. But if I can just go to Alabama, apparently Alabama just has feral kangaroos. I didn't know this. Why don't they advertise this more? You don't have to go to Australia. Just come to Alabama. Somebody contact their tourism board. Do you understand? I was supposed to be sorting your scores. But I got, first of all, I was very upset about Ed. I feel terrible about that. But then the seal was cute, all right? But nothing in my life, I mean, maybe some things, but I've never been that thrilled. Like, to learn that Alabama is just a kangaroo habitat, listen, that's incredible. I want to speak to their governor. They should put kangaroos on their state flag. Listen, this is an incredible opportunity, okay? You are the Australia of America, all right? You got to advertise this. You have kangaroos. I know, Allie. I know Ed is okay. That's why I was able to quickly move on. I just was very upset that he was put in a net. You know, why do you got to do that to Ed? He's a little zebra. Anyway, as great as it is that Ed's doing okay, we have to talk to Alabama, all right? They have kangaroos. They are basically the Australia of America, all right? So I'm thrilled. All right, here are your scores. And Australia is Alabama is the Australia of America. Here we go. I'm not going to get near the kangaroo. I'm just going to go see it. I'm thrilled. And thank you to our wonderful Super Towel friend, Sung Grave, for sending that in. I needed that. We all needed that. Now, in first place, heading into our next round, we only have 2 more rounds to go today, then I'm going to bed. I'm going to bed after 2 more rounds. I'm tired. I have a headache. I'm taking tomorrow morning off. Maybe I'll schedule the stream for tomorrow in the afternoon, but I might need a full day off. We'll see. I need some time. I just want to be a human and just for one day, just turn off completely. So maybe tomorrow's that day. I just want to not exist for a day. All right? But anyway, we got 2 more rounds today. Yes, I know. Bunny Towel, we are going to Alabama. It is the Australia of America. They have kangaroos. I'll bring the bunny. You bring the bunny towel. All right? There you go. Bunny, do you like kangaroos? Oh, yep. Oh, look at him. He loves kangaroos. He is vociferously shaking his head. He loves kangaroos. Good job, Bunny. Oh, no, don't fall off the... Here you go. All right. He has a nice little... Like, it's a stand for books, but I put him on it on the night table. All right, here we go. In first place, you know her as Steph Towel. She's the GOAT Towel. She also is half Canadian, half British, half German, and half goat. Her name is Steph Towel. She should avoid running on highways so that they don't capture her and put her in a net. She's in first place. She has 20.5 points. Ruth, you could be a human or a goat. No, Bunny Towel, okay, we'll see. I normally only need 1 day, but we'll see how I'm feeling. You never know what, with my luck, tomorrow, like, major indictments will come down. I'll have to, like, run around like a frantic little towel. Like, that's what happens to me some days, but maybe I can take the day off. All right, so, second, ladies and gentlemen, I'm a little towel. I am not, oh yes, the seal. I am not as good as the seal towel. I'm just a little towel, all right? However, I have 16.5 points, and I am in second towel place. Now, right behind me, you know them as the philosopher triumvirate, okay? They all went to school. They each got PhDs in towel philosophy. One of them is Alley Towel. One of them is Rue Towel. One of them is Toffee Towel. Now, Toffee Towel is a little baffled because Toffee Towel studied Nietzsche, not Hegel. But Toffee Towel still came through in the clutch. Alley Towel is in third place, heading into our final 2 rounds, 15.5 points. Now, in third place, ladies and gentlemen, it's the one and only, they wrote a book about this special towel. It's Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone, a.k.a. Elizabeth Towel. They are a philosopher. They rose up to fourth place. They have 11 points. They are Elizabeth Towel. Now, in fifth place, right behind the Philosopher's Stone Towel, is Nancy Towel, who is also a philosopher, clearly, and has 10.5 points. Great job, Nancy Towel. Now, in... okay, Vicky, good to know. I will not approach any kangaroos. Vicky, do you want to come and be my kangaroo tour guide? You tell me what kangaroos, what I can do and can't do. I just want to see the kangaroo. I don't want to meet the... Well, all right. I wanted to interview the kangaroo, but maybe I'll do the interview like from like 50 feet away. I'll just yell at the kangaroo, and then it can just stand there baffled, like, what? Like, I would like to know how you got to Alabama. Do you like it here? Oh, goodness. So, anyway, in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, in sixth place, right behind Nancy Dowell, she got, oh my goodness, it's Colleen Henry. Hello, Colleen Henry. I can't wait to show you the Call Me Hank clip. We just have to get through 2 more rounds first. Ladies and gentlemen, Colleen Henry and Buck are here. Hello, Buck. Did you know I'm talking to you? I'm the man on the TV, and I'm saying hello. You're a super towel. All right, so we're playing towel trivia, and then Towel's going to take at least a day off. All right, so in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, in sixth place, as I mentioned, they are the one, the only, the classically Boston College trained Harvard Yard Towel with 10 points. Now, Harvard Yard Towel knows so much philosophy that they were the only one to get 4 points from Towel. That's impressive. You have to understand, Harvard Yard is a super towel. Harvard Yard is in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6th place with 10 points. Now, in 7th place, you know them as a little bunny, okay? But not a little bunny, they're actually Towel Bunny. And they have 9 very big points because they are, quite frankly, a very strong contender to reach the towel podium any day now. It is Bunny Towel with 9 points. We're going to Alabama. We're going to see the kangaroos. We have a plan. Vicky Towel's going to come along to make sure that I don't get punched by any of the kangaroos. Apparently, this is quite dangerous. So, I didn't know Alabama was so dangerous. Well, I knew Alabama was a little, rough and tumble, Tuscaloosa, Alabama. But I didn't know that Alabama had kangaroos. That's a whole different ballgame. In any event, Bunny Towel is in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7th position with 9 points. In 8th position, it is the one, the only, Claudia Towel, fighting strong all day, 8 points, ladies and gentlemen. In 9th place, right behind Claudia Towel, still in the top 10, the funniest towel of all time today, literally sent Towel into a much-needed giggle fit, It is the greatest soap dispenser this side of the Indian and Pacific Ocean. It is Sunken Grave Towel, tied in 9th position with Ruth Towel, also a super towel, 8 points apiece. Excellent job. In 10th place, still in the top 10, ladies and gentlemen. Just barely, though, because Vicky Towel is nipping at her heels. It is the one, the only Paula Towel with 7.5 points. Right outside the top 10 in 11th position, ladies and gentlemen, it is Vicky Towel with 11 points. Vicky Towel's been having a day. You're going to break into that top 10, Vicky Towel. In 12th position, it is Bossy Texas Chick. She's a boss. She's from Texas. She's a chick. She knows Bella. 6 points. Excellent job, Bossy Texas Chick and Bella, 12th position. In 13th position, we have a three-way tie, Little Towels. It is Peggy Towel, it is SM Towel, and Silver Fox, all super towels, 3.5 points each. Oh, Little Towel's nose is running. Oh, no, I hope I'm not getting sick. Oh, goodness, maybe I have a cold. All right, so that's why I have a headache. I was so upset. I was like, I've drank a lot of water. Maybe I am getting sick. And then I got the sniffles, and that tells me I might have a little bit of a cold, which is good. I need to take a few days off, maybe at least 1 or 2. So, let me see. Well, that was, who was in 10th? Paula, so 11th, 12th. That was 13th. In 14th position, Julia G. Towel with 3 points. Excellent job, Julia. In 15th place, came right on the board. They had a great day at work. It's Christina Towel with 2 points. In 16th place, ladies and gentlemen, it is Truth Over Bias, 1.5 points, rising right up that leaderboard. And in 17th place, the position of honor, Cynthia Towel, 0.5 point. Grant, there is a 6-foot water monitor loose since Friday in Massachusetts. I don't know what to say to that. First of all, what does he monitor? He monitors the water quality? I'm somewhat kidding. I think you mean Water Monster. I might be getting sick, Bunny Towel. But don't worry. Listen, how about this? Tomorrow, towels. How about this? I will take tomorrow off. Okay, we're going to get through trivia today. We're doing 2 more rounds. I promise you I will take the whole day off tomorrow. Okay? I'll put a chat up for Friday so we can all chat throughout the day. But I'm going to take a whole day off tomorrow. I don't know what I'm going to do to celebrate. Maybe I will go and get a towel ice cream. I don't know. I haven't had a towel ice cream in a while. Maybe I'll get I could get a towel massage. I have a coupon for one, actually. So that might work. I got a coupon for my birthday. Well, it's more like a Groupon. So I can just go get a towel massage. I've been meaning to use that, and every day I want to go, it's my Sunday off day, and they're closed. So I'm going to do that tomorrow. It's a pretty nice massage, too. I think it's like a $99 massage, and I have a Groupon. So I'm going to do that. And then what else can I do tomorrow? Maybe I'll DM Steph and Harvard Yard, and we can talk. And then maybe I'll watch a movie. So I'm going to have a nice day off, and I can tell I'm getting sick because I'm disorientated, and I have a headache, and I feel terrible. So I got sick. That's terrible. But yes, we're going to finish 2 more rounds. You know why? Because I love you all dearly, and if I say we're playing 2 more rounds, I'm committed. Plus, I can go lay down in 20 minutes. It'll be fine. All right, let's vote on the next round. And I can't wait. I can't wait to take my day off. I'm going to miss you all dearly, but I'll put the chat up, and at least you all will be able to discuss, and then we'll see each other Friday. All right. I never take time like that for myself. That'll be nice, except on Sundays. Next, towel trivia category. All right, throw out. I'll do red light therapy. Absolutely, Colleen Henry. Let me make a note of that right now. Let me get your scores off the board. Hold on. All right. Red light therapy. All right, hold on. All right. Throw out your towel trivia category suggestions. First 4 go in the poll. We'll do a poll and then 1 category after that. How can you have a day off when Ed is in captivity? I will. Listen, Sunken Grave, you send me a message. We will save Ed. All right? Free Ed. # free Ed. Towel loves Ed. Dinner. Steph's hungry. That's true, Steph. And I can always just push the stream. Even if I schedule it for Friday, I can push it. All right, we have football and dinner. We need 2 more categories. Sitcoms. Allie loves sitcoms. That almost won the other day, too. Maybe it did win. All right, what else do we got? Sitcoms are good. 11th makes me want to scream like a goat. Well, you're fight snacks. You're fighting hard, Vicky. All right, the poll started. The poll started, ladies and gentlemen. Football, dinner, sitcoms, or snacks? Ooh, football and sitcoms fighting hard. Sitcoms taking the lead. Football back in the lead. Sitcoms back in the lead. Sitcoms out to an early lead, ladies and gentlemen. Horse racing and Outs a Towel with you here. We are running the towel poll to see what the next towel trivia category is going to be. Is it going to be sitcoms? Is it going to be football? Is it going to be snacks? Nobody wants dinner. Oh, sitcoms taking the lead. Oh, sitcoms fighting hard. Dinner jumping ahead of football. Snacks and football tied for last place. Sitcoms out to a very, 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 very big lead. Sitcoms, ladies and gentlemen, sitcoms out to one of the biggest leads humanly possible. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, let me see if I can find the GOAT link. Hold on. I'll look for the GOAT link. I'll find the GOAT link. I will find the GOAT link, Vicky. Don't you worry. I'll find the GOAT link. I will not fail. I won't fail you. I'll find the GOAT link. GOAT link incoming. I found it. GOAT link. I found the GOAT link. Steph is a GOAT. I found the GOAT link. And we're closing the poll. Sitcoms, ladies and gentlemen, sitcoms is the winner. Sitcoms is the winner. And I shared the GOAT link. Thank you, Bossy Texas Chick. Oh, not just me, Steph. Bossy Texas Chick was on it like a Bossy Texas Chick. She's from Texas. She's a boss. She loves Bella. She's Bossy Texas Chick. Iguana dragons. Okay, I won't approach iguana dragons. I'm making a mental note. I won't approach kangaroos. Good to know. I'll just stand at a distance and say hello. Sitcoms is the next category. Little towels. Who's ready for sitcoms? Hold on. All right, got to open a new towel trivia window. 1 second. Let's do a little pause. Do 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 do. All right, open up a new towel trivia window, ladies and gentlemen. Towel trivia coming right on up. Do 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 do. Here we go. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are ready for the next round of towel trivia. All right, let's do it. Who's ready? It is sitcoms. What? Nope, wrong one. It is sitcoms, ladies and gentlemen. Let me prepare us for this. Hold on a second. Sitcoms is going to be the category, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations to those who like sitcoms. Tal Vanna White. Let's do it. Sitcoms is the category. Oh, South Park could be the best. Maybe we'll do South Park as the final category today, Steph. South Park as final category. All right, but for now, it is sitcoms. Get ready. Here we go. First question. What animated series features a family of aliens living in a suburban community? Is it Futurama, The Simpsons, American Dad, or Bob's Burgers? A family of aliens? Well, at least one of them's an alien. Show me American Dad. What? That's a tough question. Wow, Steph got 2 points, little towels. Truth over bias towel got a full point. Christina knew her Futurama, got a full point. Ruth Lang got a full point. Excellent job, Ruth. Who else? Elizabeth Lander, full point. Nancy and Colleen, hello, Colleen Henry, jumping off on the board with a full point. Nancy Towel also grabbed a full point. Allie and Bro grabbed a full point. They're now tied with Towel. Peggy grabbed a full point. Where's Peggy Towel? Where's Peggy Towel? Come on, Peggy Towel. Found you. And Bunny Towel grabbed a full point. Bunny Towel's in the double digits. Great job, Bunny Towel. All right, next question. Towel feels, that was a tough question, so I'm okay with it. Next question. Which show revolves around a group of friends living in Manhattan? Seinfeld, New Girl, How I Met Your Mother, Friends. Which show revolves around a group of friends living in Manhattan? Seinfeld, New Girl, How I Met Your Mother, or Friends? Show me Friends. It's Friends. You could have been pulled off by the Seinfeld question, but it's Friends. Oh, you all knew it. Truth over Bias was the first one to get it. They have faster internet than Super Towel Steph. Full point. Bossy Texas Chicken Bella also have fast internet. And Steph also has fast internet. Steph's our leader. Steph is our towel leader. Ruth and Elizabeth Landa both pick up half a point. Where's Ruth? There's Ruth Towel. Bunny and Nancy Towel both pick up half a point. Where's Bunny Towel? There's Bunny Towel. Who else? Colleen and Christina Towel. Great job. Christina Towel and Colleen Henry. Excellent job. And Allie Towel, ladies and gentlemen. Allie Towel getting half a point. It could have been Seinfeld. That was one of those ones. It's arguable. Sometimes we have to go with the answer that the game picks because it's so debatable. Fast internet, slow brain. No, you have a fast brain, Bossy Text Trick. Harvard Yard Towel picks up half point. All right, next question. What sitcom follows the misadventures of a witty psychiatrist and his quirky friend in Seattle? Cheers, Seinfeld, Friends, or Frasier? Which sitcom follows the misadventures of a witty psychiatrist and his quirky friends in Seattle? Cheers, Seinfeld, Friends, Frasier. We learned this in trivia the other day. I'd never seen it, but it's Frasier. Down goes Frasier. Up goes Bossy Texas Chickabella. Fast internet, fast brain, full point. Steph Towel right in there with half point. Fast internet, fast Steph brain. Elizabeth Lander has super fast Elizabeth Lander brain, half point. Ruth Lang and Bunny Towel, super fast brains, both get half point. We'll call you the triumvirate. Ruth Lang and Bunny Towel. So I got Ruth. Where's Bunny Towel? Don't hide, Bunny Towel. I shall find you, Bunny Towel. Where's Bunny Towel? Bunny Towel is on my list. Bunny Towel got half point. Nancy and Christina Towel get half point. Great job, Nancy Towel. Great job, Christina Towel. Where's Christina Towel? There she is. All right. Who else? Allie and Bro get half point. Colleen Henry and Buck get half point. And Vicky Moore gets half point. Great job, Vicky Moore, charging up, trying to get to that top 10. It is a good show. I should watch it more. So I've heard. Next question. Which sitcom features a group working at a fictional paper company in Scranton, Pennsylvania? Is it The Office, Parks and Recreations, Brooklyn Nine-Nine, or 30 Rock? Which sitcom features a group working at a fictional paper company in Scranton, Pennsylvania? The Office, Parks and Recreation, Brooklyn Nine-Nine, or 30 Rock? It's The Office. Got it. I'm a towel. Who else got it? Ruth. Ruth is flying on that internet. Steph gets half point. Bossy Texas Chicken Bella get half point. Elizabeth, Christina, and Bunny Towel get half point. Where's Bunny Towel? There's Bunny Towel. Allie, Truth over Bias. Allie and Bro Truth over bias towel. And who else? And sunken grave get half a point. Greatest soap dispenser this side of the Atlantic Ocean. Have a yard towel, loves her office, grabbed half a point. Excellent job, Super Towels. I'm so proud of you all. You're doing so good. Towel loves you. Towel's getting sick, clearly. I am so cloudy in my head, and I have such a headache. But we're getting through one more round after this. Towel loves you, and we are doing this. It is such a good show. Did you know, even with me being like kind of sick and having a headache, just playing trivia with you all makes me happy. Next question. Which sitcom features a lawyer forced to manage a community college study group? Community, The Big Bang Theory, Brooklyn Nine-Nine, Parks and Recreation. Which sitcom features a lawyer forced to manage a community college study group? Community, The Big Bang Theory, Brooklyn Nine-Nine, Parks and Recreation. Show me Community. It's Community. Nailed it. Who got it? Bossy Texas Chicken Bella picking up the full point. Right behind Nancy and Elizabeth Landa. Picking up half a point. I will, Colleen Henry, my dear friend. Got to watch the Call Me Hank clip after this next last round, though. This is the penultimate round. Steph, after Allie Towel, picking up half a point. Peggy and Ruth picking up half a point. Where's Peggy? There's Peggy. Truth over bias and Christina Towel picking up half a point. Where's Christina Towel? There she is. Sunken Grave and Harvard Yard picking up half a point. Bunny Towel picking up half a point. Excellent job. Excellent job. Vicky Moore, you might be a little bit behind again, but that's all right. I will add another half a point. All right. Vicky Moore, you might have to actually spell out the answer instead of using the number because you're a little behind, but that's all right. Did you get a tank top? No, I haven't. I should get a tank. Oh, I got a tank top yesterday. All right, next question. Next question. Which show includes a character named Sheldon with an eidetic memory and love for comic books? The Big Bang Theory, Arrested Development, 30 Rock, Friends. I've never seen the show, but I do know the character Sheldon, I think, is in The Big Bang Theory. Got it. Who got The Big Bang Theory? Ed the Zebra. Truth over bias is a zebra and got the full point. Oh, you all knew it. Ruth Lang. Where's Ruth? There's Ruth. Half point. Who else? Bossy Texas Chicken Bella. Half point. Christina Towel. Half point. Elizabeth Lander and Allie and Bro get half point. Who else? Steph and Nancy Towel. Half a point. Bunny Towel and Harvard Yard Towel. Great job. Oh, Bo likes my hat. I like my hat too. Did you know I helped write the law rules for the regulated cannabis industry in Massachusetts, including the adult medical use industry? Check out patreon.com/Grant Smith Ellis and read all my articles about the cannabis industry. Towel is an investigative towel. And also, thank you for the nice compliment about my hat. I'm a little towel. Better at this than philosophy. You are a boss at all categories, Ruth. Don't sell yourself short. You're a super towel. Next question, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, that was the last question in that category, which means we're heading into our final round. It is the final round of Towel Trivia. Can you tell I want to go to bed? Well, I love playing with you all, but I also want to go to bed. All right, here we go. We're heading into our final round, little towels. Our final round, and this is our scoreboard. You're going to see it move around in real time. Get your anticipation and excitement ready. Here we go. How's this? Oh, Bunny Towel jumping up. Bunny Towel moving on up to the east side. Call her Mr. Jefferson, Bunny Towel. All right, who else? Sunken Grave Towel moving on up to the east side. Finally got a piece of that towel pie. I like pie. And I'm a towel, so I'm going to go make some pie. No, I'm going to bed, actually, but I like towel pie. Pie. We got into a very deep discussion about pie the other day, and now all I can think about is different types of pie. All right? I like pie. I'm not going to deny it. I like pie. Not the digits pie, but, the pastry. Pie. The number pi is a little convoluted, 3.14159, etc. But pie, like actual food, is not that convoluted unless you go a little overboard with making your pies, in which case, I bet they're delicious, but it doesn't have to be convoluted. And Steph is very smart, and Allie Towel is a banana. Well, you are a banana. You're a banana. You're a wonderful banana loved by so many. Rue Towel, I think your mom thinks she's a banana. You may want to double check. Just go over there. Just make sure she's not a banana. All right, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. In first place, heading into the final round, no one's going to unseat her. I don't even think Towel can unseat her. You know why? Because she's a genius, Towel. She's wearing the crown. Her name is Steph Towel. She's British, Canadian, and also a zebra. It's like, wait, what? I'm a zebra now? Yep, Steph, you are a zebra. Steph is in first place. In second place, ladies and gentlemen, it is Little Towel. He is Little Towel. He's got 22 points. Tank top chill. Banana sounds philosophical. Yes, well, I'm a banana. Third place, ladies and gentlemen, Allie and Rue Towel. They are bananas as well. Rue's going over there to check on Allie Towel, make sure she's not actually a banana, because then Rue would have to, then we'll have to deal with it, all right? If she's actually a banana, you let me know, Rue. Allie Towel and Rue have 19 points, third place. In fourth place, ladies and gentlemen, Sunken Grave, I'm not making you underwear with Hank on them. Maybe you can make them. And I also can't make bikinis because I think Allie Towel wants to make them. Fourth place, ladies and gentlemen. Maybe you can make the underwear. Allie Towel can make the Hank bikinis. Everyone will have a great time. Fourth place, ladies and gentlemen, running right just a little behind Allie and Rue Towel, the goat towels, the banana towels, is Elizabeth Towel, 14 and a half, ladies and gentlemen. In fifth place, it is the one, the only Nancy Towel with 13 and a half points. That was fifth. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. In sixth place, it's Bunny Towel. She's a little Bunny Towel. This is the Bunny Towel as well. Hello, I'm a little Bunny Towel. Oh, no, I'm gone. Oh, but the Bunny Towel is here. Hello, I'm a little bunny. Look at the little bunny. Hello, little bunny. Bunny Towel is in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 place, 13 and a half, heading into our final round. In seventh place, it's a two-way tie. We have the super wonderful, lovable Harvard Yard Towel with 12. And in a tie, we have Super Towel Ruth, knows everything about everything except maybe Hegel's philosophy, but we're working on it. Seventh place, two-way tie, 12 points each. In eighth place, it's Bossy Texas Chick. It's Bella, their Super Towel combination. They have 9.5 points each, eighth place. In ninth place, serendipitously enough, ladies and gentlemen. Oh no, Vicky Towel, you were so close. In ninth place, serendipitously enough, it is Sunken Grave Towel with 9 points. They're the greatest soap dispenser this side of the Pacific Ocean, the Atlantic Ocean, the Indian Ocean, the Antarctic Ocean, the Caspian Sea, and the Adriatic combined. It's Sunken Grave Towel with 9 points. In 10th place, yes, Peep Towel is here, Bunny. We love Peep Towel. In 10th place, it is a battle. Vicky Towel is going to have to use the last round, see how they do. 10th place is Claudia Towel, 8.5 points. Excellent job, Claudia Towel. In 11th place, right outside the top 10, though, still in 11th, it is Vicky Towel with 8 points. Great job, Vicky Towel. You're very, very close to breaking into that top 10. Peggy's like, I'm team peep towel. I love the peep towel. Biggie puts a smile on my face too, Colleen Henry, as do you, my friend. In 12th place, right behind Vicky Towel, just a half point off. Paula Towel, 7.5 points. Excellent job, Paula Towel. In 13th place, she was late to the game, never late to our hearts, though, ladies and gentlemen. She is Christina Towel. She came in a tie, at least going into the last round. 13th place, Christina and Truth Over Bias Towel, 5.5 points. In 14th place, ladies and gentlemen, it is Peggy Towel, right behind Truth Over Bias, and Christina Towel. Peggy Towel coming in with 5 points, heading into our last round. In 15th place, right behind Peggy Towel, it's a tie. Silver Fox and SM Towel, 3.5 points each. Christina Towel is peeling onions, and we are distracting her with trivia. In 16th place, right behind, we have Julia G, 3 points, ladies and gentlemen. In 17th place, Colleen Henry and Buck Towel. We can't wait to play the Call Me Hank clip after this next round. 2 points. And in 18th place, the position of honor, Cynthia Towel, half a point. I agree, Sunken Grave. I agree. Probably by someone in the orbit of Karen or Aiden. All right, folks, we're heading into our last round, which is South Park. Who loves the show South Park? I love the show South Park. It's the final round of Towel Trivia for today. Homemade onion rings are delicious, Christina Towel. I'll have to visit you one day to eat some. I love homemade onion rings. All right, here we go. The final category of the day, ladies and gentlemen. The TV show South Park. Is everyone ready? Who's excited? I hope Towley is one of the questions. You got this, Vicky. I have faith in you, my friend. We love the show, Allie and Brew. Here we go. Last category of the day. The TV show South Park. Who co-created South Park with Matt Stone? Was it Dan Harmon, Matt Groening, Seth MacFarlane, or Trey Parker? Who co-created South Park with Matt Stone? Was it Dan Harmon, Matt Groening, Seth MacFarlane, or Trey Parker? Well, South Park was created by Matt Stone and Trey Parker. All right? It's 4. Ladies and gentlemen, I got it. A little towel. Steph got the full point. Steph knew it. Elizabeth Lander got half a point. She's Super Towel. Bossy Texas Chickabella, Super Towel, South Parks. South Park Super Towels. Nancy from the 508, Super Towel. Peggy, Super Towel. Got half a point. Great job. Peggy, half a point. Allie 90211 and Bo got half point. We got to wait for Vicky. Yep, Groening was The Simpsons. I had to wipe the dust off my fingers. What are you making? Oh, Cheeto dust. Is that a pun, or are you actually eating Cheetos? Because, you know, Cartman loves cheesy poofs. That's hilarious stuff. Okay. Going into our next question. Waiting for Vicky Towel, though. Yep, Seth MacFarlane was Family Guy. We're waiting for Vicky Towel because Vicky just wants to get to 10th, and we're going to help her. We love Vicky Towel. Did Vicky Towel answer yet? Not yet. Come on, Vicky Towel. No cheesies. Well, okay, so Steph, we got to get you some cheesy poofs. They don't actually exist. They're only in the show South Park. We just have to put you in the show South Park and get you cheesy poofs. No, I know. But Steph, I totally want to try the Canadian version of cheesy poofs. But we got to get you some cheesy poofs. Yep. You know, exactly, Sunken Grave. I'm going to go in the kitchen and make me some pie, and then I'm going to get me some cheesy poofs. Steph, I'll send you some American things for Christmas, like cheesy poofs. Towley is my favorite. I'll send you Towley, Allie. I don't know what you're going to do with him. He gets a little high. I wish you could play it longer to Funky Town. Well, you know what? Since we're talking about Towley, take it away, Towley. 1 second. 1 second. 1 second. Come on, Towley. The world wants to see you, Towley.
Hold on.
Okay.
Wait a second.
Okay.
That's it. That's it? Yeah, that's the melody of Funky Town.
Ah, special Towley appearance. We love it. All right, we didn't get an answer from Vicky. She might be a little bit too far delayed. If you see an answer come in from Vicky, you let me know, folks. Next question. Which network originally aired South Park? Was it Comedy Central, HBO, NBC, or Fox? Which network originally aired South Park? Was it Comedy Central, HBO, NBC, or Fox? Well, Fox didn't have the gusto. It was Comedy Central. Fox didn't have the gusto, I'll tell you. Bossy Texas Chickabella got the full point. Elizabeth Lander got half point. Steph got half point. Ruth Lang got half point. Allie 90211 Bro got half point. Nancy and Truth Over Bias got half point. Bunny Towel got half a point. Christina Towel got half a point. Yep, that and Adult Swim put Comedy Central on the map. Oh, good guess, Vicky Moore. It was not Seth. Good guess, though. That does bring back the days. Next question. Next question, ladies and gentlemen. What fictional mountain town is the setting for South Park? California, Colorado, Oregon, Nevada. So let's try it again. Which state has the fictional mountain town that is the setting for South Park? California, Colorado, Oregon, Nevada. Show me Colorado. It was Colorado, ladies and gentlemen. Who got it? Who got it? Ruth. Ruth picks up the full point. Bossy Texas Chickabella pick up half a point. Steph Towel picks up half a point, keeps up her lead. Nope. Nancy Towel got it. Peggy got it. Bunny and Allie got it. Sunken Grave got it. Christina Towel got it. Elizabeth Lander got it. Great job, everyone. All right. 3 more questions to go. Here we go. Sunken Grave, you did hit 2. Did I miss you? Sunken Grave gets half a point. Sorry if I missed you. You are the greatest soap dispenser ever. Thank you for correcting my oversight. Next question. Which animated series has a controversial episode titled 200? Is it Family Guy, Futurama, The Simpsons, or South Park? Well, that was where they showed the Prophet, peace be upon him, Muhammad. Ladies and gentlemen, I think you know the answer. It's South Park. Who's going to get it first? It was Bossy Texas Chickabella. Full point. Christina and Nancy from the 508 both get half a point. Elizabeth and Steph both get half a point. Peggy and Allie and Bro both get half a point. Where's Peggy? Half a point. Who else? Sunken Grave Towel picks up half a point. Bunny Towel picks up half a point. And truth over bias picks up half point. Great job. All right. Almost got thrown off. Yeah, that's a hard episode to find. It's still up on some websites, but it's hard to find. I've seen it. Next question. What software tool was predominantly used for animating the earliest episodes of the show? Maya, Power Animator, Toon Boom, or Adobe After Effects? What software tool was predominantly used for animating the earliest episodes of the show? Maya, Power Animator, Toon Boom, Adobe After Effects. Show me Power Animator. I didn't even know that. I just guessed. Bossy, Texas Chickabella, pick up the full point. Steph Towel picks up half a point. Ruth Lang picks up half a point. Nancy Towel picks up half a point. Peggy Towel picks up half a point. Elizabeth Lander picks up half a point. Bunny Towel picks up half a point. Truth over Bias Towel and Christina Towel both pick up half a point. We're heading into our final question. And Allie Dino 211 and Bro. You do it, Vicky Moore. You hitch that water buffalo. You just get us an answer to one of these questions, and I'll make sure you get the point. Oh, no, Sunken Grave. Not Ed. Well, letting Ed down if he's stuck in a net is actually a good thing. So, you know what I'm saying? You did the right thing. Ed is doing okay. Vicky Moore got half a point for getting Colorado. Great job, Vicky Moore. Here we go. Next question. The final question. Here we go. Which character was killed off permanently in Season 5, but later appeared in flashbacks and non-canon episodes? Was it Kyle Broflovsky, Eric Cartman, Stan Marsh, or Kenny McCormick? Which character was killed off permanently in Season 5, but later appeared in flashbacks and non-canon episodes? You killed Kenny, you bastards! I got it right! I'm a towel. Oh, Steph, it was Kenny. Ladies and gentlemen, Christina Towel knew that they killed Kenny, those bastards, and she got the full point. Ruth Towel got half point. Elizabeth Lander got half point. Truth over Bias, Allie and Bro both got half a point. They knew they killed Kenny, you bastards. Steph, you killed Kenny, you bastard. How dare you? You leave Kenny alone. Steph, don't you go killing Kenny now. He's a nice Kenny, all right? Steph killed Kenny. God damn it, Steph. It's because Steph killed Kenny, so she's hiding. She's trying to hide from the authorities. She's a bastard. Not really. It's just, you killed Kenny, you bastard. I had a perfect round. I'm a towel. All right, I got to sort your scores. Got to announce your positions. Everyone ready for the big unveiling? Who's ready? Drum roll. It's going to take a little bit, depending on how much people jumped around. I heard Vicky Towel entered the top 10, because she's Vicky Towel. I told my parents, everyone, you killed Kenny, you bastards. Steph's like, I am just going to go around now telling people you killed Kenny, you bastards. They're like, what? What are you talking about, Steph? Steph Towel. Like, Steph, you have truly become a towel. And Steph's going to be like, yep, I'm a towel. And there's nothing you can do about it. I'm a towel. And people are going to be like, Steph, you're a towel. And they're going to be like, she's going to be like, I know, I'm a towel. All right, so I am doing this right now. I see the final results. Let me just tell you, they are pretty impressive. We had some ties. I heard we might have a tie for first. We might have one of our first split crowns. This is exciting, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, I'm seeing the top 10 shaping up. I see Bossy Texas Chicken Harvard Yard switching places. I'm sorry, Harvard Yard, you dropped down the leaderboard. But Vicky made it into the top 10. Harvard Yard's in the top 10. Sunken Graves in the top 10. Vicky Towel is in the top 10 easily. Sometimes you can enter the top 10 by virtue of someone else getting in a tie. Oh, we have a lot of people in the top 10 today. This is great. Truth Over Bias Towel made the top 10. Everyone ready to see the score unveiling? I see the results right now. They are pretty impressive. We had a lot of ties. Towel's taking the day off tomorrow, by the way. Not going to see you again till Friday. All right, here we go. The results are in. Here they come. We have our results, ladies and gentlemen. Take a look. Congratulations, little towels. You all did very, very well. Take a look at the final scores. Here we go. The final scores for Towel Trivia. Get ready to extend your congratulations to the wonderful Super Towels. Let's begin. In first place, you know her as Steph Towel. You know her. Oh, Christina Towel, I'm so sorry. Don't worry, my dear friend. Towel just is getting sick, but I will see you Friday. I'm so sorry. It's your day off. Maybe there'll be breaking news. You never know. There we go, ladies and gentlemen. First place, you know her as Steph Towel. She is part British, part Canadian, part German, but all goat. She is the goat towel. She is Steph. She's part zebra. Zebras are basically sheep, which are basically goats. Don't argue with the logic. Steph's a goat and a zebra and a sheep. She's basically a fluffy Steph Towel, and she's wearing the crown, ladies and gentlemen. Huge congratulations to Steph Towel. Steph Towel's wearing the crown. You are a Steph Towel. You are wearing the crown. However, it is a tie, ladies and gentlemen, and a long... all I will say, ladies and gentlemen, is along with Steph Towel, we have a tie for wearing the crown. We're going to wear the split crown. We are both Super Towels. It is Little Towel. I'm not the goat towel, but I'm tied with the goat towel. My name is Little Towel. Yay! Oh, thank you, Bossy Texas Chick, for your support. Hello, Bella. Thank you for playing Super Towel Trivia with us. God bless you. Steph Towel, God bless you, my friend. You and I are tied for first. In second place, you know her as Allie Towel. You also know her as Rue Towel's mom, and also as the mom of a Super Bunny Towel, because they have a house bunny. Her name is Allie Towel. She has 22 points. She's in second place. Congratulations, Allie Towel. We are sharing it together, Steph Towel. That's true. In third place, ladies and gentlemen, third place on the podium right behind Allie Towel and Rue Towel, it is Elizabeth Lander Towel. She did excellent. I think she might, I don't know if this is her first appearance on the podium. She'll let us know. Third place, Elizabeth Towel with 17.5 points. Oh, damn Shirley Temple. Vicky, you're on there, my friend. You are on there. Take a look. Ladies and gentlemen, in third place, rounding out the podium, Elizabeth Towel. So first place, it's a tie, Steph and Towel. Second place, Allie and Brew Towel. And third place, Elizabeth Towel with Tiggy Towel. Tiggy Towel, you're on the podium. Tiggy Towel, take a victory lap, run around in circles. You and Elizabeth Towel are on the podium. You are Tiggy Towel. You are a Super Towel. Congratulations on the podium. In fourth place, right behind Elizabeth Towel, fought hard all day. She's a Super Towel. She has 16 points. It is Nancy Towel. Yay, Nancy Towel. Excellent job, my friend. In fifth place, it is the one, the only, it is Bunny Towel. And I am excited because I am a towel. Look at me, I'm a Towel Vanna White. I'm on the screen now. I'm coming over to say hello to the scores. In fifth place, ladies and gentlemen, it is Bunny Towel. Hello, Bunny Towel. Hello, Bow Towel. Hello, all of the Bunny Towels. I am a towel. And I just want to say, in fifth place, bunny towel. And you want to say hello to the bunny. Look at the bunny. He's a bunny. Look at him hop, hippity hoppity. Oh, he's hopping along. He's coming over to say hi to Bunny. Oh, this way. This way. Hi, Bunny. Look at him. Look at the bunny towel. Bunny is saying hello to Bunny Towel, who's in 5th place, ladies and gentlemen. 5th place, Bunny Towel, tied with Root Towel, 14.5 points each. Root Towel, Super Towel. I just wanted to bring out the bunny. We call him Peep Bunny. And thank you, Allie Towel. I like the new layout, too. And we want to bring out Mr. Peep Bunny, Team Peep Bunny. We love Bunny Towel. Yeah, look at Bunny Towel. He's saying hello to Bunny and Ruth in 5th place. Hi, Peep Towel. Oh, he says hello. All right, do you want to say hello to Bunny Towel? All right, what would you like to say? She's a bunny. Oh, well, okay. You're interdimensional traveling a little bit. Have you been using narcotics? He says no. All right, I'll let her know. Oh, I'm sure she loves you too. All right, thank you, Bunny Towel. All right, Bunny Towel would like to let you know he loves you very much, Bunny and Root Towel, and he's a Bunny Towel. He also said that he loves the name of Peep Towel. He just doesn't want anyone to eat him. And I told him no one will eat him, and Root Towel has been told he's not actually food. He's a Bunny Towel. All right, so in short, I like the new layout too. Thank you so much. You can call me Vanna White Towel. I'm a towel. So that was 5th place. Congratulations to Root Towel and Bunny Towel, 5th place. Root Towel, you are a super towel. You did so well. You taught us about England. You know a lot about the royal family. And you know, as long as you guess Prince Andrew, you'll probably get it right. In 6th place, she took off for the evening, but she is a bossy Texas chick. She's a boss. She's from Texas. She's a chick. She loves Bella. It's bossy Texas chick and Bella in 6th place. Now, in 7th place, my goodness, ladies and gentlemen, one of her best rounds of all time, actually picked answers on the board. She is a genius philosophical mind. She is a wonderful friend of Towel, FOT, friend of Towel. She is Harvard Yard Towel in 7th place, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, Harvard Yard Towel. Excellent job, my dear friend. Right behind the Super Towel Harvard Yard in 8th place, ladies and gentlemen. It is the greatest soap dispenser this side of any ocean, this side of any river, any sea within an ocean. It's Sunken Grave. They are a soap dispenser towel. It is a wonderful friend of Towel. Sunken Grave. They help save Ed the Zebra. We will free Ed the Zebra, Sunken Grave. Ed might be fine, but we will free him. Mark my words. Bo liked my hat. That's what it was, Bunny Towel. Bo, I'm glad you like my hat. I'll find a way to get you a hat. I like my towel hat. But yes, Sunken Grave Towel, 10.5 points in 8th place. Now, in 9th place, she was wondering where she was on the scoreboard. She is a super towel. She loves super towel cigars. She is a smart towel. She is a Vicky Towel. She's tied in 9th place with the other super smart towels, Christina Towel and Claudia Towel. They each have 8.5 points. They are super smart towels. They are in the top 10, 9th place. Vicky Towel, Claudia Towel, Christina Towel. Christina Towel, you and I will enjoy a well-deserved off day tomorrow, my dear friend. We deserve it. Absolutely. Now, I'll tell you, folks, there you go. Vicky Towel, Claudia Towel, Christina Towel. Great job, my dear friends. In 10th place, rounding out the top 10. Ladies and gentlemen, rounding out the top 10. It is a two-way tie. It is a two-way tie to round out the top 10. We love them both dearly. It is Paula Towel. It is Truth Over Bias Towel. They are both brilliant. They are both super towels. They both have 7.5 points, rounding out the top 10. Excellent job. Excellent job. In 11th place, ladies and gentlemen, she fought hard. She did well all day. They are Peggy Towel. They came in with 7 points in 11th place. Excellent job, Peggy Towel. Right outside the top 10. In 12th place, we have a two-way tie, ladies and gentlemen. Two-way tie. SM and Silver Fox Towel, 3.5 points each. Excellent job, SM and Silver Fox Towel. In 13th place, coming in with 3 points, it is Julia G. Towel, ladies and gentlemen. Excellent job, Julia G. Oh, no. I'm so sorry. It's okay, Vicky Moore, though. Even if you got those 3 points up to 10 points, you still would be in 9th. I guess it wouldn't be a tie. Vicky, you made the top 10, though. You would have been in 9th place no matter what. You made the top 10. You did excellent, my friend. Thank you again to Julia G. for gifting those 10 memberships, and to Harvard Yard Towel for being a Harvard Yard Towel. And, ladies and gentlemen, in 14th place, it is Colleen, Henry, and Buck, which means you know what's coming up as soon as I finish reading this list. The Call Me Hank clip. Excellent job, Colleen, Henry, and Buck. You are loved, and you are super towels hugs. And in 15th place, ladies and gentlemen, the position of towel honor. Her name is Cynthia. She's on the position of honor. Half a point. Excellent job, Cynthia. Congratulations. All the super towels. We did great. We had fun. It was a good day. Now, you know what's happening, though, because you know what's happening, all right? It's a happening. If Colleen, Henry, and Buck are here, ladies and gentlemen, you know exactly what's about to happen. Now, I got to be my little towel self. Watch me whip. Watch me nay-nay. All right? See me. Oh, no, I'm moving. Where am I going? Oh, no, towel. Where are you going, towel Vanna White? I'm going to shrink myself. Oh, look at me. I'm a little towel Vanna White. All right, there I am. I'm on top of your comments now. Look at me. I'm a towel Vanna White. Now, we got our leaderboard up, but you know what's coming, ladies and gentlemen. Colleen, Henry, and Buck are here, so that means only one thing. You know, I know, we all know, everyone get their Colleen, Henry, and Buck celebration hats on. Because it's time. Oh, no, towel. Where are you? I'm right there. It's time. It's Veda time. It's Call Me Hank clip time. Play it. You as well, Mr. Brennan. Okay, sir. I will, Hank. You as well, Mr. Brennan. Okay, sir. I will, Hank. One more time. You as well, Mr. Brennan. Okay, sir. I will, Hank. You as well, Mr. Brennan. Okay, sir. I will, Hank. Thank you. Sorry, I missed everything I was saying. I was muted. I thank you so much. Unmuted. I kept myself muted. What I was saying is, we love the Call Me Hank clip. You see, all I was literally saying is I'm in front of the screen now. Look at me. I'm a little towel. And the reason I forgot to unmute myself was because I was moving things around on the screen. I'm a little towel. I'm in front of the screen. Colleen Henry loves the Call Me Hank clip. I love the Call Me Hank clip. It is absolutely wonderful, ladies and gentlemen. I had a wonderful time playing that Call Me Hank clip. And then also I was saying, as Truth Over Bias says, absolutely right, No, I also said I don't think anyone could have won the KR case. I was responding to Ruth. It was political. The fix was in. And then Truth Over Bias was saying, if you want to support this stream, a great way to do so is to hit the like button, ladies and gentlemen. Did you know you can do that, or subscribe to the channel? It's a great way to help the channel. Did you also know if you want to consider helping Lindsay Gattani fight for her fight for justice, you can do one of those donations. I try to remind folks each and every day that you can donate to Lindsay's legal fund fundraiser, which goes to her third-party payee, and then she's allowed to instruct the payee how to designate the funds, and that would be helpful. If you want to support Little Towel, there is also a way to do that. If you like this stream, I left some of my information. Don't feel obligated. Towel loves you all. This is more of a public service, but if you want to help Little Towel, I'll take the day off. I'll go for a sandwich tomorrow. I'm going to use my Groupon that I got for my birthday to go get a massage. You know, it's going to be great. What did you call me? Vicky, you are hilarious. I called you a beautiful, wonderful little towel. But yes, this is a public information service. It's designed to educate and inform and entertain the wider public in order to engender cogent public discourse, such as to ward off the usurpation of our representative forms of government worldwide. So if you would like to participate and help in that, you don't just have to chat. You can like the stream, subscribe, as I mentioned, tell folks about Towel Channel, want to let them come play trivia with us. We'd love to have them. The more the merrier. Except that time we tried to play with like 400 people watching. That was a little bit too much. I didn't like it. It was very overwhelming. We'll only play trivia when there's like a certain amount of people here. But yes, Towel appreciates all of your support of Towel Channel. You can go to toweltribune.com/store and you can get Call Me Hank shirts, things like that. There's lots of ways to support Towel Channel. Whatever you want to do, I appreciate it. Just supporting each other means a lot to me, so thank you. Speaking of that, you know what I like to do is read the chat back and say hello to some friends who are here. Sunken Grave, Colleen Henry, Ruth Lang, Vicky Moore. It was great to see all of you. It was great to see you, Steph. It was great to see you, Truth Over Bias. Harvard Yard, my dear friend. Super towel hugs to all of you. It was great to see so many of you. Who else? Allie and Rue and Bunny Towel. It was great to see both of you. It was great to see Christina Towel. Don't worry, Christina Towel will do a stream on Sunday. Truth Over Bias Towel. It was great to see you, Vicky Moore and Elizabeth Lander and Colleen Henry and Bossy Texas Chick. It was great to see all of you, my dear friends. Towel loves you. Peggy Towel. It was great to see you, my friend. Bunny Towel again. Hello. Sunken Grave, the greatest soap dispenser of all time. Hello, my dear friend. Towel loves you very much. Oh, look at all my towel friends here. I wasn't feeling great because of my headache and my oncoming illness, but I think I'll feel better tomorrow after 14 hours of rest. Who else do I see here? I know we had some towel friends in the chat. Oh, Colleen Henry, you're a super towel. And then I also want to say a super special towel thank you to Bossy Texas Chick. Thank you, Grant. Feel better. Good night, she says. Good night to you, Bossy Texas Chick and Bella. Julia, thank you so much, Julia G, for sending those Super Towel memberships. You are loved and appreciated. Harvard Yard said, thank you, Grant, for your coverage of this deeply sad day. Your analysis channel is always a beacon of hope. Hugs to you and all. Hope and action wins. You're one of my dear friends, Harvard Yard Towel. I love you so much, my friend. God bless you. And then Allie Towel sent in the keep it up emoji in the beginning of the day. We needed it today, my friend Allie and Ruth. That was quite a day. I'll tell you though, God bless each and every one of you super towels. As you know, I like to end the stream the same way every day. And I like to say if you learned something today, especially today on this, the toughest of days, if you benefited from this stream, if you felt empowered, if you felt that there is hope for a better future, if you made friends here today, if you were enjoying your time playing trivia or with your towel friends or listening to those impactful victim impact statements that talked about just how important it is to do small acts of service, then on today, of all days, ladies and gentlemen, you know how you can pay it forward. Look for reasons to do small acts of service, ladies and gentlemen, rooted in unconditional love and compassion. It can be as simple as donating to homeless veterans. Did you know there shouldn't be one veteran in the United States of America who is homeless against their will? They want to go live in the woods? That's cool. We're not going to stop. But they should not be homeless against their will. If there's even one such veteran, we have failed as a society, and we can fix that. You can donate to homeless veterans. You could also donate to animal shelters run by veterans. People like animals. People like veterans. Why not help both at the same time? Or you could donate to animal shelters in general. Great way to help animals. You could also, if you live in the UK, donate to the Big Issue, ladies and gentlemen. Did you know that's a great way to help homeless populations in the UK? But it also could be it could also be something as simple as smiling at someone on the street, reaching out to a friend or family member you haven't heard from in a while, ladies and gentlemen, or yes, even something like donating 200 tomato plants, like Francis Frutrell did one time, and having them designated forevermore as honorary towels. Yes, I believe those small acts of service and kindness can ripple outwards and in that way bring about a new political ethos, not one defined by the realpolitik of expanding and preserving and demonstrating our power, but instead one defined by expanding, preserving, and demonstrating our capacity to engage in small acts of service rooted in unconditional love and compassion. And as such, with those ripples of goodness and kindness, ladies and gentlemen, and those small acts of service, I believe that it's possible to bring about a new digital epic, defined by Aquarius the Water Bearer carrying a towel and proclaiming an era, an epoch of unconditional love and compassion. I believe it's possible because of you all, and it means so much to me that we're on this journey together. Smiling is charity. What a wonderful phrase, Ruth. That is such a powerful phrase. I love it. Smiling is charity, ladies and gentlemen. And as I said, Kant said, "Do not lie," is the embodiment of the categorical imperative. Act as in a way that only in a way that you could will as a universal moral law for all people to follow at all times. But I don't believe he's right, because I think you should lie if you are hiding Jewish people from the bad people in the Third Reich. You should lie. Okay, it's a moral imperative to lie. But you know, it is an example of the categorical imperative. I'll tell Professor Kant if he's listening from beyond. Professor Kant, the categorical imperative is small acts of service, do small acts of service, and smiling is charity. I am Aquarius. You are the water bearer, Vicky, my dear friend. God bless you. Now, Towel Friends on the X, you know you got a few minutes at the beginning of the day, so I'm going to give the Towel Friends on the Towel YouTube a few minutes at the end of our 10-hour day or whatever it's been. God bless you, Towel Friends on the X. I think we got up to 10,000. I don't know what it was today of those of you watching over there. Thank you so much for doing so. Towel appreciates it more than you know. Thank you for spending some time with me today, and I hope that you enjoy the rest of your day after you get to decompress a little bit. Towel Friends over on the Towel X. Yes, almost 5,000 of you over on the Towel X today, so it was great to see you. Thanks so much for watching. As you can see, we're literally looking over at the Towel X. You can follow me on the Towel X at Grant Smith Ellis. I'm a towel. But yes, Towel Friends on the Towel X, God bless you. Enjoy the rest of your day. I'm off tomorrow. No towel tomorrow, so you won't see me until Thursday. I'm not feeling that great, so I'm going to take some time to rest. Towel loves you so much. Be well. Enjoy the rest of your Thursday. Let me know if you need me. You know how to find me. DM me on X. Be well. God bless you, friends. See you Friday. Watch along with us if you want to join the chat. YouTube.com/@GrantSmithEllis. Towel loves you very much. I'm going to go spend some time with Towel Friends on the Towel YouTube. God bless you, friends. Towel Friends on the Towel YouTube. You can tell I'm tired. Yes, Vicky, I'm going to get some hot tea with honey and then scream like a goat. Yes, I'm definitely going to get some hot tea with honey before bed. I'm going to lay down. I'm going to get as much sleep as I can, and then we will see each other on Friday. You'll see the stream link go up for Friday soon enough, and then you'll be able to chat your little hearts away. We'll talk on Friday about the last few days. I got some Cannabis Control Commission stuff I want to talk about, the new records coming out from the O'Brien case. A lot going on, a lot to talk about, a lot for me being a little towel. Yes, Vicky, adore tout le monde. It was great to see you. Ed, the zebra Ed loves Grant. That makes me so happy to hear, Sunken Grave. You don't understand. So, Towel Friends on the Towel YouTube, you know, I just want to spend a minute or two to tell you how much I appreciate you. I hope you know how much this community means, not just to me, but so many people. You've created something special here. It means so much to me that I'm part of it. It's an honor. It's something that is very sacred to me. And even in my kind of like loopy headspace, because I have a headache and I'm feeling a little sick and I need to take like a day to sleep, I just want to let you know you made me happy. Like most days when I'm feeling like that, which is rare, I'm like grumpy. I just want to get things done. But spending time with you playing trivia, it made me feel better, even with my impending illness coming. So how about this? Kohberger fallout. And more. Reaction and more. So that's going to be Friday. We're going to do Kohberger fallout, Reed O'Keefe federal grand juror reaction, and more. All right. So that is going to be our Friday stream. I'm setting that up right now. That's going to be 7:25. Yes, and we definitely will talk more about what's going on. We'll talk about what cases we're going to look at next week, and we'll do that together. But I just, every day, whatever the day may be, I just want to express my appreciation for you, because I do get to say it during the stream, but we don't always get to, stop and say and I don't always get to stop and say how much I appreciate you all. So God bless all of you. Thank you for being such good friends to each other. Thank you for spending the day with me. I am going to go I know some of you will not go to bed until you know that I'm done and I've gone off to bed. So I've got the link for tomorrow's chat. For Friday's chat. Here is the link for Friday's chat. Tell friends. So there you go. And I am now going to go get some rest. So thank you for being such good friends to each other. Thank you for inspiring and giving hope to so many and being such a strong community. I think we saw some of the ethos we're trying to inspire in some of those impact statements today. It's a beautiful thing if it could just take hold. Small acts of service, hope for a better tomorrow, and a willingness to hold the justice system accountable at all times. God bless you, Towel friends. Towel loves you so much. Until we see each other on Friday, my name's Grant Smith Ellis. I love you dearly. I will see you very soon. I'm going to bed. Towel loves you, friends. See you Friday.